powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
For your share. The Milani Farms is located at Akweti Junction, which is about 1 hour 30 minutes drive from Accra. Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. If today is your first time on my YouTube channel, don't forget to subscribe, like and share. So guys, I'm currently at this beautiful plantation, pineapple plantation, and I'm here with Seydou. Say hi.
Hi.
So Seydou is here with me, and Seydou is going to take us around the farm and take us to all the process and technique used here at the pineapple farm. So hi Seydou.
Hi Stella.
We've already met, but yeah, this is your first time meeting him. Yeah. So we are currently at the first part. So let's see how it goes.
Virtually, these plants were planted in April up to August. So virtually, there are some some 5-6 months old. This field is about 180 acres fully planted, and then we are expected to start harvesting it from next year June.
Next year June.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's when we are starting to. So they are in their various stages of growth. Herbicide has been applied just some 2 weeks ago, so you can see the weeds turning brownish and dying, leaving the pineapple.
What is the first stage, like the first stage in pineapple production?
The first stage, yeah, it depends. I mean, you can start either from the land preparation or the seed production, but logically you should start from the land preparation. Yeah, I mean, you need to clear the vegetation if there is vegetation on the field. You bring with the help of your machinery, either a bulldozer, a payloader, to clear the vegetation. Then you have to do your plowing, you have to do your subsoiling, you have to do your harrowing, and then you cut your ridges, which they are very important. So we'll get to know these implements I'm mentioning. We have them at the site of land preparation. So after the land preparation, you cut your ridges, you do your cleaning. If you have to put plastic mulch to control the weeds and conserve moisture, you do. If you don't want to plant on plastic, you also do. So virtually we've adopted since 2 years now the no plastic approach. So you can see all our plants are on backgrounds, they are not
on plastic.
People doubt if they could do well, but we've studied so much, and then we think they are doing very well, even though the yield has been down by some 5 tons per hectare, but they are doing quite well, and then we are reducing plastic pollution.
We are currently at one part of the farm. Where are we now?
So this is the seed production unit.
Okay.
We call it seed, but the actual or the technical name is the sucker.
Okay.
Pineapple can be propagated by the suckers, the slips, either tissue culture or the crowns.
Okay.
But here we prefer using the suckers because the suckers have higher or faster growth rate compared to the crowns and the slips and the tissue culture.
So why have you turned it upside down?
So you have to turn it upside down because when they are harvested, there might be some pathogens at the base of the plant that you have to turn it between 24 hours to 48 hours for the solar radiation to sterilize the root zone of the plant before planting. So
you are giving us some big terms. So, well, how will a layman like me understand?
No, you see, you know the solar radiation or the sunlight is a good sterilizer.
Okay.
So when you expose these pathogens, soil-borne pathogens, they cannot stand the heat of the sun. So they are sterilized. Then you minimize the use of chemicals to control these pathogens when the plant is finally in the soil.
So how long does it stay like this before you plant them?
You know, a minimum of 24 hours, and then it can stay a maximum of 2 weeks when it is like this.
Okay, so how do you get this? Do you get it from the existing old pineapple plant?
Yes,
or
after harvesting,
yeah.
The mother plant, you call them the mother plant. After harvesting the fruits, when you decide to go for seed production inside of the second crop or the ratoon, you have to do the slashing to stimulate the seed to come. So the seed starts coming out, and I can harvest the one for you here. This is a seed this is the mother plant. The mother plant is here, the fruit has been harvested and it's producing seed down here.
Okay.
So we just have to then
you just pull it
carefully, that we then put it. So that is the seed for you.
So what happens? Do you get rid of the old mother plant?
No, this mother plant can produce you, each plant on the average can produce you about 3 to 4 seeds after the fruit has been harvested. So they don't produce it at the same time. So you harvest the first batch, second batch with the good nutrition, and then good rainfall. you can harvest it continuously for about 8 months.
8 months. Oh, okay.
So,
so how long has this one been there? Like this particular mother plants? Yeah.
This fruit were harvested, I think in May.
In May.
So it has been there in May. So let's say it has been there for about 5 months producing. So it can produce up to January or maybe February.
Then you get rid of them.
You can get rid of them.
Oh, okay.
Then they go under fallow for about 2 years more. Then we start plowing and preparing land for the next planting.
For the next plant. Oh. So guys, I hope you're enjoying the video so far, and we are learning a lot from Seydou. So this is how it looks like when it's very young. How many weeks is this?
This should be about 10. This is about 8 weeks old.
8 weeks.
8 weeks plant. So it's left with 12 weeks for harvesting.
12 weeks. Okay. So what happens in are there instances where after 12 weeks the fruit doesn't look too big, so you decide to wait a little longer, or whether it's big or small, you harvest?
They are maturity from the time of flower induction or forcing, depending on how you call it. You count about 20 weeks in our setting here is 20 weeks.
Okay.
Plus or minus 1 week for harvesting. So immediately you do the flower induction, you have to just check the success of the
fruit
of the induction.
Oh, okay.
Like,
when you say induction, what do you mean?
You have to synchronize the flowering. You know, pineapple, when you leave it, you don't synchronize the induction. They come one here, one there at their own time. So you just have to harvest one here, one there, and they can spend about 2 years. But you want the fruits at the same time. So you have to put some hormone, calcium carbide or ethylene gas or ethaphone to induce them at the same time, synchronize the induction to produce the flowers. So when you do the induction, you expect the flowers to come out after 6 weeks.
Oh,
so
okay.
It's like you are impregnating them. So you have to do the
pregnancy
pregnancy test.
Oh, okay.
After 14 days, you do pregnancy test. So this is how the pregnancy test goes.
Okay, let's go and see how the pregnancy test goes.
So after 14 days, when you induce them after 14 days, this is the pineapple coming.
Oh, okay.
So you cut. After 14 days, you see the sign whether it has responded to the synchronization or not.
Oh, okay.
So you see. So this is the pineapple going.
Oh, okay.
That's the pineapple. So this one, actually, if it's in the soil, it will grow to become a pineapple like this.
Like this.
Like this. So after 14 days, you have to do the pregnancy test to check whether it has responded.
It looks like Seydou is very much interested in the pregnancy bit. So we are finally at my favorite part, where the fruit is fully grown, and right in front of me is one of the pineapple. Look at how beautiful it's looking. Is it ready? Can I pluck it?
Not that one.
Not this one. Okay, so see how I'm excited. I'm so excited. So we came late, so we didn't get the farmers harvesting. It's about 1 p.m. at the moment. So Seydou, can I follow you?
Yeah, if you want.
Okay. Very curious.
This one has been prepared. It's right. It's going by air.
It's going by air.
You can see it is pegged.
Yeah.
It has been selected to go by air.
Oh, this is very beautiful.
So this has been selected to go by air. You can see they've been pegged. And the green ones will go by sea.
The what?
The green ones.
The green ones will go by sea.
Yes, it will go. So I can harvest one for you.
Yes, yes. I want the ripe ones.
You want the ripe one?
Yes.
Okay, so I harvest this one.
Yeah, harvest this one.
Okay. They are all ripe.
Oh, right. This looks good. I'm super excited. I'm going to eat pineapple fresh from the farm. Yeah. So guys, this is official tasting of the fruit. I will be the only judge here to see if the fruit is sweet or not. This is good. I'm sure you're used to eating pineapple every time. So say, do I realize this particular fruit is yellow, but I'm used to seeing the whitish one. Why is it that?
It depends on the variety. The one you always see on the roadside is the sugar loaf. The sugar loaf by nature is whitish and then it's a bit conical. So that's what locally they call it fanti. But this is MD2.
So this is officially MD2. MD2, that's why it's yellow. And it's very nice, very sweet. If I don't return home, just know I'm here at the farm eating pineapple. So I see that some of them look very ripe. That is like they are very yellow. Others too are green. Does it mean that the others are not ripe?
They are ripe.
They are all ripe.
One is specially treated. I told you this is for egg. We treated it separately to get the yellow color for egg.
Okay.
At the green. The others are treated to go by sea. You know, sea will normally take about 2 weeks to get to the destination, so you don't need it as well.
Okay, and it's because they are perishable goods, so you don't want them to get spoiled before getting to the destination. Yeah. So which countries do you export to?
France, we go Switzerland, we go Belgium, we go Netherlands, we go Lebanon, we go Morocco.
Oh, right. So if you are in this list of countries and you are enjoying pineapple, just know that some way, somehow, it's from this farm, because this is the biggest pineapple farm in Ghana. So guys, this is my first harvest and this is what I'm taking home. Do you want some? Come to the Milani farms for your share. So yeah, so far so good. It's been amazing. I hope you're also enjoying this video as much as I enjoyed the experience here with Seidu. Let me know if you have any other questions. Let me know in the comment section. I'm sure Seidu will see the comments and he'll respond to you too. So let's go to the next thing. The good part about Milani Farms is that they created their own dam, which is the only source of water for the farm. So we are currently done with the field things to see. I hope you're enjoying this video so far. So Seidu is currently taking me to the packaging area and we are going to see all the things that happen before it goes for export. Do you also sell to locals?
No.
You don't?
Only, yes.
Only exports?
For processing. Local companies that are doing processing for exports.
Okay.
Before the load will come, we fill this water with 15,000 liters.
Okay.
Water into the sea. And then we add 1.2 kilos of chlorine.
Of chlorine, okay.
Chlorine. As a disinfectant.
Entering, that's to wash your hands. It's not to contaminate the fruits. Right after washing, the pineapples are coated with wax which protects them from pathogens and prevents them from dehydration.
The parking area, we pack it according to the size. The lady over there, she packs size 8.
Okay.
That is that the 8. When I say 8, it means that the 8 in the box.
Okay.
8 in the box. We pack it according to the weight.
Okay.
We have the weight. The 6 start from the 1.85 to 2 kilo. That one qualifies for the 6 in the box. Palletizers. We arrange it on the pallet nicely. Then the 7.
What happens here?
This after packaging, this where you pre-pull it, you know, to prolong the shelf life of a fruit, you have to pre-pull it to a very low temperature before. So pineapple is stored at 7.58 degrees Celsius temperature.
So this is how the boxes look like. This is the one that goes by air and this by sea. So guys, say thank you to Seidu for me. He took his time, took me everywhere, both the field and the production house and everything that happens here. So if you see him, please buy chocolate for him on my behalf because he did.
The chocolate is already here.
He did an amazing job. Thank you so much. So if somebody needs advice on pineapple farming in Ghana, should they call you?
Yes, I'm always ready and willing.
Yeah, so I'll drop his contact. Call him and he's ready to give you the best of advice. But be ready to give him some coins, right? $. So guys, thank you so much for watching. This brings us to the end of this video. I hope you were educated just as I was. This is my first experience here and it's been amazing. This video has been an enlightening video. It has taught me a lot. It has taught me how the fruit started. I mean, from the seedling right to production, right to exporting. And this particular farm here is mainly for exportation, both sea and by air. And so thank you guys so much for watching. I love you all. I know you're always with me. You're always sticking around. I mean, I love you. Mwah. It is going to my house. Thank you so much, Seidu. You can't come to the farm without getting pineapples. Thank you so much.
He's earned a second Grammy nomination for himself and his nation, Ghana. Indeed, it will not be far-fetched to say that Rocky Dawuni rocks. The music icon's success has ignited excitement in the Ghanaian showbiz industry amid heightened expectation of winning the trophy. We are seated for a riveting conversation on Rocky Dawuni's Grammy Awards nomination. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipa, and this is Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV, also showing on Xylophone TV. Thanks for joining us. It's 1 hour of great company brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juicy smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get 1 small pizza, fries, chicken, 1 cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get 1 free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-4133-397 to place your order. 026-4133-397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. Joining me on this episode of Bloggers Forum, Nene B is a columnist. He's an author, a lawyer in the making. I don't know whether I say law dream no or the Atun Chenya, but Nene, thanks for joining us. So it's still.
I have a law degree.
But I say law dream. You can have a degree, but will not want to practice it. Like continue and
you
practice.
I've actually not decided how I want to practice it yet.
Okay.
You can have the degree. You can have the degree and still sell buffets.
Exactly.
Yeah, actually, I do have a retail business, and that's what I do majorly.
Yeah. Or sometimes I say, Nani already do.
We talk books,
Nani Aredu is the director at oneplayafrica.com. He is an artist manager, event organizer. He says he doesn't want me to say he's everything showbiz, but you know, Mr. Miss Bell attend concert or no, and a Guru, the mix the hit songs Nina La Paz Toyota karaoke. Ne home crony benina on fans by me, I'm man fans. Nana,
why does it look like Chasamwadi?
Nana, you are fine.
Namiando Moko, me shirt and pepper.
Medasi.
And pepper.
Over to me, no come.
Me should be say, my mate to be a mouth.
It's ya to me, no come.
I am Mamma, my honor.
And name call for net home. But you see, why do you look like Chasamwa? I know you're very close to him.
Not close. I do work with Charles.
Okay.
You know,
is that why you look like him? According to Nene, me, I have not observed that.
You know, I'm a creative guy. I think I'm one of the best in the world when it comes to creativity. So if I have a client or an artist whose image I'm selling, and I have to sell it the best way I can, I have to represent the image. When George Anda was spraying his hair yellow and was the MTN CMO, nobody said anything wrong with it, you know. So
there's something wrong.
I'm just saying that it's an easier way to, you know, to push the agenda. But I just want to give shout out to Guy Things for giving me something to wear to come on the show. He watched last week's episode of Bloggers Forum on xylophone.
Okay.
And he said, "Oh, Nana, mama be national, me hype about myself." But aside that, I have some questions I want to ask. It's very important to me. Last week, I figured that the last time Nana was on the show, there was a girl called Tina.
Okay. And Tina, your girl?
No, not Tina. Tina who works at GhanaWeb.
Okay.
My work colleague.
Your work colleague. But it looks like today, whilst we're filming this episode, Nene brought in a different
Tina.
You see, this is the reason why a lot of girls say men of today cannot be trusted.
Okay.
Because as a matter of fact, somebody who has a law degree and sells land.
Forget I'm here.
Somebody who has land, Manson 20. Okay, law. I got five girls, not but Tina territory. Say Tina me who say yes.
Tina qua assignment.
Tina qua assignment.
Okay.
What am I saying? Say about back. Nene was here, but he was some lady.
What has that got to do with anything? Tina and I we work together. Sometimes
you brought chocolate and you wrote on it Tina's chocolate. I think that's the new brand, Tina's chocolate.
I don't have anything to say. You see, when you respond to statements which are factually wrong, you are identifying that statement to make people believe that that statement is, you know, have some merit.
Lawyer call.
The only thing said here, factually wrong. The fact that Tina is not here.
And that is factual. But Amabroni is here. She's actually on standby with the tidbits, we call it in Komoho.
I'm far to me who says na what you be and come across showbiz industry mu nia wan ti asiye nia fa wasuma wen hu komo no me beba na ma cheche mu nyina na watwin so ama broni masan so atwimiti we de mama yen chekra mama yen twan ye hu na ne yakonyina yen fa beson Say ye di kan de ene media sempa na nam wonim se krom hade de bia ye kaso ye pese ye artist ye nwumtofo wo ko international awards ye nka ye so se fata koso nwumpani na ye twaguma mo na ye da sorry ya ye Ghanaian reggae artist ye Rocky Dawuni se se de wenya ne second Grammy nomination I mo beka 2016 ene onya first one na we de is in the category of best global music album na ye ne album de betu dwa nche ye cry ye Voice of Boombon volume 1 and as se de nya Grammy nomination na asemi de yes de ne behwe Ghana fo ne behwe and ne for social media baby asema ankofo kan ne say Rocky congratulations na sa category awo mu on Angelina Kudjo and Wizkid and Kaibiaka and contend for sa category yeah that's so na Grammy nomination common so dancer musician Stonebwoy and a nomination e beto dwa no so someone munim say ye nkofo ebiese bi o partner wo album so ye Sean Paul Etana and Jesse Royale say de wenya nomination yi bi na mwankasa wo se mo amonya calculation say tomu na se nkofo ebiese wo mu ba kumpo wini sa category na ene wankasa se weni tia ye nkwa ye nyuma ye de Grammy nsem yi kogudia ene efia odo actress efia odo chirima Ghana ha say mu susu se na ya oyi ne ho kakra se skin kakra na astre ho kakra nufu kakra wa oni mefia odo dada nyuna ma be chirimu kwa focus o se ne oti de ne kuna odi kunu se kuna obi be fa ni se ma ba be je wo list be kwa koye ho ade de ne sister o nhie bi da no se de bi wa wodi weni to fema efia do na esu o se mia na mu se fully covered ene ne eyi wa hye won ti besi una hu skin ba akokra won nyina wo hwa wogina eyi asori dem ne hiri baba wo bomu ase yakopon ma wonkunu nti ono de onte ase o se mo ka se we yi ne hu se wa cover ne hu o se ni nyina eno ne reason nti a oberma betumi aka se obeso ware efia odo ya na osanso de achem se de ohwehwe odo efia odo ohwehwe odo o se odo kan ankasa na se de opew o se na ya mafo anse merima no woni ni die gori ofele se bi gori keke no pesa o se debi se de so wo hoisa an actress influencer te so obone braid fi odo so hwehwe oberima obedo no obeso ni mu so obia pa ayo se ya twa so dia unum se Twitter journalist Albert Bessie o se agenda nkwa na ekoso ye wo ha na video bi beto dwa ye wo se ya talk Jackie and Akufijama Muko Afriman in Nigeria will copy home for Afrima Awards. Na video be na you say Jackie Afam Kufijama fam say fam muye den kasa always say wuchiani ade. Na ninchangwa ne ya talk nsujina ho. Yes, I say ya talk person ko sorry na ko ofam Jackie bi wa ma Kufijama nka wa ma ne bi. Ye ba won say Jackie Afam nchan akọ na mafu say oh Adam one no want to call na cause America for life mu nyina mu ye American rappers mu say Kumasi wa na mufi na nsem yi beto dwa na nkofo sro ya talk ni ade na Kufijama be chemo say Ghana for akwa se mu pese de bia mu de nkofuti mu keka nkofuti bom enye sa na ete ade ne kwa Jackie obeto won odi kan ne ya talk e kasa video ni nchen ho baby na manfu atwa na wode ya agenda na Jackie be chire mama mu hu se on ya talk ni to kwa bia R2B omo album ya na nse omo launch na ase eno ko share ya talk ni ja ono so afam nti ya talk nya ne hack nti se de asem nyina ye de akwa kogu yo baby I'm a kind of what ya rapper no de nsem bia betuja o chema ono so oti we safi kwawie ye no fa obi ase obefa ne se ne yire a onware bium na nsem yo de betuja na manfo se November na ye we akabosome ba ko pe December na ye wi afi nti wo beka se afi kwawie na unware ya nware biama unai si bibi so ana se agenda bi na opese okweti manfo se fe mu nchire mu man na wotwe nkomo ba kwa na nkankofo ni die chipa ye journalist Albert Mubeka yo betro post bi se ye GH1 campaign na nka anti cyber bullying campaign nka pesa nka wona ne yen onye biem na sem dia ma amanfo nwa pa kos na aba na moa ye sha ase so post some video bi a boy you call audition for the next TV star with GH1 okoto se wa make here Bridgetoto eno no pemu na nkasa na aba na manager wo kan ni mo tutu bi man wo so no de Twitter na agenda okeka nsema fasa nkofo ebiese nyina ho na eja wo de bibi man wo wie wo so no kra office studio ho no mo sake no wo wie beluzu na adwuma afede ne ekopie man se video bi beto picture bi beto ha ye so oni na aba na mo abulare kwafukuru ya efi GH1 fo no ono wan kwakoye meeting bi na beto dwa se obese anka wo management but oba ye bloggers forum eno betrem oni abrante partners no odi to dwa se enye se bia obese wo management o se anka Monday ya anka oba be start some campaign bi ona ko be die nim anti-cyberbully campaign. But I say the Albert on a nebusianfo susu ne maame on a adofo bi atena se na wa kaka nsema che to say the also opamocho GH1 for damase but on the moon to me and yes our campaign. Music producer Fredima, unim say na say funi de mu hye dan ni but di kanfo ni bi me ka music producers a ye kan ne kan ono odi nchiremi aba betu dwa kwan ye fa so fi eye Peace FM o chema ye Kwesi Aboachi host of entertainment review eye radio station so ogu nani message say wan fa ni di mpo ama na ebra na opesa nko oyi ni fi eye ne panelists ni so chema nsem bi na si ensem no pona hye dan nya asem biara na se no wan fa ni di ama no ne se ne wan fa obu ba kupo say ama ne make sure so de ne nan si ho ma ye Fredima wontu ne nan po esi Peace FM ho biom eno so ne be si ne eye ne ya wan kasa asem ne to no de no hu be bi an confirm eye suicide bi kra say obeye basa na akopesa nko no kasa ejeni nkwafi wo but nyame ncha de wanye si Fredima achirima eye Kwesi Aboachi disrespect na the man no odwen ho a onte ase unu se den nsem no na edoso nti ama boni mi gusua de meni di echi na wo twa da ye nim nsem be koso biara mebo abo ni nyina na da besom ti abantipa wo no abadwafo mo som na mo nto asomaye.
Thanks, Brony, for the tidbits. For more of these stories, visit our website www.GhanaWeb.com. Let me begin with Nenebi. I say Olonchi and Niema. Nene, I mean, you know what? There's one thing about Nene. When we have the tidbits, it's easy to predict the ones that he will talk about. Let's see if he will not talk about Efiodo. Nene,
I will not talk about Efiodo.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
See, there is something I used to have this thing I used to record for my social media, right? And anytime I was introducing myself, like this guy doesn't like to say, oh, he does everything so showbiz. I used to say, oh, I've done everything there is to do in entertainment except Efiodo. That's something I used to say.
What does that mean?
I've done everything there is to do in the entertainment industry except Efiodo.
What does that mean?
That means I've done everything there is to do in the entertainment industry. I've tried like Efiodo, she's a sweet person. And I've interacted with her on a very few occasions. And
I met her at the RTV's album launch.
Yeah, she's a sweet person. She's very supportive of artists who are her friends. And she's very supportive of the movements and agendas she believes in. But I don't want to talk about Efiodo.
Okay.
But he just spent
some 1 minute on Efiodo.
I want to talk about, there's something I find very funny about musicians, right? When they are in their peak and when they are, not in their peak, right? When EL was in his peak, when he won Artist of the Year, I remember there was a lot of controversy around the fact that people felt that he didn't deserve to win that award because his songs were big in Accra and only in Accra, and he hadn't penetrated to other parts of Ghana, right? Which was a legitimate, claim against him. But EL, when he was hot, was picking awards here and there, right? And everybody was happy for him, right? And now that he's no more picking the awards, what is he saying? He's saying that he makes music for the people, doesn't make it for awards. Like Shatwale said.
But he has always been saying that. This is just someone just re-echoing whatever he has said.
Okay, I've not heard him say that before.
Okay.
I've not heard him say that before. And I heard Shatwale used to also say that he made a whole diss song for Tata House. Me no need your award, blah blah blah. And then the following year he won Artist of the Year, and of course that year too he didn't attend because that would not look good. But he was excited about winning the award. And then when he had issue with Chatter House again, he said he was selling the award for 2 Ghana again. But anyway, I don't know why people don't seem to understand that being an artist, right? Awards are part of how you see whether people like you or not. People is a way of awards don't show whether the audience like you or not actually, but they show whether the industry respects you or not. That's why when you win an award, the way the industry looks at you is different from the way and even the way the audience look at you when you win an award, it's kind of different. I've heard artists who are, you talk about that later, but I've heard artists say that even getting nomination for certain awards changes how they even charge. You understand?
True.
So I don't really like when artists, criticize the concept of, awarding, because I think that awarding is very good for an artist's image. initially I'd planned to talk about a fear or door, but two people made me talk about something else. So let's move on.
Nana, I mean, Tiwa, I can't fear or don't know now, man.
I see so many marriage. EL says, if I don't marry this year, I'll marry this. If I don't marry,
he will not marry again.
He will marry again. Yeah. Come out says he'll marry again. I said, marry, Landos.
Kind of what power you?
Can't afford it, don't do. And maybe Saturday we can be a boss. But I initially wanted to address a family agent comment about Easy.
Yeah.
And also, he talking about how the Ghanaian culture is tilted towards welcoming foreigners aside just music. But something that I just saw in the list I didn't see earlier was Honorable Deputy Minister for the Creative Arts, Makokoko Mante, saying that the president sees the art industry as a big deal. You know, so I just want to shed some light on it. You know, I feel that we get it wrong when we think presidents who come in and out of the country, they have less respect for the arts. I think Ghanaians get it wrong, big time. Because the Ghanaian mind is trained, or probably is told, that music is the only creative arts thing that's happening, music and film.
Yeah.
So if you're in the tourism sector, they don't add you to the creative arts thing. If you're in the artisan business, they don't add you to it. What am I saying?
Yeah.
So because musicians are having one hell of a trouble, you know, trying to find their feet in the creative arts sector, everybody assumes that, oh, the government does not like the creative arts. So I'm happy to hear the Honorable Deputy Minister say the president sees our industry as a big deal. And I agree, because if you look at what GTA has done over the years, you know, even film, because we were pushing for them to do a commercial on CNN and these big media platforms. Because if you look at CNN, you see visit Dubai, visit Qatar. They do all these amazing commercials to portray their country as the go-to destination for tourists, you know. And so once they went into that, we had a different change of perception. The perception became better for the country. I think it's high time the music industry and the film industry also understand that they're also part of the tourism thing. Because you see, music is the biggest form of tourism, right?
Yeah.
Music is the biggest.
Yeah.
Music and film. They are the biggest form of tourism, because
music tend to generate more tourism than film.
You know when? Yeah.
Because music is easily accessible.
You know when Sarkodie went on the BET platform and he said that if you want to visit Ghana this December, if you want to visit Africa, choose Ghana, right? And then when he came back, he was giving a hero's welcome. Some of us were like, oh no, he shouldn't. But on the second, I think that they should have been, that thing they did was very good. To encourage artists to know that you're also part of the creative arts sector. Tourism is key in driving the creative arts sector, right? Because you see, the GT has been able to put in a very well working format that they can tell their database, the number of pubs outside in of Accra. They can tell you the number of pubs, the number of bars, beaches. People hardly in those, people who are assigned to the GTA hardly do stuff without a GTA approval. And the GTA has been able to do so well that now local tourism is booming. I don't know if you pay attention. People are doing trips to Shell Hills, people are going to Cancun. You know, ever since the government made in the last budget that they were going to foster development in these areas, you've seen a lot of improvement in local tourism. I mean, people like Abegu Santana with his he has a tour, Kaya Tours, doing amazing. Jonila, who is a half blogger, half into tourism, doing amazing as well. You know, so
some other smaller people. Almost every Saturday, I see people organizing, you know, trips
around
to other parts of Ghana.
It's all because the GTA is working. The Ghana Tourism Authority is what I mean by GTA. It's working really well, and with their campaign of See Ghana, Eat Ghana.
When you mentioned the advertising on CNN, I thought you were going to go into that, because I've seen that Eat Ghana, Where Ghana, ads on CNN.
So I think that if the president has sees our industry as a big deal, then the perception has to change that music and film is not the only.
It's not the only.
Yes, what am I saying? Yeah. They should understand that they need to go beyond the love things that they say, especially the filmmakers. go beyond the love and try, just go on this way. Kwanzaa will give us a movie that is even about love, but brings all the culture differences together, and you can learn something out of it. The love of A, love, all those movies that he did. These days, you can easily predict a Ghanaian movie. What am I saying? I think that we have to commend the government. In the new budget, they did mention that they were going to continuously push the agenda of tourism, and he raised concerns last week on radio that they are leaving out the music, and no, music is also tourism. Movies are also part of tourism. So if they understand, and the unions there be in those two sectors get to sit with the GTA and say, how are you able to build a framework that is working for you? Because I was telling somebody, I know we have to go for a break. I was telling somebody that GTA knows the number of bars in Accra, across the country. If Gamro is serious, they need to sit down with the Ghana Tourism Authority to say that, listen, before you issue out a license to a bar, right, issue our license too. So these are our rates. If you want to operate a bar, charge or you pay X amount of money for playing music in your bar, and then we will pick the money up from GTA. I don't know why we have people who have been able to do things successfully, yet we are jumping them, and we are always looking for solutions around them.
All right, that's Nani Aredu, director at oneplayafrica.com. We are going for a quick break. When we return, we'll talk about Rocky Dawuni and the Grammys.
Avance Media, it's hosting the 3rd edition of the Ghana Blogger Summit, which is a conference for bloggers, influencers, and journalists to come together and share ideas and learn more skills and try to build a career for themselves. Well, we know blogging is a growing community in Ghana. It's no longer a community, but it's becoming a profession. And it is something that we have to model so that the upcoming ones can be able to know what is right and what is wrong, and then how to actually make money from their craft or from their talent or whatever they're putting out there. So the summit is to teach people, also provide a platform for networking, and also provide a platform where people can share among themselves what they are doing to succeed in their businesses. So what we are doing is we are bringing very experienced and successful bloggers from Ghana and also other parts of the country, other part of the continent to come and share what they have, share what they've been doing, so that the upcoming ones can also learn from it. Well, it's a big platform for you to be able to discover what you want to do, discover the people in the community, to discover a lot of things around how you can make money, how you can build your blog to have the best SEO, the techniques that others are using to build their blogs to become international blogs. So if you come, you are definitely going to add on to your value. You gain more knowledge and also get to meet new people. And we are creating this to be the biggest new media conference in Africa. So if you come, you're going to be part of this community. We expect over 300 people, and then tickets are already sold out. So if you are still out there, I would encourage you to either maybe join us online, or also if you still want to pass through the event, so you can also come. This year the keynote speaker is George Britton, who is a veteran blogger in Ghana who has created his own other new media company just from blogging. So we are hoping that others will also come and learn from him. We have other speakers like Kobe Che from Kobe Che News. We have Rashad Emmanuel from ghpage.com. We have Entamoti from Entamoti Media. The speakers are a lot, and if you go to our Facebook page, you see that we are announcing speakers, and then we are also bridging the gap between just the blogging industry and the business community. So we are also inviting other business people to tell us how bloggers can also work with them in terms of brand influencing and what they actually need from bloggers to be able to exchange their platforms for cash from those companies. So we are hosting the CMO of Trillium Industries, which is one of the biggest brands in Ghana, called Ali Ajami. So he's coming to talk about how they are able to involve bloggers to promote their stuffs across the country. So you go to egotickets.com, you just search for Ghana Blogger Summit, and then you just register. Registration is free, so you don't have to pay for anything. All right, this year's summit is going to be hosted at Alisa Hotels North Reach on the 4th of December, which is a Saturday, from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. It's a tall list of activities, from speeches to presentations to panel discussions to networking experiences. So, and as part of the summit too, we are giving a free ticket to someone to go to Dubai, can get to see Ethiopian Airlines. We also partner with GhanaWeb to create the GhanaWeb Reporter Contest, which gives the platform for anybody to win 2,000 cedis to be able to start their own blog and then also work with GhanaWeb. We also have a 20% discount from Narcotech on any blogger that wants to host their website or get inspired from the event to create their own blog. They have all those discounts. And then after the event, we also have an after party at Cloud9 in Osu. So it's a whole experienced event. If you come, you'll be able to meet new people, learn new things, and be able to get an opportunity to fly to Dubai if you stand a chance to be that lucky winner.
Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV, also showing on Xylophone TV. The name is Abrantepa. I'm doing this with Nani Aredu. He's with OnePlayAfrica.com, and Nene B is a columnist and an author. So somewhere in October, I remember, I think I just returned from leave, yes, and I hosted Rocky Dawini on this show. In our conversation, he mentioned that he had submitted his EP, Voice of Boom Boom, for consideration at the Grammys. I was asking him, say, he says, well, the work that he has put into the piece, he's just hoping that he will hear good news. I'm paraphrasing what he said. Yes. So Rocky Dawini has been nominated for the Best Global Music Album category at the Grammys. Now, this is how he describes the EP when you visit his website, rockydawini.com. He says the 8-song EP explores the diversity of his Afro roots sound, fusing modern and traditional music trends in Ghana and across the continent. Voice of Boom Boom is a diverse sonic experience with songs ranging from acoustic to beat-driven anthems to cultural explorations utilizing aspects of Afrobeat, highlife, reggae, soul and pop and beyond. The inspirational words of the songs focus on love, resilience, faith, joy and hope. Running through the EP is a theme of empowerment, urging the listeners to think critically on current issues. So that's the work. Nene tells me he has listened to how many songs on the album have you?
I've listened to the whole album.
All the
I've
songs.
listened to the whole album more than once.
More than once.
I'm a huge Rocky Dawini fan. When I was in class 5, I think he had this song, I was born in a ghetto. Yeah. We were doing pick and art, and I was supposed to perform in class, and I performed that song.
Oh, okay.
So I've been a big fan of Rocky Dawini since.
What's your favorite on the album?
On the album, I think it's Ghost Town.
Ghost Town.
It has an acoustic music. I like acoustic music.
Okay. My favorite is Wara anyway.
Odo.
Odo Wara. Charlie. So, did you see this coming?
The thing about the Grammy, right? I read today, just before I came here, that my favorite artist of all time, Kanye West and Taylor Swift, were added to the list of Grammy nomination just 24 hours before it was announced. So it wasn't even clear whether Kanye and Taylor Swift were the biggest artists in the world. This year they are one of the top 3 best-selling artists, maybe top 4 because Adele is out now. Artists in the world were not nominated for Album of the Year.
So, Kanye is inside.
I mean, no, I'm talking about selling. Until 24 hours before it was announced, he wasn't on it, and he was added just before it was announced, right? And so that should tell you that with the Grammy is quite unpredictable. So I couldn't have said, oh, I saw this coming, especially because the sound on this album is different from what Rocky Dawini is known for. When Rocky Dawini was nominated for his first Grammy, he was the first non-Jamaican to be nominated for Best Reggae Album in the history of the Grammy. And so he became known as a global reggae superstar, right? A bona fide reggae artist. So if he had put out a reggae album, I could have said maybe he would be nominated because the Grammys tend to go with tradition, right? So because this album was different, I didn't think he was going to be nominated because he wouldn't fit into the reggae mode. So which other category would he have fit into? And then it just happened that it's high life, so it fit into what they call global sound now, or they used to be called world music. Now they changed the name to global sound.
Yeah.
Yes. So
that was last year.
Yes.
Oh yeah. So
that should tell you that yeah, it was quite unpredictable, and so I didn't anticipate it.
Nana,
around you.
You've followed the conversation on social media, traditional radio or traditional media and all that. Is the applause enough?
It's not.
It's not.
But it's not. But I mean, whose fault? Because a lot of people hardly connected to Rocky. I mean, I know Rocky was in Ghana doing some few PR rounds, but I can tell you that many didn't know he had a body of workout. Many didn't know. And so, for people...
Yeah, he actually was in Ghana the whole of last year, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Doing a lot of PR work, but still, many people didn't know. Because there's a certain music culture in Ghana that if a song or an artist is not in the certain top 5, nobody listens to their music or talks about them. That's the culture we have. So it started way back, where you have Tick, Obra for Lord, Rolling, and then everybody's talking about them, leaving out the others. And then you have Nkase will come in, and then they will have a feature about them, and then they will leave the rest and go and talk about Nkase. And then we'll have Dogo come in, then we'll leave the rest and go and talk about Dogo. Then we'll have Kwata come in, we'll leave the rest and go and talk about Kwata. You know, like we've had that as a culture over time. So, yes, the applause could be louder. I mean, if it was Stone,
even
if it
Kwame
Eugene or Kitty, it would have been louder all over the country because they are part of the top 5 or quote unquote maybe top 5 or whatever in the country.
Yeah.
Can I have a little pushback to that?
Yeah.
Because last year, Shatawale was on the nomination.
Yeah.
But the applause wasn't allowed.
Because it wasn't a Wale nomination. It was
okay, I get you.
And even the Wale song with Beyonce, a lot of his fans outside Accra don't know that he has a song with Beyonce.
Actually, people do.
No. I'm saying people know the song. No, people know this. Listen, people, I'm also talking from a CU background as a consumer understanding researcher for Sony. People do know the song, but if you ask them, they don't know.
Okay, that's probably also because Beyonce is not Daddy Lumba in Ghana.
So that's what I'm saying, that people know the song, but it has a collabo. Like if you go to Lagos or maybe if you go to Nigeria and you want to do a little survey between finding out who Wizkid worked with on Brown Skin Girl, majority will tell you that they don't know who Beyonce is, because for them
outside Lagos.
Yes, because for them they know Wiz and he did more on the song.
Okay.
So that's what people have in their head. So the applause could have been bigger if Rocky was part of the top 5, or if Rocky had quote unquote not a hit, like maybe a major radio hit where radio plays his music across. You get it? Yeah. So people know that this artist blah blah blah. Now the applause is also on a calculated platforms like social media, because most of the people who are sharing Rocky up are early adopters and they are social media maestros, and therefore they see the essence or the importance of this whole Grammy thing. To the very layman in Accra, Ghana here, who hardly understands the whole Grammy thing, is waiting for a certain sack or the shatter a stone.
I think Grammy is quite popular in Ghana because sack or they popularized Grammy.
No, you see, Grammy is popular in Ghana on niche platforms like Twitter, like Facebook. It's not out of the social box. Don't get it wrong. I sit on a research that was done late last year, post-COVID, right? And it was to find out how many award schemes will die and how many award schemes will survive after COVID is being you know, you have a solution to COVID. And on that sheet, in the data that we were asking about the Grammys and the BETs and the American Music Awards and Ghana Music Awards at the time, most people said Ghana Music Awards will never die, but Grammys and the BETs will die, because they had no idea what those two platforms. Okay. Do you get what I'm saying? So I think Rocky would have had bigger cheers if he had a major radio hit, not even a monster hit, but say the album, no, maybe Difference or the song you like,
Wara. Wara is a nice one. What's your favorite anyway?
I like the album, but I lean towards the reggae parts of the album than the highlight.
The last three are reggae songs. Yeah,
I like that one past all the thing because that's what I know Rocky for. Okay. No, not to say that the first, I like those ones as well, but I just lean towards those ones more. If you had one song in there as a bit popular, we would have had the cheers bigger than the social platforms. It would have been on mainstream, let's say mass radio. So I'm talking about maybe Kwame Sefakan sitting on the morning show and saying that Nyuntuni Rocky Dawuni any nomination Grammy yeah, because he knows that his audience know Rocky and they know what the Grammy is. Unfortunately, he cannot celebrate Rocky the way he wants to celebrate him on the platform, because when he does that, many of them will be lost. But it's also on to us to push the agenda so that the cheers will become more, so people can, you know, relate to it.
How competitive do you see the category? Is it tough for Rocky to sail through?
I mean, he's already a winner. He's a nominee. Unfortunately, the world leans towards top fives. That's the truth. And if you're counting, if you check the, I think Wiz is in there, right?
Yeah, Wizkid is in.
Obviously, in the US market, right? I know that people will come at me, but there's data behind what I'm coming to say. Wiz has been one of the most powerful artists of the 2020 to 2021 time. Beating
his song Essence, I'll say, is the biggest song of the year.
Challenging the likes of Drake, Kanye to it. It's no joke. Like, and he's getting to be so powerful that I know of a certain number of producers, labels that have tried to do a remix of the Essence, aside Justin Bieber's own, into different markets, like the Caribbean market, the Latin market, even this what do you call him? This DJ Snake, Taki.
The EDM market.
EDM market as well. So Wiz is a big problem now, and no matter how good your album is against his, the world will lean towards the top 5, and he's currently top 2, right? So if your album is even the best production, the best mixes, whatever, and you don't have a top 5 on your album, I'm sorry, but you are not going to win. That's how come he was telling you earlier about the Taylor Swift and the Kanye thing. At that time, you can't do an album of the year and not have those two in it. It wasn't possible. No matter how late their albums were, because they were top 5 at the time, you can't. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So Wiz stands so tall, and I think for Rocky, he's already a winner because he's been nominated, and this is the second time, right? So I think if he wins, hallelujah. Winning too is sometimes just about lobbying and
I was about to say that,
right?
You see, winning the Grammy is being voted by a committee, right? The Grammy voting, I forgot what they are, I think college or something. It's made up of former Grammy winners, producers, and music record label executives, right? So most of them don't necessarily have to be people who know what the trend is today. Somebody who won the Grammy in 1950 something can vote on the Grammys now because they are a former winner, right? And they may not actually be plugged into what's happening today. So now, usually, it's very difficult for a first-time nominee to win a Grammy, right? So
the case of Burna Boy, Angelique
Kidjo and all the rest. First-time nominees.
She's also in this category.
Yeah. Anyway. So now,
and she's a big contender.
She's won the. So I was about to come there. She's won the Grammy 4 times. She won back to back in this category. She won back I think 2013 and 2014.
Beating Berna to the second one.
Yeah, then she won. She beat she beat Berna in, was it 2019?
2019, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's the third one. I think that was the fourth one. I don't remember what the third one was. But she's somebody who won the Grammy over and over again. So her name is familiar to the people who are going to vote. People who have voted previously, they know her name. So there is Femi Kuti, who have also been nominated in this category several times.
Kutis are there.
You understand? He has nominated several times, and I think he's won just once. But he's been consistently being nominated. I think one time he even was criticizing the Grammys because he had never won for a long time. He was talking about how the Grammys don't recognize blah 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 and all that. But so there is. I think that I don't think Wizkid will win, even though he is the biggest name in the category. I'm leaning more towards Angelique Kidjo, just because she has a history of winning the Grammy. For example, when Jill, you know, Kanye's song Jill, I bring Kanye against Grammy.
Please pardon me.
I know. He will do the Kanye thing in less than 1 minute.
When Kanye's song Jill is nominated for a Grammy, right? And Kanye fans were angry that why did he not send Off the Grid, which is a bigger song than Jill. But then Jill has Jay-Z on it. Jay-Z is the most nominated Grammy in the history of the Grammy. So if you have a song with Jay-Z and you have a song with Fairview Foreign, with people who are going to vote at the Grammy don't know, what are you going to? Which song are you going to sing?
You have to put your best foot first.
Yes, and the best foot is he and Jay-Z. You understand?
But you see, the Wiz album has Justin. The whole idea for the Wiz getting nominations because of the
Justin Bieber. That's the deluxe version.
Yes.
Yeah, so the deluxe version has nominated.
So Justin Bieber is also a Grammy winner, and it's also a popular name.
But you see, the thing about this category doesn't have the what's the name? I don't. Maybe Justin Bieber's name is in the song title. Maybe it's Essence featuring Justin Bieber. Yeah. Maybe that's what he did, because they don't add the credit to this particular category.
No, because it's the album. It's not the same.
No, there are some the album of the year. They have the credit at part. All the people who wrote on Kanye's are on it, but this particular category they don't add the
credit. That's what I'm saying.
That's how when I posted about Rocky's nomination on my social media, and I said I wasn't sure the role your man played on the album because his name was not in the credits.
The producers.
The producers.
Otin's
name was not in the credits, so I was wondering if he played any role and whether he can be acknowledged as a Grammy nominee. You understand? So,
but he shared a screenshot with his name.
Yes, but he's not a nominee.
He's not on the Grammy website.
He's not on the Grammy website.
Yeah, it's not on that he's a nominee. So the thing is, I don't know what role Justin Bieber can play in Wiz winning.
No, it's the influence. I just brought Bieber because of the influence you spoke about with Angelique Kidjo, because she has won it, so she has influence because the name rings a bell. Now, if you have Wiz and the album has a certain Justin Bieber, it gives it a lot of weight.
That's right.
A lot of weight. So it makes it easier for people who also want to go.
Wiz too is a former Grammy winner too. He won with Beyonce, and then he won with I think Drake too.
Yeah,
he won with Drake and Beyonce. So no, he didn't win with Drake. But he was nominated with Drake for one dance.
One dance.
Yeah, he was nominated with Drake, and then he won with Beyonce. So Wiz name too. But I don't think Wiz's name to the Grammy committee is as powerful as Angelique Kidjo.
Okay.
So I'm leaning more towards Angelique Kidjo.
Right.
I think that we might downplay Femi. The Kuti brothers, they are crazy.
Yeah, there's that too.
Because it just clicked me. They also have a lot of influence because of Fela and how the same Nigerians, including Wiz himself, is quote unquote copying a lot of Fela activities and So
the whole Afro beats come from Fela's Afro beats.
Yeah, a lot of things. People have come at Wiz for even directly copying a lot of Fela's activities.
He had an album. Wiz had an album which was directly, someone would say, a direct imitation of Fela. And that album actually featured Femi Kuti.
Yeah, the one Jai Jai. There's a song on the album called Jai Jai, which has Femi playing the saxophone. Yeah, I mean, it's tough for Rocky.
It's a very tough category.
It's tough for Rocky. I think Rocky should increase his marketing in US.
Okay.
But before I come in, there's another category. There's a chance of Ghana being, you know, a Grammy coming to
Juice.
Which one?
Ghanaian. Is it Juice?
No, a guy, Stoneball.
No, I was coming to that. Would have discussed that after the break. Okay. But the question I wanted to ask is what Nanayao started. How does Rocky increase his chances, and what can Ghanaians do in this regard?
We have to. Ghanaians living in Ghana, unfortunately, there's nothing we can do because it's like Ghana Music Awards bases its data on the usage of music in Ghana across the 16 regions. The same with the Grammys. You have to have your music in the States on major, let's say, bigger music markets in the States.
Yeah.
And so if you're doing marketing, you have to market your music to meet a lot of Americans, not multinationals, not, you know, like Americans. They must, like how Wizkid is able to go to a Justin Bieber concert where they are Americans and they drop essence and everybody is singing the song. Until you do that, listen, I was telling somebody 2 days ago, I think around Tuesday, Wednesday, that Burna Boy and all these guys, they spend more of their time in London and USA than even in Lagos, Nigeria. Because they need to be there. It's like you live in Ghana, you do your promotions here, you come to GhanaWeb, you go to other, you have to do the marketing here. Billboards, create the attention, spend money so the government can tax you. Then the Grammys, you are more eligible to getting access to it. You get what I'm trying to say? Because it's like, it's for the American market. You know, somebody said, why is Wiz not in the overall album of the year, but they put him in the global album?
Because he's not an American artist.
Exactly, you're not an American artist. You understand?
So, and his album too is not American. Maybe you are not. Sometimes you're not an American artist, but your album is an American album. Like Drake is not an American artist,
but he's able to produce.
He's on an American label.
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to come in about. There's a little Ghanaians can do, but that one, I don't know if Ghanaian will be willing to do it. So you know this girl, Amare.
Yeah.
Her song came on the Billboard recently, and the reason why that song came on the Billboard was because the song was pushed on TikTok.
Yeah,
by young Ghanaian ladies.
No, but it's not.
Which got the attention of American ladies.
Living in Ghana. Unfortunately, the Amharic data shows that the number of people who are using her music, right,
are coming there.
Ghanaians who are living outside
the country.
The country.
Yeah. I wanted to come in. I wanted to say something there.
If you say Jackie, I can agree. If you say Jackie using TikTok to blow, because that one was influenced by local Ghanaian TikTokers, you know. Or if you say, what's his name? This Links artist, Kiddy, the song.
I wanted to say that it doesn't really, it sometimes have to start with somewhere, right? Ghanaians living outside Ghana tend to gravitate towards things that Ghanaians living in Ghana are paying attention to, sometimes. Not always.
So that's the level of the argument.
You have a point. Yeah. I mean, we can also go and make. I've seen Arnold write a post about we making a lot of noise as Ghanaians to help Rocky.
Yeah.
So maybe we can.
When you make noise, can get attention and can get on the platform that the people who vote listen to. Like Billboard is a magazine that they all read. If your name is on Billboard, they'll pay attention to it.
But the thing is that the three markets that drive music influences in Ghana, the large parts are the mass audience, and these guys hardly understand what we do with our TikToks.
It happens.
There's
a way around it, though.
So what we have to do, I think, to make noise, what we have to do is mainstream radio, traditional radio, mainstream, making a conscious effort to play Rocky, to playlist Rocky in their primetime shows, and probably giving the Ghanaian a lot of talkability on the platform. So like, talk shows shouldn't just do a week roundup of Rocky that won the Grammy and then that's it. It has to be an effort so that the mass audience who give the hits, you know, will also get to know what's happening. Then they can also increase their support for Rocky. Because for us, we are in a box. Okay. I mean, how many people are on Twitter in Ghana, TikTok in Ghana, Facebook in Ghana?
Less than 100,000.
Exactly. So which means that we cannot influence and we cannot make so much noise to get to people, like he said, like a Grammy winner who won like maybe 20 years ago. But what we can do is primetime radio, or TV, not just doing a 1 week, or Rocky has been given Grammy nomination, blah, 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 then it's over. But at least taking one song off the album and making a We've done
I
it
feel
before.
like Wara
Okay.
can do well
Right.
with the Ghanaian
We've
audience.
done it before, so like I don't know why.
My own Wara, me ko come make us empower So we had an interview with Way Otin. He's one of the producers who worked on Rocky Dawoni's album. He tells us he has 2 songs in there. So when we return from the break, there are 2 things that we would want to look at quickly. That's we play Otin's interview, and then a post that was made by Stoneboy, having 3 albums that he worked on, earning nominations in the Best Reggae Album category. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV, also showing on Xylophone TV. Don't go away.
My contribution on Rocky's Voice of Bonbon album, I produced 2 songs on that album. I produced and engineered 2 songs on that album. But actually I've worked on about 8 to 10 songs with Rocky, but 2 made it on the Grammy nominated EP. And that is Ghost Town, which has a video on YouTube, and then Wara, which also has the video on YouTube. I thought I was doing what I do best, because everybody knows that when you mention my name, people attribute me to high life and organic music and all that. Yes, and I'm proud of it. So when I was working with Rocky and he opted for that direction, I mean, I was so cool. I was like, yeah, let's do it. I gave it my shot. I gave it my best, because I believe that every project that I do is like my first and it's like my last. So I gave it my best, and I'm glad it's getting the recognition that it has now. I feel like a celebrity already. So I really didn't anticipate that the album was going to be nominated or come up for, the Grammy. He's somebody who already knows what he wants. And mostly when it comes to the studio, he will go like this chord, that chord, and then, we start to roll. So working with him is always good when you are a producer or an engineer and you know what you're about. It makes it very, very, very easy and, smooth. So working with him has impacted me a lot. And it has also taught me not to give up on what I believe in, to follow the trends. Yes, following trends is good. But then when you believe in something and you master yourselves towards that direction, don't follow the masses and sway. Just keep hitting it hard and you will get that recognition that you deserve. So I think staying true to myself and what I believe in is what has gotten me this far in having Rocky pair up with me to achieve such greatness. And I believe this about the time we actually tie him down, to actually ask him what really is that magic behind him getting this for the first time, the second time. Because if anything that happens once could be a chance, but when it happens once and twice, then perfectly the person knows what he or she is doing. Talent alone is not enough. Being able to produce an album or an EP alone is not enough. We need to have the right people, the right team, the right connect. Because if you really don't have the right people, it will be very, very unfortunate for you. Because you listen around and you see so many people have good albums, good tracks, which never makes it beyond even their own homes or beyond their social media handles. You ask yourself why. Sometimes it might be because you do not have the right people that has got the right link or the right plot to put you where you belong.
Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV, also showing on Xylophone TV. The name is Abrantepa. I'm doing this with Nani Aredu and Nenebi. You just watched interaction with Way Otin, one of the producers who worked on
Way Otin.
Yes.
I thought we said Way Otin.
Way Otin, one of the producers who worked on the album. So I'll get your takes on that, but I want us to do that together with Stoneboy's post. So when the list of nominees was released, Stoneboy made a post and said 3 albums had been nominated in the Best Reggae Album category. He says And the Recording Academy, Stonebwoy features on 3 albums out of 5 get nominated. Should either of the albums win, do the maths, #Ghana, #Beam Nation. And so there were some, there was an information that Stonebwoy has been nominated for the Grammys. Some said he has not been nominated, and all that. These two issues, I don't know which of them you'd want to pick if you want to,
Okay, so let me talk about
yes.
my guy, Stonebwoy. I love Stonebwoy.
Yeah.
I've worked with Stonebwoy for a very long time. I'm not more working with Stonebwoy. I was working with him when he was examining music, but I still have a good relationship with his people. My brother, Kwame is still his manager. But then, Stonebwoy is one of the most hardworking artists in Ghana. He's somebody who doesn't rest on his laurels. He keeps working, trying to get himself out there. And most of this thing he's doing it by himself. You understand? He's not backed by any major label. You understand? So Stonebwoy is a big achievement that he has been nominated. I say he has been nominated because when you look at the Grammy credits for nominations, for the big awards, they usually have the name of everybody who worked on that album. The writers, the engineers, the featured artists, everything. And Stonebwoy both wrote and featured on all these albums that he's been nominated for. So yeah, Stonebwoy deserves to collect his fans.
Collect his fans, but not as a nominee. This category does not mention features.
I agree with that.
It's a very simple thing. Shatta and Wiz were on Beyonce's African project, the Lion King.
Yes.
The album was nominated, right?
Yeah.
But Wiz won a Grammy because it was Beyonce featuring Wiz for Video of the Year.
Yes.
So it makes Wiz.
I think the album didn't win.
The album didn't win.
Didn't win, yeah.
But I'm trying to explain the issue with
I get what you're
Stonebwoy.
Yeah.
If Stone had a video with Itana or
Sean Paul,
or any of the guys, right? And the video was nominated for Video of the Year at the Grammys, he will be listed as a nominee because it's Sean Paul featuring Stonebwoy on the song. That's how come Wiz won a Grammy and Shatta was not even recognized for being on the, but he will get a certificate. Back in the day, Grammy was not doing certificates for contributors or featuring artists on a nominated album, but now they are doing it.
They didn't even have the name of the credits in the credits.
Yes, but now they are doing it. So maybe in the future. But this is where I want to lash the media. Stone made a post, not saying he has.
He didn't even use he was the nominee.
Stone said,
"Do your mathematics."
Do your mathematics.
In fact, he says, "Do the maths."
All of you guys who are running news media failed Ghanaians, and it's so sad that all of you picked up Stonebwoy has been 3 nominations. No. Because you guys are the mouthpiece for all of us. And if I read on your platform that Stone has 3 nominations and now somebody is saying Stone doesn't have 3 nominations, I take your validation as bigger than whoever is saying it. So it becomes, the BBA will be like, it doesn't become. So I was so disappointed that the artist himself said, I was featured on 3 albums that have been nominated. So your headline could have been Stonebwoy gets featured on 3 nominated Grammy albums. Because that is the truth. You get what I'm trying to say? Now, if any of these albums win, he, in his bio, that is off Grammys, in Stonebwoy's press kits, can say that I have been part, exactly like what he has now on his Morgan Heritage thing. When you read his new press kit, it says he has worked on Grammy Award winning album. He never says he's been nominated. So this is the issue that I have. You guys make the fan bases go at him for nothing.
Okay, so let me because right now I don't think that has anything to do with the media. The fan bases will have gone for Stonebwoy.
Yes, but the fan bases, we fail the fan bases because the fan bases will pick what we say as the validation.
Exactly.
For them, when Stone even writes, I work with Sean Paul and they will make noise. Hey, Stone get nomination because they want to feel satisfied their whatever ego as a fan or whatever. But for us to push the agenda, because you see, I know him very well. I know his prowess. I know how hard he works. I know that he's trying to make sure that he gets his name out there. He was in France and he made a post that he's taking his team to France by himself. And nobody was helping him. People were bashing him. It is the truth. He's doing it by himself. Every indie artist is like an entrepreneur in any business.
Yeah.
If you are an entrepreneur or self-employed and you have 3 people that you are paying every month and you are not making enough revenue in your business, but you have to pay your salaries, you know how it feels.
Yeah.
So when the artist comes to say that, listen, I'm doing all these tours, I'm making myself available to all these platforms by myself, and people are bashing him. I don't understand people. Like, I don't get it. He is trying to make sure that if he's pitching a business idea to any investor out there, it becomes easier when an investor sees that, oh wow, you've got some 3 Grammy-nominated album, which makes you like something that we can put.
Artist,
exactly, we can put funds into.
Okay.
Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Now, what we did, this is how bad it goes to affect Stone in the bigger picture. Let me tell you guys. Now, one, it goes to discredit him when he travels, because you see, when he travels to do a foreign press run, they Google him. Aside his press kit that he will send to them, they Google him, and when they do that and they find out that there's a lot of misconception about his Grammy, it's affecting. When he sits on the show, the whole interview goes towards that side for him to clarify it, and by the time he's done clarifying, his time is done.
Okay,
let's give our final words. When you Google Stonebwoy, the 4th,
please do that in a minute.
The 4th, what's the name? Story you see says that Grammy Academy snobs Stonebwoy.
That's what I'm saying.
Those are things
So when he sits on the show, I traveled with him before to Lagos, right? And we're doing a press, and he was telling me that anyway, then you see, if I talk, people don't understand. We sat on the show. The host spent 8 minutes for him to clarify an incident that happened in Ghana, because that's what the host Googled and he found out. And by the time he's going to talk about his project and push the name out there, time catched, and he has to go off. So it's a shame that we as a mouthpiece for the Ghanaians are actually propelling this, because it goes to affect it. Because he never said he was nominated. Okay. He has never said anywhere that he's been nominated.
Let's wrap up. Is that your final words?
My final words.
Because you interjected when Nene was giving his final words.
My final words is we have a new gaming platform on One Play Africa. It's called One Play Picks. You can play a lot of games and win amazing prizes. You don't have to put in money. All you have to do is go to oneplayafrica.com/picks. So many games. You can bet, you can predict from EPL, La Liga to the Italian League. You can play Star Power, puzzles, and listen, win some prizes. So shout out to us, the people helping us to make this happen. OnePlayAfrica.com is now a web social platform for you. So you are the one putting in all the content. And we have some new series coming in December for our video on demand platform. We have a new show called 360 with Tileki Enipa. Amazing lineup. Pure Akan is in there, Kojo Q is in there, AK Santos is in there, Abiana is in there. You will love it. This Sunday 8 p.m. please, One Play Africa's One Play Plus is airing the one show exclusive with Tilly hosting Mona for real. Thank you. My final words.
Lawyer.
Sending invoice.
Sending invoice. So yeah.
I also want to give shout outs to the Nene this thing. Shout out for coming on the show.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay, let's talk about. I just wanted to end by, I forgot to acknowledge earlier that this guy Rocky Dawuni is one of the biggest Ghanaian exports, right? And he's doing very well on the international platform. But he's always looked back to Ghana, and you know, on his last Grammy nominated album, he had Samini on it. His album before this one had Stonebwoy on it, and this album he worked with some Ghanaian producers. Even Akable, I think, played on it. So that's to show us that he's very passionate about the work he's doing for Ghana, and I want to commend him especially for that. That's about it. And yeah, my book is also on the way.
Book now, I already feel the title. See, I've forgotten the title of my book.
The title is long. What's the title,
wow.
Everything that happened and the people who made it.
Prove me wrong.
The title is Everything That Happened and the People Who Made It.
Prove me wrong. I see what
Everything That Happened and the People Who Made It. That's the title.
Okay, so that's Nene B. Nene B is a columnist and a lawyer in the making. He is an author. Oton Sase Ewadan.
Minton Sase Ewadan. But something we don't say.
Also on tons say. Anybody that you now you already used with OnePlayAfrica.com and artist manager, event organizer, content curator. Bakunomen fan kan media same bottom. A reminder that the show was brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has what you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have great news for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday with only 49 cedis. You get one small pizza, fries, and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-4133-397 to place your order. 026-4133-397. Cheesy Pizza, your pizza, your way. Before we go, let me remind you that on the 27th of November 2021, Saturday, we say we're doing the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign walk. We will begin at Legon, Presec Legon at 6 a.m. and then we'll head to Delish Restaurant. We want to help fight against road accidents, and so we want to educate people on how to reduce road accidents so that we don't get ourselves into trouble. So kindly join us on 27th of November at 6 a.m. Presec Legon. 6 prompt, then we are moving. Before that, Krano, if there is anything that you see on our roads that poses as a danger or threat to lives and properties, kindly film them or alert us. We are interactive on all social media platforms. The handle is at the GhanaWeb, Alternatively, send us an email, newswires@ghanaweb.com, newswires@ghanaweb.com. The voting for GhanaWeb Excellence Awards is still ongoing. Log on to our website, www.ghanaweb.com. You see a nicely designed banner beneath our stories. Click on it. It will take you to a website where you can vote for your favorite nominees. Thank you for watching this episode of Bloggers Forum. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantepa.
What can I say? Congratulations. The media these days is not easy. I think that you guys are doing your very best. And when I look at the team of people who are doing this work, I can only congratulate you and hope that this team will maintain and move on to achieve much greater things. But congratulations. You're doing a good job.
We've got a question for you this week. What if God does not change a condition? Well, that's a question that was asked of our guest for this week's edition of The Untold when she went to her pastor to speak about her child who has Down syndrome. And we're here to speak with Agnes Teiko Nyamite. Her story is right here behind these gates, and we are glad that you can join us this week. My name is Echi Atizu. Come along. Hello, Auntie Aggie.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I hope you're well.
Yes, I'm well.
Wonderful. It's good to be in your home this morning.
Well, welcome.
Ah, Toda! How are you? Wonderful. Today I'm in your house. Today I'm in your house. Are you off to school? You go to school this morning?
I'll go.
What? Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Auntie Agi. Thank you. The third of 6 children born to her parents, Agnes Teiko Nyemite, starts her story by sharing her fears about not getting an education.
I was born in Tema, but I grew up with my auntie at Koforidua, where I had all my education to the secondary school. I started school at 8 years. It's interesting. Thinking back, I thought I couldn't have education, but thanks be to God, at 8 I started school, but I went through to the secondary school through a common transfer examination. I came back to live with my parents in Tema, where I went to the Social Advanced Institute to pursue a course in secretariatship because my late mom wanted me to be a secretary. Thanks to Auntie Phyllis, late Auntie Phyllis. My mom will watch her, see her dress up for work, and she appealed to my mother so much, so my mother wanted me to be like her. So she asked Auntie Phyllis what she does at PZ Cousins, and then she said she's a secretary. So my mother told me, I want you to be a secretary like Auntie Phyllis. So throughout my secondary school, I wanted to be a secretary because my mother wanted me to. So after secondary school, she made sure I pursued her dreams for me to be a secretary. So I went to the Social Advanced Institute and I passed out as a secretary. I've been working as a secretary till date, thanks to my mother, who had a vision for me I didn't have myself.
Getting married at the age of 29, she remembers how she was under pressure to give birth while still single because many thought she was getting old.
I got married rather late. I was 29. I remember when I gave birth to my son, my mother was so happy, and then she expressed that people were not going to worry her again. Mini be obi on my for, no be obi for, as we say in our local language. And my mother was so happy that finally at 29 years, I had a son. My mother said that she always told them that my daughter is not married. Why are you expecting them to have a child? Because in the neighborhood where we live, they give birth like that. So they thought I should do same. But thanks to God, I gave birth to Kobe, my son, when I was 29.
While still married, she unfortunately had to play a single mother role after her husband went away forever without notice. Her mother's last words would also come to make sense to her after a few years.
My husband then traveled out to the US when Kobe was 2.5 years and did not return. To date, he has not returned from the US. So I had to single-handedly take care of my son. To date, he's 28 years now. So I waited for him. He wasn't coming. I remember the last words of my mother to me. It was a Wednesday, and then she said to me, Teko, you have to get divorced from your husband because he will do you no good. I did not understand my mother then. And my mother had gone to tell my Auntie Rose, that she should make sure that she gets a divorce from my husband for me because she thinks that this man was wasting my time. And lo and behold, my mother got sick that Wednesday evening, and then she died on a Friday. A little bit emotional, I'm sorry. And that was the last words of my mother. She wanted me to get a divorce from my husband because he was not going to do me any good. So I did.
Toda. Well, that's the name of a second child, and that name means praise. Here is how Toda's father and the circumstances under which she was born all come in.
I met Toda's father. We talked about marriage and then we got married. He also came from the US. So we got married. And so this man would not let me have peace and wanted me to give him a child. So I prayed. I resorted to prayer. I prayed. And then I had been to the Winners Church, their Bible school. So it was every December they go to Nigeria. Shiloh, they call it Shiloh in Nigeria, the Winners Church, and David Oyadipo's church, Bishop. So after the Bible school with them, I traveled with them to Nigeria. And the purpose of that trip was to pray to God to give me a child. Because my husband was not giving me any peace. He wanted me to give him a child. So I traveled with the Winners Church to Nigeria to pray to God for a child. I remember one time when I was in Nigeria, he spoke to me on phone. And then he started it again. When are you going to give me a child? Blah, 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 blah. There was a woman standing by me and there was tears in my eyes. And the woman said, "It's your husband, eh? What does he want?" And the woman is from Trinidad. She has also traveled from Trinidad to Nigeria for the program. I wondered how she got to know, how she knew that it was my husband who was talking to me. I said, "Don't mind him. You just focus on why you came here and pray. Don't mind him." So I took her advice and then I focused on my prayer. I prayed. They asked us to write a prayer request in a bowl, and Bishop David himself and all the bishops there pray on it for us. Every request we put in that bowl, and then I came back. A few months after I came back, he also came from the US. And then I got pregnant. I was so happy. I'm pregnant. God has answered my prayer. And when I got pregnant, he had to go back, so he went back.
A doctor delivered the news to Toda's mother that she would immediately reject because all she saw in her daughter was a beautiful girl.
It was a difficult pregnancy because my son was 18 years then. It is a long while, and so it was difficult. The doctors has also told me that there were fibroids in my womb which are fighting with space with my baby. So anytime my baby wants to turn, it's so difficult because the space for her to turn is not enough. So that wasn't turning when it was full term. So the doctors had asked me to come for a cesarean because her head was still up. So the time was due for me to go, and then I went through a cesarean session and I had her. The gynecologist who performed the operation on me came in the morning. It was at dawn when the operation was done. So in the morning when he came, he took a close look at her, and then he told me that my daughter looks like a child with Down syndrome. I asked him how, because I did not see anything. I saw a beautiful girl. What? Your hand. I saw a beautiful girl, but he told me that there's so much flesh at the back of her neck, and that is his suspicion that she has Down syndrome. So she was going to ask the pediatrician to come take a closer look at her and examine her to confirm his suspicion. So the following day, the pediatrician came, took a test on her, thorough test on her, and she confirmed that my daughter really has Down syndrome. So then, what is Down syndrome? I asked every nurse who came around that, I asked, what is Down syndrome? And then they tried to explain to me that it is the triplication of the 21st chromosome. What is triplication of 21st chromosome? So in the layman's language, it was explained to me that genes inherited from your mother and from your father, it should sum up to 46. 23 from your mother, 23 from your father. But in the case of the Down syndrome, the 21st chromosome, instead of it doubling, triples. So when it triples, it gives it brings up the Down syndrome, which also brings the physical, the cognitive features that you have with children with Down syndrome, with all that my daughter has.
Still in denial, Agnes resorted to prayer, trusting God to remedy what at that point in her life was not the kind of miracle she had expected from the very God she was praying to again.
So then, for me, I cannot have a child with Down syndrome. Not after I have gone to Shiloh, and for the 1 week you have to fast. I fasted. I prayed. And at 47, with no fertility treatment, I give birth to a beautiful girl. And you tell me that my daughter has Down syndrome? No. I will have to pray to that God who gave me the child to change her condition. So for me, it was prayer. I refused it. No, my daughter cannot have Down syndrome. So till I had this child was discharged from the hospital, I came home. Anybody, you see, children with Down syndrome, when you take a very close look at them, they don't look like typical children. So anybody who comes and says something, I remember a friend of mine came to visit, and then she said that, Tagi, your daughter is not turning her eye when I turn. There should be something wrong with your daughter. I didn't say anything. I was very mad in my mind. I just gave her some insult in my mind. I didn't say anything. You cannot come and tell me that this, that. I did not listen to anybody. All I was doing is prayer.
Her faith was tested with a question: what if God does not change her?
A reverend minister in my church, Reverend Dorabote, came, Reverend Dr. Dorabote came visiting, and then she also noticed that my daughter looked like somebody with, she doesn't look like a typical child. So I told her that yes, the doctors had told me that she has Down syndrome, but for me, I'm praying to God to change her condition. Then she asked me, what will I do if God does not change her condition? Because this God can change her, and he can also decide not to. So what will I do if God says that, no, this is the child I'm giving you? It dawned on me that, yes, her condition can be changed and it cannot be changed too, so what do I do? It is then that I resorted to reading about Down syndrome and then finding out what to do to help myself and then also help my baby.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier.
By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money? Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
A little too late for her, Agnes came to the realization that this was truly her gift from God, and she owed that child all the love and attention necessary.
Actually, I had lived in denial for close to 2 years. And I wasn't doing what I'm supposed to do for her to grow up well. Because children with Down syndrome come out with a lot of health issues. About 80% of them come with cardio problems. They come with ear condition and then eyes. So you have to critically take them to the hospital for them to be examined to see what is the medical challenge they came out with, so that you address it early, because addressing it early is key to their growth. But I had lived in denial and had refused to do all these things for close to 2 years. It was only when I came to acceptance that this is the child that I have that I decided to go through all these tests and see what is wrong with her and what I can do to help her. Having told her has not been easy. Having a child with Down syndrome is not an easy thing. You have a typical child who, by 6 weeks, when you have to show yourself to the doctor, has grown well, is able to hold the neck, is able to stand on you and jump, but not a child with Down syndrome. The neck will still be at the back of her head after 6 weeks when you go to see the doctor. She will hold her neck after about 3 months. And then you see her body is floppy. They have a floppy body. They are so soft. And they are prone to a lot of infections. I remember after about 2 weeks when I had to go and see the doctor, my auntie who came to take care of me has noticed that Tida has a temperature. She did not tell me, because then I also had this terrible headache, which I understood is from the the side effects of the anesthesia. It was so severe that I couldn't even take her to feed her, because I cannot bend my head. The headache was so severe. So she was on formula. So my auntie, when we went to the hospital, has told me that we should take Toda to see the doctor first. I asked her why. I have come to dress my wound and see the doctor. Then she told me that she has a temperature. And then when she took her to the nurse took her temperature and said, no, we have to take her immediately to see the doctor. So she begged all the patients in the queue so that they will allow her to see the doctor. It was like a flu then, but it got worse that the doctors had to examine her and give her medication then at the consulting room before they took her to take care of her. What I want to say is that children with Down syndrome are prone to a lot of infections, and when they are sick and you don't give them immediate medical care, it can result to something else. A lot of attention has to go into them, but the first thing is to acceptance. If you accept that this is the child you have, then you can educate yourself on what to do for yourself and then for your daughter.
What was supposed to be a good news for Toda's father, after asking so much for it, was not to be so. His conclusion was this: if this is the child you want to give me, then take her.
My husband was in the US, so I had to inform him that I had given birth. I told him I've given birth to a baby girl who was happy. Then I brought the news that the doctor said that my daughter has Down syndrome. I thought with the enlightenment we had in the US, we will know what is Down syndrome. But he blamed me for Toda's condition. He said that they don't have such a person in their family. So it is me, where I come from, we have it. I don't want to, in my family, we don't have it, also have a child with Down syndrome. I'm the first to give birth to a child with Down syndrome in my family. But he blamed me for her condition. And he told me that if this is the child that I'm giving birth to, I should take her. He doesn't want to have anything to do with her. I should take her. So Toda has been my responsibility. Once a while when he feels he has to send money for her upkeep, he will. But not like taking care of her child. So Toda has been my responsibility.
Naturally burdened and depressed from this great test in life, Agnes became an advocate for persons living with Down syndrome.
So having her and the challenges that I went through, I realized that a lot of other mothers will be going through this same challenge. So I told myself that I will want to advocate for persons with Down syndrome. But I got to this point, not like just I want to advocate. I have gone through depression. I was depressed and I had to go through counseling. I went to counseling sessions for 3 months because I was faced with divorce again. My husband doesn't want to have anything to do with me. So I had faced with divorce again because my elder son also, I had to divorce from his father, getting married to Toda's father, and I realized that I was faced with divorce again. It was a very difficult decision for me to take. But I realized that there was nothing else I can do but to go through it. So I had gone through depression, had to go through counseling. Then after I've come up through it, I decided to talk and then to advocate for persons with Down syndrome and then to tell my story for others to know that it might be difficult in the beginning, but it is not for the entire life of a child with Down syndrome.
Having faced a second divorce by this time, Agnes began to look on the bright side of things. In fact, she speaks of how this became her blessing.
I look at Toda today and I give thanks to God because she doesn't easily fall sick like she used to do by the grace of God. We have come a long journey. She had to be in diapers for 5 years. She started speaking when she was 5 years. I also learned that with physiotherapy and all the therapies that are available, speech and language therapy, occupational therapies, they develop a little bit faster than Toda did. But I did not go through those therapies. I did not take her through those therapies. So she started talking at 5 years. When she can say poo-poo and wee-wee, that is when she was put off diapers. I remember I had to comb through Accra. I started combing through Tema in Accra to get her size of diapers. She was growing out of the sizes for diapers for children. So I didn't know what to do. She was growing and I wasn't able to get diapers her size. But thanks to God, she started speaking. She started saying wee-wee and poo-poo. So I had to put her through off diapers. Thanks to her school where she is now, Womo Christian Academy, they also helped me a lot. When I took her to school, first day in school, she was 5 years when she started school there. When she was 5 and then she was in diapers, I told them already that she has Down syndrome. She said they were ready to admit her. And then when I took her to school and she was in diapers, they asked why. I told them, and then she said I should remove it. And then they were going to help me put her off diapers. So they did a great job for me. And I was only putting on her diapers for her when she was about to go to bed. And then she came off diapers. So it's not an easy journey with a child with Down syndrome, but it is achievable, it is attainable with a lot of love and acceptance. A lot of love and patience and accepting that this is the child I have. There are a lot of things you can do for them. Even though they have intellectual disability, there are a lot more that they can do. I believe that since you came here, you've seen some of the things Toda can do And then you see the kind of intelligence that she has. I believe that if she cannot grow up to be a lawyer, she can grow up to be a very good dancer, or she can grow up to be a very good model for a very reputable clothing line. So it is not easy, but it is achievable.
How and why does she look so young at 57 years? Agnes knows she's not superhuman, and it is the same way she understands that worry will do her no good.
The other time somebody said that I look 40, somebody said 45, and the oldest I had is somebody said I look 48 years. Actually, growing up, I prayed God that He should let me look younger than my age. That was my desire. But growing up, I learned something, that worry makes you grow older than your age. If you don't worry too much, it keeps you young. So what I did was I lived by the day. Anything that worries me, I cry. If I have to cry, I weep. But I also decide to let life go on. So for me, my slogan is life goes on. I told myself that I wasn't going to allow anybody to put a foot stop at my life. I have gone through a lot of challenges. I've gone through divorce twice. I had to take care of my 2 children single-handedly. My son finished the university. He recently had a job. He had been out of job. I have to take care of him through school single-handedly. I had to forfeit all the luxury. I tell myself that I will look less expensive, dress less expensive, so that I can have money to pay my son's school fees. I do not want my son to be sacked out of school because of school fees. He would then be crying and be thinking of where his father is, why he has to come be sacked out of school, and he will feel humiliated. So all I do is that I save money for my son's education, for Toda's education. People say I look glamorous. They think I am expensive, but I'm not expensive. Everything I wear is not expensive. I don't like expensive things. I tell myself that you don't have to be expensive to look nice. You can be moderate and also look nice. So I don't buy expensive things. I remember when Brazilian hair came, somebody told me, "Me who say per week Brazilian hair." I said, "Brazilian hair, they mean pe. Obi train they mean pe. Hey, dabi obi be ye mean pe. Not that mean pe. I didn't have money to buy it. And that is why I live my life. Live by the day."
It's been a tough journey so far, but how is she able to stay afloat all the hurdles?
Toda is a girl, but for my son, sometimes I think that he lacked the father figure in his life, the masculine type, or the advice or opinions of a father in his life. That is what I think he might lack. When he was in school, I made a teacher, and I made him get close to a teacher. Sorry. And I had told the teacher to play like a father figure for him when he was in primary school to JSS. So even when he got to the university. But now we talk, and then sometimes when he asks for my opinion on certain issues and I give it, he doesn't say anything, but I feel that maybe he should have the opinion of thinking, the side of the thinking of a man in his life. That is what sometimes, he hasn't said it, but that is what I think. But for me, it is okay. It is okay. Once I can adequately care for them, it's okay.
Sitting and listening to her mom speak all this while, Toda insisted on sharing in the moment too. Here she is.
Mommy is fine, yes, and mommy fast. Let me to if there's something, and they gave me that. Get no, I get my money to do them. Oh, thanks. And I get asked me that. You ask me that, come up and ask me that. Yeah, I get asked me and cause it to me. And I get is my best friend. And I kiss my cheek.
Kiss my cheek.
Do you love mommy's cooking?
Yes.
What things does mommy cook for you?
Jollof.
It's your favorite food for mommy. Say mommy is your best friend.
Yes.
Why do you love mommy's jollof?
Sweet. And jollof chicken and fat and side and beans.
So you love mommy very much?
Yes.
Nice.
After this time, again.
You saw Toda was telling them how much she loves me, how much she loves my cooking, and my cooking jollof for her, and then what I did for her on her birthday in March. And then she loves me so much.
We took a drive to Toda's school in Tema to catch some quick words from her teacher.
When it comes to the social aspect of her life, she's very friendly, affable. She's the one who easily makes friends with people. And one thing about Toda is that when she takes you as a friend, you'll not be disappointed. Though she's not as, there's a challenge, but she's one of the smart and good students in the class. Sometimes there were questions that she responds to, you'll be surprised. And so far, when it comes to academic too, she's doing well. Both indoor and outdoor, she has been very active. There's full participation, whatever that we do in class. And she's the kind of student that despite her disability, she does not let the disability to weigh her down. She's always at the top. She has a good relationship with students, both students and teachers. She knows almost every student in the school, their name. She knows every. Sometimes she engages with a play with the other children around. She's been giving them nickname and other things. Oh, it's great having a Toda in my class as my student, because working with Toda for this number of days has given me a sort of in-depth knowledge in children with a disability, because I am forced to do extra work, to go the extra mile just to satisfy Toda's needs.
Regrets? Has she any?
I do not have regrets, because I believe that everything happens in a person's life for a reason. I love my son, and even though I had struggled to take care of him, I do not want to poison my son's mind against his father, that your father wasn't responsible. Anytime his father remembers that he has a son and sends something, I'll tell him, this is how much your father has sent. But for me, I met a man once upon a time. We got married. And then he dashed me a son. A son who was my companion for 18 years. Thanks to him, he decided to travel out and abandon his son. But I have a son. So I thank him for giving me a son. I do not have regrets.
Well, what more is there to hear after listening to this inspiring story from our guest, Agnes Teku Nyamite, here on The Untold on GhanaWeb TV. We hope that you've been inspired, as is always our aim here on this program. Remember, there is news for you at www.ghanaweb.com, and we want you to connect. Be kind to one another. My name is Eche Atisu.
It gives me great privilege to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22nd anniversary. You have been a trailblazer in providing accurate and timely news, and we salute you on all your achievements and accomplishments. We wish you another 22 years of top-notch professional journalism. So congratulations once again, and keep up the good job.
No doubt that this year has been one of her best years yet. Our guest for today has one of the hottest bangers on our airwaves, both locally and internationally. I personally call her the Black Avenue Music poster girl. Let me not spill too much about her. Let's unravel our guest after this quick break. My name is Elsie Lamar, and you are watching Talk Entertainment on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back from that quick breather. You just joined in, you're watching Talk Entertainment on GhanaWeb TV, and as usual, this show is proudly brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small size of pizza, fries, chicken, Coca-Cola at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from all Cheesy Pizza branches. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And our guest is here. You know her, you've seen her, you've heard her songs are everywhere, and we have Sefa.
Hi, you know Grandma Papa, Cheesy Pizza. Hey, wow. You're doing amazing. Thank you very much. Thank you.
But I'm just a local LA girl. I guess you're an LA girl too.
Number 9 for life.
Charlie. You speak it.
Yeah, just a little. But I can speak it. What do you want to say? Do you want us to insult the producers?
Oh.
No problem.
Speaking it true.
Akwafa.
Okay.
Wacha.
Metro who?
Oh wow! I went to school in
Ho West.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. That's nice.
So you're welcome.
I'm fine, thank you. Oh, Thank you again.
You look good.
Thank you.
I
You
like
look amazing
the
too.
color.
Thank you.
Charlie, what's up? What have you been up to?
For now, I've just been moving around promoting my song as usual. Interviews here and there, shows here and there, and also I released a new song featuring Sarkodie, so I'm promoting that one too at the moment. So that's what I think I've been up to.
Okay. Ichok. Let's talk about Ichok. Ichok, were you expecting this huge success?
I mean, for every creative, when you put out something, you expect it to go far. So I was expecting it to go far, but I didn't know it would come at this short pace. Because I was like, okay, when we release this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, and maybe like in a year or like some few months to come. But Ichok picked up within the first month and it was doing amazing. Still doing amazing. I'm getting videos from other countries that is not Ghana. So Ichok, I think, is God. God is moving it from level to level.
Aside from God, what do you think was the magic?
I think people, I honestly think, personally, I think people love my alter ego. That is the Sefa, Sugar Sefa, like the danceable song Sefa. They like the moving of the body Sefa. So I think that's what people are attracted to more when it comes to my brand and the type of music I do. So I think that was the little spark on top of it for me. And I think people were also excited to see me dance because they were like, oh, okay, now she's dancing. Oh, that's amazing. So yeah.
I think you are right when you said that, because when you release Sugar, I think it had the same, vibe and energy attached to it. People liked it a lot, but it didn't go as far as Ichok.
Yes.
What do you think you didn't do with the Sugar song?
I think with Ichok, because of the period in which the song came about, people could relate to it more. Sugar did amazing, especially when I go to the rural areas, the villages and stuff like that. They sing it. In other countries too, they sing it. But I think because Sugar didn't have any dance challenge with it, Ichok was around the period where everybody was on TikTok, everybody was dancing, and TikTok really moves your songs if you use it well. Do you understand? So I think that's how come people think Ichok moved faster than Sugar.
And then Ichok, I think there was this term. The Ichok is a term actually that people use, so I think it's relatable to it. Okay, moving from Ichok, people know you as Sefa. They know you as entertainer. They know you as that sweet girl who's always like storming our stages here and there, but they don't know much about you in terms of you growing up and all that. Can you tell us something brief about yourself?
So my mom is a Northerner and my dad is an Ewe. I come from a very sweet family. My family, we are very quiet. We just mind our businesses. So I'm sure you will not even hear about us that much. And I went to Ola Girls.
Oh,
yes,
I went to Malco Girls.
Oh wow! Hi sister. I went to Ola Girls, and then from there I went to Methodist University, and then to Accra Technical University, and it's been music from there onwards. Then my personal life is a little bit boring, so I mean I don't like to talk about it that much.
Oh, I see. So growing up from a typical Ewe home, I know my people.
Yes.
And trust me, they're all about their books and
Go to school.
church. Books, church. Was your childhood like that?
Luckily for me, my dad is a human rights activist. Like, so he believes in, follow your dreams, do what makes you happy and stuff like that. But, from the beginning, he was more of like, oh, you're good in school. Why don't you go to school, become like a businesswoman or something? Because, I mean, you're already getting the certificate and everything. Why waste it and stuff like that? My mom was there since day one, supportive. When I even have to go and perform on the streets, she'll be the one to help me sneak out and stuff like that. So my dad came around at a point where he felt like, is this what you really want to do? And I was like, yeah, this is what I really want to do. And I was like, okay, let's just go for it. So even my contract with Black Avenue Music, he signed it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, my dad signed it. So they've been supportive since the beginning.
Almost every singer talks about the fact that they've had to, at a point in time, sing in church.
Yeah.
Was your story any different, or you had
no,
the same story?
It wasn't. I just think that for me, it all began like when we were very young. My mom used to tell me, oh, you can sing, go and sing, go and sing, go and sing. So anytime the first time I did it, like people came to give me money. The elders, when they see any young person, like they spray money on you and stuff like that. And I like that. I love that a lot. So I kept on doing it. But I think my mom saw the potential from way when I was young. She even made me realize that I had a voice to sing. I didn't even know that I had a voice to sing. So I think that's how it started for me. It started from church, right? From 7 years.
Okay. So let's talk about schooling. Did you at any point in time expect that a time will come that you would pursue music?
Not really. Not really. Even way back in SHS, I never used to sing. I was so scared of people hearing me sing because I wasn't very sure of myself. Because you know, I like being left with myself. I love my private life, and I knew that being in the music industry is going to take all that away from me. But then, I mean, what God plans is what's going to happen. What God says is going to happen is what's going to happen. I never dreamed of being in the music scene, but now here we are. So
nice. Moving away from all of that, let's talk about live here at BAM, Black Avenue Music. How has it been for you so far?
It's been amazing. The learning process for me especially has been great because I've learned a lot from Black Avenue Music. When I joined Black Avenue Music, I mean, all I knew was that I wanted to sing. I wanted to stand and sing, but now I'm getting to know more about the entertainment industry. I'm getting to learn more about the business, entertainment or music as a business and not just as a hobby. So Black Avenue Music has really taught me a lot.
So are you the only one on the record label?
Now it's just me and then my boss, D Black. We are the only artists on the record label now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But before you joined, there were other artists.
Yeah, I was there and then Sam came to join me. So I've always been there. Yeah.
Would you agree that you are the Black Avenue Music poster girl?
Oh, really? Oh, really? Thank you. Thank you for telling me.
But would you agree to that, though?
Yeah. Well, if you say so.
Oh, yeah, your boss's favorite.
I don't think I'm my boss's favorite. I just think I put in a lot of work. So, and my boss is somebody, he's very business minded. And when he sees somebody who is very hardworking and who has the talent, he tends to push you with everything that he has. So it's more of like he has seen a great investment and he's just trying to push the investment. But it has nothing to do with favoritism or anything like that. Yeah.
Okay. More like your daddy's girl.
I mean, I'm everybody's girl. I'm everybody's girl. Even your cameraman, I'm his girl. Everybody sees me and calls me baby girl, and I like that. I prefer that to any other title. So yeah.
Were you expecting the car gift, or it came as a surprise?
I wasn't. It was a surprise. It was a surprise, actually. It was.
So how did you feel?
I was like, oh wow, that's nice. You know, I don't know how to behave when I'm surprised. So it's like, because I'm not really an emotional person and I don't like to show a lot of emotion. So when I saw, I was like, okay, right now, should I cry? Should I be happy? Should I roll or something? But it was a surprise and I loved every bit of it because I had my family there. I had my people that I work with that are now family to me, and it was a great moment for me.
Describe your boss in one word.
Business minded.
Okay.
Business minded. That's actually 2 words, right? So business. Business, yeah.
But what would ever make you part ways with BAM?
When it comes to parting ways with Black Avenue Music, it might be if I'm done with my contract, or if the label and I come to an agreement that okay, a better offer has come and then you have to move on to the another side. Because with me, I feel like Black Avenue Music is more like a family to me now. It's not about just the business. It's more, I have people that are way invested in me than even people that are closer to me. Do you understand? So it's more of like a business for me, a family for me now. So just parting ways, I won't just stand up and say, okay, I'm leaving. It has to be, okay, she's done with her contract or she's moving to a better deal. Yeah.
Okay. Moving away from that, you have been in this industry for a while. How long have you?
5 years.
5 years. Okay, you must have been through a lot. You've experienced a lot. You've grown through all these years. I'd like to find out, have you had any down moments at any point in time? If yes, how did you get out of it? What happened? So other people watching you could pick a cue from your story.
All the time. When you are very passionate about something, like, you tend to worry about it a lot, because you know a lot of people who watch from the outside will not understand what you are going through because you are the one passionate about it. Do you get it? And I have a problem with people thinking that okay, once you're in front of the media, or once people get to know you, you don't have the right to feel some sort of emotions. Because you know, I can wake up one time and I'm not in the mood for anything. I feel like very down, and I'm allowed to feel that because I'm human. But then I have to come out and smile with people. I have to come out and act like everything is okay. Oh, I'm happy, everything is fine. I think that is one of the most challenging things that people don't talk about, especially those in the limelight, because we all have feelings like you guys. We go through things. We wake up one day and it's like, nah, I don't feel motivated to even do this. Do you understand? And then on top of it all, you come online and you see people insulting you for something so small, something so little. It's like, why am I even here? But you know, when the same passion that drives you nuts is the same passion that will keep you going, because you keep working for it, and you know one day people are going to believe in what you also believe in. So yeah, just keep on believing. That is the only thing. And keep on praying to God to console you, because nobody is going to believe when you tell them you are going through stuff. So you just have to just be happy about it.
Speaking of that, what's like the worst thing you've ever heard about yourself that you had to double think whether it was me they were referring to or it's someone else actually?
Oh, there was this time I went on Twitter and I saw that somebody was like, oh, D Black is wasting his money on Sefa because he's investing so much and we are not even seeing anything. When I saw that, I was very hurt. I was so hurt, and I didn't reply the person too, but I feel like people don't know, as I said earlier, people don't know what you go through behind the scenes. They don't know the late nights. They don't know how hard it is when you sit down in the studio and you're cracking your brain, or how to even get prepared to go out and say hello to those same people that are bashing you. Do you get it? People don't know what happens behind the scenes. So the fact that somebody hasn't blown up to your expectation doesn't mean that the person is not trying enough. Probably it's just not my time. You know, before Ichok, people knew me, oh, Sugar Sefa, or Dayo Sefa, and things like that. But now, when it's your time, right, people will naturally warm up to you. It's going to come. You don't even have to force it. So I think people were not seeing it before because it wasn't my time. And when it's not your time, there's nothing you can do about it. And it's not about somebody wasting their money on you, or somebody not making you big enough or rich where you want to be or something like that. I just feel like people just need to have a little bit of patience when it comes to things like this and the kind of things that they say. I'm somebody, I don't care and I don't mind if somebody says, oh, you're ugly, or this dress you're wearing is, because that one, they're just mediocre stuff. You can do whatever you want to do. You can say whatever you want to say about my looks and everything. But when it comes to my passion and my hard work, I get very emotional because I feel like people don't understand it. And the worst part is that when you try to talk about, they're like, oh, emotional artist. That one just kills me the most.
Okay, I'm sure starting you were underground for a while before you came you shot to the light. I'm sure you've had people walk up to you and say at a point in time that why are you wasting your time doing music, because you've spent quite a while and then we've not seen anything. Did you get any of such messages, and how did you handle it?
Surprisingly for me, I never got such messages. Most of the times I got, oh, don't worry, we'll be fine, or don't you think you want to try, like, do something else and attached to the music or something. But nobody has ever told me, oh, you have to up and go, because first of all, I won't give you the opportunity to say that. Because I mean, people around you, the people around you should motivate you to follow your passion more, because that's how that's the only place that you feel safe to be yourself. So I never really got such comments like that.
Okay, so let's go back to the Ichok song. There were rumors that people actually thought the song was for Drew. How did you feel about that?
Well, we are both artists. Drew contributed to the song. I also contributed to the song. I'm somebody, I don't get fazed by rumors or what people say. I know the song is mine. If people say it's for Drew, that's fine, as long as it's still going, it's moving. I don't mind, because when you go on Apple Music, it's my name that is there. But if you think it's for Drew, it's still fine. He's an amazing artist. He's on the song, so it's partly his. So I don't really mind.
Okay, and people started to tag you with him saying you guys have a thing going on. Would you like to clarify that?
Oh, Drew and I have a vibe. We have a vibe. Like right now that I'm sitting here, if you walk in right now, the kind of noise that will go on here, it's like chaos. He and I, our vibe is something that I love a lot. I always say I love it because he gets me into that hyper mood, and I like that a lot about him.
So it's just like on a friendship level.
Yeah, we just have a vibe.
Bestie.
He's not really my bestie, but we have a vibe. We are really we are pretty close, and anytime we meet, because of the sort of vibe I have with him, you might think something is going on, but we are super cool.
Let's talk about fashion. I've seen you feature in Salma Moment's new Leo by Salma. Yeah, and I've gone through your pictures on social media. I've seen you're quiet. You have a great fashion sense.
Thank you very much.
So have you ever considered modeling?
Not really. Not really. No, not really.
Why?
I've not. I mean, from the beginning, right? People used to say, "Oh, you have long legs. You should try modeling." So I love taking pictures when I want to, but I feel like once I tag myself with that model thing, then it becomes like work, and I can't just wake up one day and say, "No, today I don't feel like taking pictures," because you're a model. That's what you do for a living. So I like to take pictures at my own free time when I feel like it. Do you understand? So I've never really considered modeling, but if the kwacha is good and everything, I might add it to something. Yeah.
Speaking of the kwacha, are you good now? You feel like now you're okay, comfortable in terms of money? Are you making money?
I feel like now I make more than grass, which I'm very grateful to God for. I make more than grass now, and I'm very ambitious, so I'm always wanting more. I'm Oliver Twist. I want more. So if you ask me now that I feel like I'm okay, no, I'm not. I'm not content with what I have now. I want more, so I'm working for more. As compared to before? Yes.
But as compared to before, you are okay?
As compared to before, I'm making more than grass. So I'm happy about it.
We thank God for that.
This love is choke, no we joke, it choke, it choke, it choke, cause this love is choke, no we joke, it choke, it choke, it choke.
It's say I did it. Oh, wow.
Yes, he did it. Hey, boy, see, did it. Girls, so you chilling. Mupe did it. Yes, so you chilling. Boy, see, did it. Yes, so you're there.
Yenchele.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was the far right then. It's time to munch on our pizza, and yes, I have to be careful with this. Ooh, okay, so there we go. Safa, we have pizza here.
Thank you for giving me pizza.
This from Cheesy Pizza. It's actually assorted meats, and let me help you with one.
Thank you.
There you go.
Oh, this looks very good.
Yeah, it tastes better actually. Hey, me pizza na seeing you.
Pizza na peme nkwa.
Okay.
Now this is very actually it's very good, guys. Very good.
So let's cheers.
Oh, cheers. They didn't tell me I was time to enjoy.
Oh yeah.
Next time you should tell me early. Wow.
Okay, so let's go on. Lately, we've had a number of unfortunate incidents happening in the entertainment industry, back to back to back to back. I'm sure you have been picking a cue from it. What lessons have you drawn personally from your perspective? What have you learned?
I've just picked that I need to work harder on myself as an individual, and also work hard on my music. And I mean, like, with people like the people you mentioned, I think they are very strong people, and to the extent that they've worked so hard that they even have people defending them without them talking. That is something that I'm always aiming for, where people love you to the extent that they are ready to stick by you and stay by you. So it's just up to me to work harder to be able to achieve that.
But when you heard about it, what was your take? What really struck you in all of that?
About the arrest and everything. I felt bad because anybody that I know that's even going to jail, I feel bad for the person. And I just felt bad that they had to be in prison for that long for something like a simple mistake, something that probably they couldn't really like you don't have a control of some things. Do you understand? I just feel like there are lessons everybody can learn. We are all human beings. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has a breaking point. Everybody, and as I said earlier from the beginning of the interview, that as a human being, people always forget the fact that you are in the limelight does not mean that you are not a human being. You behave like any rational human being. So let's just forgive them. Let's move on. These are great import and exports out of the country. These are people that send our music to other parts of the world. So let's just forget about it. Let's move on. Let's just think, okay, they are also human beings like us. They're allowed to make mistakes. So yeah.
Prophecies. Do you think Ghanaian pastors are doing the right thing with regards to prophecies? Do you think?
We never hear about, oh, Safa, I dreamt that he had $1 million and it's coming. I dreamt that you have this big show. I dreamt that you have this. It always has to do with negativity, and so it just brings your mind to the fact that, are they saying this because they want to just trend, or are they saying this because they want you to feel bad or something? So I just feel like our attention has been drawn from a lot of important things, and it has been given to mediocre things, because if we were not giving them the attention in the first place, why will a pastor see something and come on air and come and talk about it? It's a private issue. What happened to calling the management of the people? What happened to going to the person's house? Oh, this and this is what I have heard. Why do you have to come on national TV and put my dirty clothes or linens outside? Nobody has to know about that. Just like the same way, if you dreamt that I had a lot of money, you won't come and tell me. So I just think we just have to, immediately we stop giving them that sort of attention, they'll just realize that this is not something they can make money off of, because, you know, this is money for them, because immediately they say, then it's like, oh, this pastor dreamt about Shatawale, so I'm going to his church. This pastor dreamt about Cephas, so I'm going to his church. It doesn't make sense. You don't serve God like that.
Okay, so after your, I don't want to go here, but I guess I have to. So you were criticized, I don't know whether you saw it on social media, after you appeared on the Delay Show.
Yes, I was.
How did you feel about that, and did you have any regrets?
No, I never had any regrets on going to the Delay Show, and for, if anything, I'm grateful for Delay. Sorry, I'm grateful to Delay for giving me the opportunity to talk about myself and my life on her show, because it was all about me for like that 30 seconds or 30 minutes and stuff like that. And about people criticizing me, I didn't really see too much of the criticism as compared to the positive vibes. I draw more on positive energy as compared to the negative one, so I didn't really see that. What were they even saying? What were they saying?
About the whole body shaming thing.
Oh, okay. Oh, I get it. Oh, well, too bad for you.
Okay, so you've had to perform on big stages in London, and you were at the party in the park.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so can you tell us how your experience was?
It was amazing. It was amazing. The energy there was crazy, because even before I came on stage, you were already mentioning my name, singing my songs and stuff like that. So it just gave me that sort of feeling to do more for them, because of the kind of energy I was getting from them. And I also got the opportunity to meet other artists in the UK that I connected with and hopefully to do music with. And also I got to do my media tour, which was amazing, and I saw a lot of nice people that say, oh, I love you, I love your music, and people were singing my song back to me. That experience is something I'll keep with me forever.
So you featured, I saw your skits with Nasty Black.
Yeah.
Will you ever at a point consider acting?
I've not thought about it. You know, that's the funny thing about me. When it comes to me, right, apart from music that I'm very passionate about, every other thing is secondary to me. So if I wake up and I feel like today maybe I want to take pictures, I'll take pictures. If I wake up and I'm like maybe today I want to act, I'll act. But music is the only thing I can't wake up one day and say today I want to do music, or I don't want to do music,
because that's your 9 to 5.
Exactly. But when it comes to acting, I've never really thought about going into acting, even though I've had a lot of offers. People, oh, I want you to do this for me, I want you to do this acting for me. I just feel like it's not something that my heart is pinned on at the moment. So yeah.
Okay, so what's the way forward? What projects are you currently working on?
So I just released my song I did with Sarkodie and one of the biggest artists in SA, DJ Tira, which is doing amazing. Also this December, I'm very, very sure wherever you're going, you might see me performing there. So please come, let's jam. And also make sure to stream the songs. A lot of amazing things coming up. I love like to keep quiet on things till they come out. Then it's like, oh, it's really happening. So let's just keep our fingers crossed and hope for the best.
But what was the experience like working with a big act like Sarkodie on that song?
It's amazing. It's amazing, and just the vibe, like I never really thought like he was that friendly to when the UK together, and then it's like it's an amazing feeling. You know, it's somebody that when you see him, you have a lot to learn, and then also like he's teaching you the ways because he introduced us to other industry players that he was working with. He took us for dinner, bought us shoes and stuff like that.
Oh, really?
I mean, Sarkodie is an amazing person, and just him putting a verse on my song is something I've always dreamed about, and I wish every young artist coming up could experience that, because it just opens up your mind. And what he's doing, he might not know it, but in the future, when somebody else comes up to me, it will be like, oh, somebody did it for me, so I also have to do it for somebody else. And I think he's an amazing artist.
Okay, so aside music, do you have any other passion?
Oh yeah, I love to watch cartoons.
If
you ask me any episode of SpongeBob, I can tell you.
Wow.
Yes, I love. So my passion is just watching cartoons. I love it a lot.
Really?
And also, I think I love to be creative. My mind is like a creative space. So when it comes to styling, when it comes to video direction, when it comes to putting things together, most of my videos I put them together from the styling, makeup, everything. So my mind is like a creative space. I think more of like creativity for me.
Nice. So finally we are almost here. Give your last words and then we bounce.
So anywhere I go, any station I go to, I always say that I don't have fans, I have family, because you guys have been so amazing to me. Thank you to GhanaWeb for always promoting my music. I have a new one featuring King Sarkodie and DJ Tira titled Fever. It's an Amapiano song. You're gonna love it. Please go download it, stream it, share it with your friends, and let's vibe.
Put out where they can stream your music and your social media handles.
So my music is on all musical platforms. Any app you use to listen to music, just type Sefa and all my tracks are gonna pop up. Ichoke, Sugar, Odoyewu, Fever, everything is gonna pop up. And also my social media handles on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram is Sefa_GH, S3FA_GH.
That was Sefa right there, giving us all the vibes and getting all personal with us. And don't forget, this show, as usual, is brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, chicken, Coca-Cola at all their branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to order your weekend special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And of course, they've asked me to give this coupon to Sefa.
Your pizza, your way.
Yeah. So you go to any branches written on it, and then you can get for yourself a pizza. So
my siblings are going to be so happy.
Yeah. Finally, we have come to the end of this show. I hope you liked it, and thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me. To your grandma on point.
Hey. So we come your way another time. Till then, stay out of trouble, and we are out.
I and the body I represent, the Alliance for Christian Advocacy Africa, want to wish GhanaWeb, the management team, very well. They came at the right time and they have served a purpose. When my story appeared on GhanaWeb, I found that other media houses that have not interviewed me, that have not called me, They still have the story on their website, media platforms, and I know that even if they don't acknowledge, I know they pick it from GhanaWeb. So they have served the media needs, or they've made significant contribution to media needs in Ghana. We wish them a very good future, but we pray that they will also need be find a way of reducing the hurt that people are going through, because it seems to me people who receive some kind of abusive feel hurt, but they may still want to go to GhanaWeb because of its uniqueness. We wish them a very fruitful years in the coming years and days ahead of us.
Welcome to another edition of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. My name is Lord Harry Sidosare. Today we speak to another accident victim. Our guest today is a content creator, a creative lead, and on the side he likes to MC and make people happy. Our guest today is David Dawoku. Thanks for speaking with us.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you for having me.
Great. Let's talk about your accident. How did it happen?
So when you say accident, it sounds very big because people have gone through a lot more.
Well, that is true.
But for mine was, I'll say in one word, it was unexpected, right? It wasn't a major accident where there were casualties and stuff like that. But for me, for someone who has, throughout my life, I've not been in an accident before. And so this one was still very traumatic for me.
It shook you?
Yeah, it shook me. I was on my way to work, so at the time I used to work at Star FM.
When was this?
This was in 2015.
Okay.
So it's a good, I think, 6 years, ago. I was on my way to work. I used to live at North Legon at the time. And heading to Star FM Akanda, you usually use the Tetekwashi interchange. Yes. So I was on the straight route from Legon towards Accra. So this was shortly before you get to Spanner Junction by Accra Mall. So I was driving at normal speed, and then I heard a screeching sound ahead of me. Now this was like the road was free, but there were still a bit of cars on the road. So I would say about 5 to 6 cars ahead of me.
Okay.
So I heard a screeching sound, and then I realized that the screeching sound continued with different cars. Like each of the cars stopped abruptly.
Okay.
And so this happened until it got to my car as well. So I realized that the car in front of me stopped abruptly. So I had no option but to step on the brakes. So I ended up hitting the car in front of me. I realized that the other cars had hit each other. It was a pile-up.
Okay. Is it that you didn't see it early? That's why you also hit?
Yes, I didn't see it early. I was just, like, imagine this, you are just driving and then all of a sudden the car in front of you stops.
Abruptly, okay.
There was no waiting time, nothing.
Reaction time.
So reaction time was very short.
Okay.
Probably a few seconds. So I had to step on my brakes, but I ended up hitting the person in front of me. And a few seconds later, the person behind me, like I felt some impact, very heavy impact, such that my head, bobbed back and forth in a very awkward manner.
Oh, okay, you jerked up.
I jerked, exactly, but I was in my seatbelt anyways.
Okay.
So, but the impact was very great. So I realized that someone had also hit me from the back. My heart was racing because I didn't know what was going on. And so I got down, I sat in the vehicle for a while to catch my breath. I got down and realized that my knee area was swollen because of the impact. I had hit the not the dashboard, but where the steering wheel is. There is a plastic
underneath it.
Yes, underneath it. My knee had hit the place. Instantly, I felt neck pains because I had gone back and forth in an instant that I wasn't supposed to go. My heart was still racing. So I just stepped out of the vehicle. realized that the 3 cars in front of me had been badly mangled front and back. For some reason, my car is just the number plates that came off.
What car were you using?
I was using a Toyota Matrix at the time.
Okay.
So it was just a number plate that had come off, and the back. I think the Toyota Matrix the bumpers are plastic. So there was just a little crack at the back bumper as well. And then the front, besides the number plates falling off, there was a little crack there as well.
Okay.
But I mean, 3 years down the line, the effects of that accident began to show later, not on the day of the accident. So later on, when you open my bonnet and things, you see that this place is broken off and everything. But it took 3 years for that to come.
Okay.
But in any case, right after I called, I was living with my parents at the time. I wasn't married. So I called my dad. My dad came to pick me up, took me to the hospital, and right away they had to do a what do you call it? There's a medical term, CTG or something, chest scan, because my heart was still racing even an hour after the accident.
Did you kind of have a panic attack or
I think yes, what I was having was some form of panic attack or anxiety, but even though my heart was racing, I was calm. I was very calm. It's only until later when I was lying on the table and they put the things on me that I was replaying the accident again. But on the spot there, because there was so much adrenaline, and because of that, I mean, to date, it's still very, very traumatic for me.
When you got out of the car to evaluate what had happened, you said the car which was ahead of you looked a bit mangled.
Yeah, that car, I believe, I've forgotten what car it was. It was a saloon car as well, but the back had gone in.
What did the driver say to you?
No, he did. You see, so at that point, everybody realized that this was a pile-up. So it's not the fault of the one behind. Neither is it the fault of the one in front. But here's the interesting thing: the one who caused the accident, the first car, nobody hit his car. After he did that, he did that abrupt break. He left. So it is everybody after him. The 5 or 6 cars after him that were affected in the pile-up.
So he created a freak accident and then
he went. He left cry. So it was up to us to manage. So funny, surprisingly, my car was the only car that didn't have that much damage. The rest badly damaged.
Even the one which was behind
the one behind me the front was mangled. Yeah.
Did you report it to the police?
No. So at that point, then it becomes an issue of whose responsibility is it to report. I believe that the people whose cars were badly mangled may have reported it to the police. But for me, I waited a bit, and this was around 9-10 a.m. So the traffic had cleared. So I waited a bit for my dad to come and pick me up and take me. I didn't think of police in that situation. I was just, at the time, my focus was just to go to the hospital because I was wondering what was wrong with me. It's like I felt like I've been dropped from I'm afraid of heights, so I felt like I've been dropped from a very high place, or I felt like someone was trying to shoot me, and then when the person shot, there was no bullet in the gun. You know that?
The feeling that, okay,
that's how I felt
like just going to die.
My heart. I felt like I was just about to die and then I'd been saved. And if it went on for about 2 hours before I was okay.
Wow.
So then it got me thinking that, and then the people who go through major accidents where the car flips and everything, how would they handle this? And just the pile-up, that little impact of someone hitting me was very great. So I'm imagining cars that somersault and things.
What was the demeanor of your dad when he came to pick you? How did he take the? They
were. I don't know how to put it, but you had seen that they had been scared with the call because I called them, but I was calm. But they were scared. They were scared. Even when we got to the hospital, it took the assurance of the doctor to calm everybody down. I remember as soon as my dad heard the call and he called me, he called my girlfriend, who is my wife now, he called her, and she lives in somewhere in Tema. She also left and came because everybody was, you know, scared and everything. So she took time off work and left and came to see if everything is okay.
Playing back everything today, do you think things could have gone differently? What do you think you could have done to sort of avert the situation?
Oh,
or you think it was just a freak accident?
I think it was a freak accident. There are some of those things that, you see, whenever you are driving, that's why it's good to pray before you leave your house. Whenever you are driving, accidents, sometimes you may cause an accident. Sometimes with somebody's carelessness, that will come into your path. You know, I mean, besides this, I've hit somebody before. You know, I've hit I've hit a child.
You know,
yes, before. Maybe I should add that.
Yes.
So besides this,
how did that happen?
Accidents on me, I've also had two accidents on other people. The first one was a boy of about, I think it was about 6 or 7, and this was somewhere within the Star FM area. So this within Kanda, the inner roads. So I was just driving this, and this driving wasn't because it's inner roads. This very low speed, right? Driving through the neighborhood, and I saw 2 boys of around the same age, 6 and 7, walking. They're just walking randomly along the road. So I was driving. Before I could say jack, or before I could step on my brakes, one of the boys pushed the other boy into my way, into the road.
Pushed how? It's like they were playing.
So they live in the neighborhood. They were walking randomly, and then having a conversation, and then what do you call it? All of a sudden, he just pushed his friend into my lane. The car lane. So I hit him, and then I had to step on my brakes and stop the car. So I stopped the car, got out. I was like, why would he do that? So the boy was on the floor crying. When he fell, it was a tarred road. So he had hit, it wasn't his head, I think it was his knee or something. He had hit his knee onto the concrete and was holding it, clutching it in pain, and was crying and everything. But luckily, I've always been afraid of mob justice. You know that place close to Nima?
Yeah.
So I've always been afraid of. So that was the first thought that crossed my mind. But I didn't want to run away. I just stayed and made sure that the boy was okay. But luckily, the boy's people, his family and his mom and things, they were around when it happened. So they came and were rather shouting at the...
Oh, they saw everything.
They saw everything happen, shouting at the boy, and I think he had been told not to go out that day or something. So say we that kind of thing, and then yelling at his friend that why would he do that and stuff like that. And they told me that boss will be to me why. So I just gave them something small, and then I was on my way. But that was also very traumatic for me because somebody in Kidi, like someone's child, and I had to, hit the person.
Is that to say that it was of minimal impact because you?
Yeah, it was of me. But even with, so it's like it was at slow speed, but it hit him.
Yeah.
Once
he fell
down,
down,
it hit him, and
the trauma.
He fell. You know that falling that you fall for a few, you are pushed for a few meters. That's how it was. He went. So it's like I hit him. He went for a few meters on the ground. He flew. Let me put it that way. He flew for a few meters because I think the impact was more from him because his friend pushed him violently into the street. So he came into my car with speed and fell somewhere. So much so that like I'm on a straight road. And when I got down from the car, I had to look on the side because that's how he fell. He came in the middle of the road, fell off to the side, and I stopped my car and went to check on him. So it was very. I mean, as I was going, my was shaking. I was shaking in the as I was driving in the car and everything. And then the other one on Tema, Hospital Road. This was on a Saturday morning. It was a traffic light. It had just turned green. So I just stepped on my accelerator to move. And Trotro meets trying to get passengers. He just appeared in front of my car because he was running to the other side to go and bring a passenger to his car. And then he hit the car. So I was moving. The car hit him and he fell and got up and continued to go.
Hey.
He got up and continued to go. So his was more to the right. The front of the car didn't hit him. It was the right side of the car.
Okay.
So when he hit my side mirror. My side mirror came off.
Oh.
Yeah, my side mirror came off, and then so I had to stop and also go and check. But he wasn't concerned. I'm sure later on he went to feel the pains in the house, but he wasn't concerned at that point. He was just focused on going to get his passenger.
Let me draw you back a bit with regards to the little boy. I'm wondering why you didn't offer to take him to the hospital or anything of
so I mean at the point his injuries looked like he's going to play ball and then he scraped his knee. There was a deep cut on his, I think at the point I saw 2 injuries. So there were skid marks on his thigh.
Okay.
And then the deep cut was on his, I think his left
knee,
almost towards his knee and everything. It was a deep cut. But at the point I was asking there was a bit of commotion around and them yelling at the boy and stuff. So at a point I was asking the people that, is there anything I can do in Faninko Hospital? And I said, then that's where the mom was like, it's okay, I can go. So we are boss who baby konzi they call why. So I just gave them a small amount of money in case they needed to take him to the hospital and all that. And then I went on my way.
I see. But generally, what do you make of the spate of accidents and how that can be kept in the country?
Well, personally, I feel like I was going to say that the spate of accidents is heavily dependent on, the level of income generally. Like poorer countries will have more accidents, but that's not true. Because in America and in developed nations, accidents also happen. I think that to some extent, accidents are preventable. And so that is where the standard of living and cost of living issue comes in. For example, accidents on major roads in terms of highways can be prevented if there are better routes, right? And I feel like for a country where the standard of living is high and all of that, commercial vehicles will be in a better state. So if I'm just thinking back to my church days, when I was doing my service and everything, when I had to take church from Medina to Osu and from Osu to Medina, right? The characteristic of Osu churches, I feel like if you are not looking bad, they won't let you work in Osu because all the churches there are beyond repair. You understand? I don't know if it's changed over time, but most of the churches there, that's characteristics of them. And I'm thinking for churches like that, when you have an accident, everybody will die. Because the seats, obviously there are no seat belts. The seats it's like they are old and they've been sprayed again. So some of the metal is still, even sitting in it, just a little impact can have some effect on you.
Okay.
And then now having an accident. So generally, before Uber came and all of that, I feel like the standard of vehicles we're using in this country were not the best.
But how about now?
But now,
what do you think is causing the plenty accidents you are witnessing? And how do you think we can stop that?
I think that, first of all, it's important to note that you cannot have 100%, if it comes to road accidents, you can't have 100% situation where we've had a time when there are no accidents at all. I think the focus should be on minimizing it. So I believe that road safety campaigns, in terms of telling people not to speed, a lot of people like to go on jolly or joy rides, where, especially where I live, Central University is close to that point. So you have people on the Dawenya Road, and the motorway leads to the Dawenya Road. You have people, a lot of people speeding unnecessarily on roads like that. And it's not necessary. You see, sometimes younger people want to impress their friends and show that, yeah, their car is a machine and everything. And I feel like at the end of the day, if you have a car, but you cannot drive it because you are dead or the car is damaged, what's the point? You see, so I think that the road safety starts from me and you. Okay, the fact that you know that a car is just a means of transport from one point to the other. The whole fanfare about speed and everything is not necessary, right? If we begin to have that at the back of our minds from the beginning, like internally with ourselves, it's a good start to go with. But at the end of the day, you may believe in all of that and go onto the road and meet somebody who doesn't believe in any of those things, or somebody who is trying to, maybe he's a truck driver, he's just trying to make sales. He's driving anyhow, he's trying to get into this lane and everything. Those are the people that need a lot of the education. Okay. See, the people who are not necessarily formal, the informal people, they need a lot of education, because and we've seen a lot of adverts for a lot of truck drivers. The focus is on, he's going to pour Mikoshiyo Mueguaba, like I'm going to pour them down and come back and pick some more. The human life, when they sit in the truck, the human life becomes more of a commodity. Okay. So they don't take care. And I feel like maybe if the laws were stiffened to have stricter punishment on commercial drivers that cause accidents, maybe it could help, because right now they are, you know, it's just reckless.
Okay, I would like to take a quick break here. You're still watching the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign with me, Lord Harisidosari. After the break, we'll get further details from David Dawoku. Please stay tuned.
Hi, my name is Ato Akins. Road accident is taking more lives than COVID-19. So be very careful on the road and stay safe. Do the right thing. Save a life.
Welcome back. This is still the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign series. My name is Lord Harisidosari, and we're speaking to a content creator, MC, and a lead creative, or a creative lead, David Dawoku. So you're telling us about how especially commercial drivers should be educated, but recent statistics have also shown that private drivers are usually guilty of causing accidents with their indiscipline. We normally have people either texting and driving or making wrongful overtaking and such. How do you think things like that should be addressed?
I think that from time to time, as human beings, human beings are happy when they cheat death. You get what I'm saying? Like you get a thrill when you cross the road and the car almost hits you and you made it to the other side. The car, you know, you were safe. People get thrills from that. I think constant reminders that it's not worth, you know, you are going to a place. Better leads. It's even a saying that better leads than never. Yeah. You see, people feel like they can make a wrongful overturning and they can get away with it, and until it's too late and they meet another vehicle. I think that people should be constantly reminded of the fact that it's not worth it. The road safety campaigns and marketing should be in your face. Wherever you get to, whatever traffic light you get to, there should be a reminder that speed kills, or ensure that you signal when you are driving. Don't take wrong turns. You know, all these things should be.
So you think there's not much visibility? Because I think we pretty much have a lot of stickers and educational materials in people's faces everywhere, but we still have accidents occurring at a higher rate.
Yes, so for that point, you cannot blame all accidents on
lack of education.
On lack of education, or on, like I said from the beginning, a lot of the accidents, if we were to, I don't know the percentages, but different factors cause the accident. So you may have an accident being caused by the person who is driving the car. You may have an accident being caused by a commercial driver. You may have an accident being caused. It's not about the commercial driver, it's not about the car. It's about the road or some external factors, rain, low visibility. A lot of these things happen. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. So there won't be a moment where altogether, absolutely, there will be no accidents. But I feel like the focus should be on the parts we can control. Being a driver, commercial drivers around, and, you know, people not paying attention to certain safe ways to drive on the road. So I feel like, as for education, there cannot be too much education. You understand? As much as we can put there is very important. Maybe we realize that we have to find relatable ways of getting this education out. So, for example, a lot of people listen to certain shows during their drive time and stuff like that. There should be a conscious effort to put that education as well on the shows. Okay. You understand? Okay. So it should be people listen more when everything is in their face. Wherever they turn to, they see some warning or some caution here about driving safe and things of that nature. So I think that the education has been there. The education has been intensive, but a lot more would do. A lot more would do.
All right, David Daoku, Mr. Day, thanks a lot for your time here. What are your final words to our viewers as far as the road safety campaign is concerned?
I feel like generally, everybody lives for one important thing, which is self-preservation. Everything you do, I don't think anybody would willingly go and put themselves in harm's way. When you have life, you have hope, you have a means of income, you have a way to connect to people, you have opportunity to do things and be greater. You understand? When you take life away, all of those things have left. I even forgot to mention, when you have life, you have people. Nobody's an island, so people depend on you. So you need to live. You need to live. There are so many reasons for life. And so you don't want to cut that short by getting involved in an accident and losing your life. Even if you don't lose your life and you lose a limb, or you lose your sense of, something, maybe you go and hit your head against something and you can't think properly anymore. That's just your source of living going away. You become a vegetable and become dependent on other people. So I feel people should consider all of those things before you sit in your car to drive, or before you take some reckless decision in terms of driving. Think about how you are preserving your life for the people that depend on you and for yourself as well.
Okay, thank you so much. So that's all time will allow us on today's edition of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Now, you out there, the audience, what you can do to help this.
One of the things GhanaWeb is doing, which in my estimation is one of the best things, is trying as much as possible to give pictorial in terms of video of whatever it's reporting online. Unlike those days where you only had to read about text, full-fledged TV channel rather than the online TV. I think
home to deepen governance and democracy in our country. Mr. Speaker, let me begin. Charity, they say, begins at home. Now, Mr. Speaker, when you take the budget statement, we in the NDC minority, we are calling on the Minister of Finance. And Mr. Speaker, let me refer to paragraph 316, page 82 of the budget, to proceed on it. One of the major decisions, as we are told, Mr. Speaker, in paragraph 315, this is what the minister said. After considerable deliberation, government has decided to place a levy on all electronic transactions to widen the tax net and rope in the informal sector. This shall be known as the electronic transaction levy or the e-levy. Mr. Speaker, he goes further to say that electronic transactions covering mobile money payments, bank transfer, merchants payments, and inward remittances will be charged at an applicable rate of 1.7%. Mr. Speaker, we demand that the Minister of Finance shelves this. Is estimated to bring him, if you go to page 231 of the budget, some 6.9 billion. Assuming that his deficit number of 37 billion is right. If you add another 7 billion, that only brings it to 44 billion. I'm just assuming. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the e-levy, Mr. Speaker, is going to turn our country's progress backwards. Our effort at establishing a digital economy and encouraging a cashless economy will be hampered by this initiative. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, even when he says 100 Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker, the Vice President, I understand, chairs the economic management team. In one of the regional conferences of the New Patriotic Party, he courageously and boldly said that Momo affects poor, ordinary people. Mr. Speaker, I am at the game with him. Momo will affect poor, ordinary Ghanaians, and therefore it should be suspended and shelved. Mr. Speaker, particularly so that the Minister of Finance is simply exploitative of COVID. Mr. Speaker, let me read paragraph 313. Yes. Paragraph 313 reads, Mr. Speaker, mobile money platforms and bank transfer grew fourfold, reaching 68 billion in 2020 from 15 billion in 2015. So largely in 2020, because of COVID and social distancing, we all encourage electronic transactions and electronic payments. Then when you hear that the Ghana figure has increased from 527 million to 1 billion, opportunistically you want to tax it, Mr. Speaker. That is simplistic. It's COVID. It is not going to be there forever. I'm quoting from the paragraph. And Mr. Speaker, I'm holding with me here an article by Peter Misiani, Taxation of Electronic Commerce, a commentary. And he warns, the extraordinary growth of the internet has given rise to the concept and practice of electronic commerce, which has revolutionized the way business is conducted in the world and in Ghana. I've added the in Ghana, Mr. Speaker. For consumers, even for shorter shipping times. So, Mr. Speaker, if a businessman in Ghana banking transactions transfer $2 million abroad for any purpose, he must pay an e-levy. That is $34,000 lost. Mr. Speaker, in introducing the e-levy, we are not even mindful of the fact that you don't tax capital. You tax revenue, income. You tax income, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that tomato seller or onion seller, if he chooses and decides that he doesn't want to travel to Navrongo, he wants the tomato brought in by road and does a Momo transaction. Minister of Finance wants to eat from that pie. That is unfair to that ordinary tomato seller and to the onion seller. Mr. Speaker, so e-levy, we on this side, we have served you notice that this budget should not be with the policy approval of the e-levy. Mr. Speaker, in fact, this morning, myself and the majority leader had to receive a petition on your behalf on the matter relating to the e-levy. And Mr. Speaker, the Ghanaian people are strong in saying that we should reject the e-levy, and we will reject the e-levy because it does not serve our collective quest to build a digital economy. Mr. Speaker, before I go into other matters, we on this side, we know what happened in Keita following some tidal waves, Mr. Speaker, on 6 November 2021, with less than 4,000 people displaced, properties and schools destroyed, constituencies such as Keta Anglo, Keta South, South Tong, and Adan all affected. Many of the communities in the area, Jelikope, Tetekpe, are all affected. Mr. Speaker, we don't see in this budget any effort by the President and government to touch the people of Keta, that they are Ghanaians and they deserve to be helped. We know the effort the Honorable Atachia made in getting sea defense bill. Probably Keta was in your contemplation. You were not successful. Mr. Speaker, I'm again serving notice that we on this side will not support these budget policy principles until we see resource allocation to the Minister for Works and Housing, adequately assuring the people of Keta that they are Ghanaians and they deserve to be supported. Mr. Speaker, Vice President Mahmoud Bawumia, on behalf of the President, was in Sierra Leone with $1 million to donate to disaster victims. But in Keta, he has to be reminded. Mr. Speaker, let me go on. And Mr. Speaker, may I now refer you to paragraph 442 and 443, but in particular, I want to deal with paragraph 829, paragraph 829 of the budget, which is also a matter that the minority, we are particularly concerned. Paragraph 829, Mr. Speaker, and it reads, 829, Mr. Speaker. It reads, Aka Energy can progress in the concept selection for the development of the Pecan field and is expected to submit the plan of development POD by end of 2021. Mr. Speaker, these words are worth highlighting. Parliament granted approval to GMPC to acquire 37% stake in the deep water tunnel Cape 3 Point. The rest continue, 70%, the rest continue. Answer to capture it. Mr. Speaker, Parliament never granted approval. Parliament granted approval for the Minister for Energy and Finance to negotiate and report back to Parliament. Capture the sense accurately. Let it reflect, Mr. Speaker, the resolution that was adopted by this House that fateful day, so that we know, yes, we gave you a mandate, but we did not, Somoto, approve that, walk on. You are supposed to go and negotiate with a ceiling not exceeding $1.1 billion US for our purposes. Mr. Speaker, so when we see this text, when we see this text, Mr. Speaker, then we are concerned and we think that it must be rectified for the record. And I accordingly demand, Mr. Speaker, that Hansard, when it gets to the portion of this, my statement, they add the resolution that was so adopted that particular date. I'll share the date for the purpose of the record, to reflect what has been reported and what ought to have been reported. Mr. Speaker, now we were told, as part of the policy measures of this budget, that road tolls, and Mr. Speaker, let me refer you to paragraph 247, page 68, paragraph V, it reads, zero rate tolls, removal toll charges on all public roads, and reassign the current workforce collecting road tolls effective immediately the budget is approved by Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, Haruna Idrisu may not be right. The Speaker may not be right. But at least Ken Ufuriata must be right. And these are his words. Mr. Speaker, I quote, immediately the budget is approved. Yet, my colleague, the Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways, proceeded to issue his announcement on the cessation of road tolls in the country. Mr. Speaker, road tolls in future will be reintroduced. I'm very optimistic about it. Who pays road tolls? The rich. Therefore, you don't introduce what we call regressive taxes. Well, yes, I stand by it. Those who own vehicles, road tolls, they pay it. Yeah, truck drivers, they pay road tolls on behalf of the owners of the cars. They pay road tolls on behalf of the owners of the cars. Mr. Speaker, road tolls. When you have a government come and pass a Public-Private Partnership Act, in these formative years, I was then Minister for Trade, and I used to work with then Minister for Finance on a Public-Private Partnership policy which culminated in an act. In that act, you envisage that you will dualize Accra Kumasi, you will dualize Accra Kepkos, Sekendi Takoradi, you will dualize even Tamale Bolga in the foreseeable future. Mr. Speaker, nowhere in the world are road tolls zero toll. This is Ghana. And yet you make 78 million Ghana cedis. You probably could have adjusted it by 50% or 100% and make some 156 million Ghana cedis. You didn't do that. But Mr. Speaker, my colleague, Minister for Road, you didn't get it right. You could not have said cessation. You could have said suspension. And I remind him that this is a country governed by law. And one of the cardinal principles of the rule of law is respect for the law. So the Honorable Atachi was very certain when he said, accept an administrative error because you didn't have the mandate to cease, to call for cessation of road tolls. I say, if you don't accept Haruna, because I'm in the minority, yes. You don't accept directive of Speaker because you think he belongs to a different political party, yes. But Mr. Speaker, he must respect the words of the Finance Minister when he said, and I quote, zero rate tolls on all public roads, and these were the words, immediately the budget is approved by Parliament. Not before Parliament, not even when its policy principles have not been approved. We should not encourage a state of normlessness in our country. You have every right as government to decide that you don't want to make use of road tolls. But I'm saying, in the foreseeable future, Ghanaians will wake up to the reintroduction of tolls. And Mr. Speaker, hear his argument when he says he's suspending road tolls, that congestion, unmotorable roads also contributes to congestion. Bad, poor roads also contributes to fuel burning. Same reason, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the argument for road tolls neither here nor there. And I think that, Mr. Speaker, yesterday when my colleague, the Honorable Mahama Yerga, was contributing to the debate, he drew ministers' attention to the fees and charges. And Mr. Speaker, let me refer you back to paragraph 315, 316 of the budget again for our purposes. Mr. Speaker, when you say fees and charges, you will subject it to automatic adjustment over a 5-year using inflation as your basis. You are wrong in law and you are wrong constitutionally. That is why Article 174 imposes the mandate on Parliament as the only authority that can impose taxes. So your view of an automaticity is in breach of the power of Parliament under Article 174. Mr. Speaker, when they wake up every other day, I heard the Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah say that we should shy away from goal scoring. Why? We won't shy away from a return match. When you scored a goal and there is a return match, you must prepare for the return match. When value-added tax was introduced in this country, today we are hearing arguments. Support Nana Addo Dankwa because he wants to build infrastructure, he wants to do roads, he wants to do cyber crime. When the NDC introduced VAT, what was it to be used for? You stood in opposition, you shouted in opposition, you demonstrated in opposition, and today you call it goal scoring. It's a return match, you are reminded. Mr. Speaker, they also when we argue, we will compare the two administrations, Mr. Speaker. And the reason why we are opposed to e-levy and we will not support it, Mr. Speaker, there is no luckier minister than Minister Ken Ofori-Atta. Between 2017, 18, 19, 2020, 2021, Mr. Speaker, total revenue as he has got is in the region of some 300. I want to get my figures right, Mr. Speaker. Total revenue that he has benefited from over 266 billion. So where are the hospitals? Where are the roads? Where are the schools? Where are the projects? And in addition to this, he has borrowed more than any other finance minister under the Fourth Republic. Mr. Speaker, let me refer to his debt numbers. I want to quote his own numbers. Mr. Speaker, may I refer you to page 50? He says, Ghana's debt, 341 billion 762.7, 58.3 million US dollars at end September 2021. Mr. Speaker, he inherited from John Mahama and the NDC a debt position of 120 billion. It means cumulatively, in addition to tax revenue of over 200 billion, he has borrowed over 220 billion and still borrowing and still counting. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not surprising that our rating, whether by Fitch or by Moody's or by Bloomberg, Ghana has been downgraded, and that our debt is unsustainable, and Ghana today is a high debt risk country. So, Minister, come. You said in opposition with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and the President, you said you had superiority over management of borrowing, responsible borrowing. Mr. Speaker, the Terminal 3, which was built by John Dramani Mahama, I'm told, Ghana Airport Company, check your record, has already raked in some $6 million US dollars as returns to that investment. Prudent investment. And it was not put on the consolidated fund or on the national debt of Ghana. This was used airport taxes for purposes, amortize and deal with it. Mr. Speaker, yet we're told that NDC, pim. So today, what number would we give to it, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, what name are we to give to this particular issue? Mr. Speaker, let me now turn with respect to you to page 104. That this side of the house, we want to stand tall and strong, that we will not support President Nana Addo Dankwa to bring back to this august house and to the Ghanaian people that baby called Ejepa, Ejeboni. We won't accept it, Mr. Speaker. Ejepa. And Mr. Speaker, I will leave lucid reasoning why we should not support Ejepa. Mr. Speaker, yes. Collateralization and securitization. Then this started collateralizing road fund. What has that led us to? Road contractors are not being paid. Certificates are held for 3-4 years with the unacceptable interest regime. Many of them businesses are collapsing, and you want to collateralize our mineral resources. We say no. We simply will not accept it, Mr. Speaker. We say no. Mr. Speaker, get fund. 1.5 billion has been collateralized dollars against get fund. And worst of it, even when we have a minister and a governing board, you create another vehicle called Daichi. Today, if get fund rakes in 1.4 billion as they should do, because of that, 680 million of it is used to service debt. Half of it. So in 2-3 years, get fund may as well be only taking the VAT to service debt, not to complement infrastructure or the purchase of teaching and learning materials. collateralization. Minister Ken Ofori-Atta, Ghana Exim, as one of its principal architects with Minister Setekwe and the Honorable Atufosen, to help expand exports. It is the only bank that has a legitimate, reliable source of revenue, because we set a certain CIF value, 0.50% of imports is dedicated to Ghana Exim. Rightly, I'm not disputing that. But you have borrowed against even that one. You have borrowed against even that one. Mr. Speaker, they have taken $100 million fees facility against Ghana Exim. And Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on the Minister for Finance to take immediate steps to investigate the way the monies are being given. Legitimate Ghanaian entrepreneurs, you want to develop a new culture of entrepreneurs. That new culture should not know NDC businesses and MPP businesses. It should know Ghanaian businesses who can do well, who genuinely and legitimately must be supported to grow this economy. Not a dole out to political favorites. I'll share a list with you. It will surprise you. Somebody got 16 million Ghana cedis to farm. Whether he's a farmer or not, I'm on it. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Finance, he must respect not just the Supreme Court ruling on the District Assembly Common Fund, but he must respect Article 252 of the Constitution, which requires him to transfer money in quarterly installments, not half year or next year or hope against January. Not that. The Constitution in 252 says quarterly installments. Today, there are outstanding transfers for 2018, 2019, 2020, and even 2021, amounting to about 2.6 billion. Yet you say, my idea, you have done well, the economy is doing well, when you cannot even meet your statutory obligations. And it is not just the District Assembly Common Fund, Mr. Speaker. The National Health Insurance Fund is in coma. They are surviving on a bone. What has happened to their dedicated 2.5% VAT? What has happened to the 2.5% VAT on Ghana Infrastructure Fund that you took as additional revenue? Mr. Speaker, we are told that, for instance, government in 2017 collected 178,528,000 Ghana cedis from cocoa board at export duty, but failed to disclose same. Read Auditor General Report 2017-2018 audited financial statement. So somebody must be accounting for this borrowing from cocoa board. Mr. Speaker, other issues. The district assemblies must function. We've all learned our lessons following the election of the appointment and confirmation of MMDCs. Our colleague, the Honorable Basua, we saw how he got humiliated because of a confirmation of a DC. Mr. Speaker, very soon I will stand in his stead to raise the matter of contempt of a member of parliament by those parading as security agencies and police. They must have respect for him and allow him to perform his lawful duties. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Finance, again, we are told, spent 23 billion on financial sector bailout. And he is talking about a development bank and dedicating $800 million to $1 billion to that development bank. Couldn't you have used that to improve the liquidity of ADB and NIB, which are struggling, instead of wanting to create a new financial institution? And Mr. Speaker, what is even more important about the development bank, if there is any bank in Ghana which Parliament must legislate on, is the development bank, because of your experience of the collapse of banks, micro loans and savings company, and the consequent attendant unemployment and distress it has created for families. That is why we particularly must legislate to iron out what the mandate of the bank should be, so that when they are in infraction, we can punish them. Now, if you dedicate $800 million to $1 billion, and Mr. Speaker, even his paragraph on it, you have not made full disclosure as minister. When I add up your numbers, $800 million. So, Mr. Minister, we need to be told on the development bank, what is it that we should expect, apart from the legislation, when you say you have $1 billion, from where? And for what purposes? Where is the money coming from? You cannot appropriate it yourself. It is wrong. My view, it is wrong. You cannot appropriate up to $1 billion to a financial institution without parliamentary appropriation. Mr. Speaker, Kromna-ish. So, Mr. Speaker, my tree is not too good, but it means that to it, the heat is on. So, Mr. Speaker, we on this side, we are also told, as I dilated on it, review of fees and charges. And Mr. Speaker, to quote the minister in paragraph 247 and paragraph 304, government will increase fees and charges on MDAs by 15% effective January. At least that one we are hopeful you come to Parliament and will do the needful. But over 29,000 entities will be affected. And 15% you can do, subject to parliamentary approval, but not by your decision of automatic review of some 15% every other year. Mr. Speaker, I believe that is not good enough. Mr. Speaker, we are told again, the Honorable Minister for Finance, in reading the budget, he did so on behalf of His Excellency Nana Adudankwa Akufo-Addo. Major policy shift. And Mr. Speaker, this administration, they accuse NDC that are going to IMF and coming back policy credibility. You are suffering from a policy psychosis, as the Honorable Atufonso said. You said about 100 billion. Where are you going to get the 100 billion from? Where? And you said 2.5 billion will be made available for Ghanaian banks to borrow. That has not happened. This was mid-year review 2021. Obatampa to replace infrastructure for poverty elevation. Smart. So that MPs will not ask for $1 million per constituency again, which ended up in the building of toilets and digging of dams. $1 million. The Honorable KT Hammond, you should have gotten $6 million this year alone. Do you have it? Since 2017, have you received some 600? Then, Mr. Speaker, when they talk about even the e-levy, Mr. Speaker, what happens to communication service tax? What happens to communication service tax? Unemployment insurance, what happens? 100 million fine for labor and faith-based organizations for retraining and skills development. What happened a year on? Increase the cutback program by 150 million. Mr. Speaker, all of it, deception. Nothing happened. And 2 billion have not been approved. We all can go back to a paragraph in the budget. Mr. Speaker, then they spoke about Agenda 111. We demand transparency on it. How were the contracts awarded? I heard the chairman of the finance committee talk about sole sourcing. Yes, sole sourcing must be used sparingly and rarely. It should not be a rule of thumb. But Agenda 111, come clear how the contracts were awarded and whether there was value for money for Agenda 111. We need to know the location of those hospitals and what informed those allocations. Mr. Speaker, so statutory payments are suffering. GET Fund, National Health Insurance, Common Fund, Krumna-ish, among those funds, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, when you met Togbe Afede, the president of Asogli State, and this one is for minister to take interest and work with the Minister for Lands and Forestry and the Minister for Works and Housing in the best interest of the Ghanaian public. Tobe Afede, Mr. Speaker, complain to you about the wanton dissipation of public lands in Ho and other parts of the country without even recourse or respect to the traditional rulers and traditional authorities. It's worth, and probably in my own family, Mr. Speaker, it's worth looking into and examining to protect this asset for the people of Ghana and for the future of our country. Mr. Speaker, they talk about growth. The highest growth of this economy happened under President J.A. Mills, 11.4%, sustainable inflation. What happened? There was negative growth in 2020 attributable to COVID and GDP. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm concluding. And in concluding, as I have said, the expenditure, total expenditure including arrears, is projected at 137.5 billion, 27.4% of the key drivers of expenditure growth include capital expenditure, flagship program, wage bill, and interest payment. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share with you for the purpose of the record why the debt of Ghana is on an unsustainable path. Mr. Speaker, the NDC in 2017, interest payment was 10.7 billion. 2017, interest payment 13.5 billion. 2018, 15.8 billion. 2020, 24.5 billion. 2021, 32 billion. And 2022 projected 37.4 billion. This, Mr. Speaker, you can look at, and then even ESLA, Mr. Speaker, have also been collateralized. I didn't say USLA, I say ESLA, Energy Sector Levies. Honourable Minister for Communication, I'm not referring to you, I'm referring to that tax instrument that the NDC and President Mahama introduced that you describe and call nuisance. ESLA, not OSLA. Mr. Speaker, today you know how much OSLA is contributing to the management of your effort at fiscal consolidation. But Mr. Speaker, what is worrying is that even that has been collateralized. So it means a law which had a sunset clause for 5 years has now been extended upwards to 9 years. That is the very reason why we will not support EJEPA, because evidence suggests that many of these securitizations have not served our people right. Mineral resources contribute about 4% to our gross national product. In terms of tax revenue, very, very significant. So, Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I can only agree with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia on 31st August 2020 when he said, don't tax Momo. Don't tax Momo. So, don't tax Momo. And his argument with that, it affects ordinary poor people. He is right. And I share his thoughts on this particular matter. So, Minister, you probably will consider withdrawing it. But Mr. Speaker, let me conclude with some evidence. When you look at remittances, you want to tax it. Bank charges, you want to tax it. Inward remittances alone will reach about 3.6 billion, equivalent to 2.5% of GDP. And you want to subject it to a tax. That's why I said that it's not a prudent thing to do, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister of Finance presented his budget statement. Let me conclude, Mr. Speaker, with those highlights. That e-levy, 6.7 billion out or added to your fiscal deficit. You can proceed with the other policy principles of the budget, minus e-levy. Improve the construction of the paragraph on Ejapa. Improve the construction of the paragraph on fees and charges, limiting it to your mandate as Minister of Finance and not attempt in any effort to usurp the mandate of Parliament under Article 174 of the Constitution. Fees and charges, Mr. Speaker, the Ghanaian people are suffering. Then finally, Mr. Speaker, you said you start to take over from NAPCO. It is in your paragraph. Let the opportunities benefit every other Ghanaian. The other day, the Honorable Alasan Suhene asked the Minister for Youth and Sports about Astro Tests in Ghana. Go and look at the locations and go and look at the distribution, one-sided. And you say you are developing Ghana for Ghana and you are developing the youth for Ghana, when a particular section of the Ghanaian population is denied. Mr. Speaker, 1D1F. Look at the statement by the minister. Upper West region, less than 10. Upper East region, less than 10. Greater Accra region, 76. 1D1F. One district, one factory. There are many districts in the Upper East region, many districts in the Upper West region. Mr. Speaker, we should begin to make a careful study. Ashanti, Brown region. I particularly think that cashew and poultry, we should dedicate its development to the Brown region as it was standard, and identify entrepreneurs in that area, encourage and support them to do it as their 1D1F. But not the distribution you are doing and concentrating them in the Greater Accra region. Mr. Speaker, in this budget statement, we are told that even though 1D1F have happened, we cannot trace how that has contributed to addressing unemployment, neither can we trace how that has contributed to growth. That is why it's welcoming when you said that there will be a tax exemption regime. So, Mr. Speaker, Parliament, Mr. Speaker, you requested for a budget of 1.7 billion. Realistically, I think that is on the high side, Mr. Speaker. But Parliament deserves to be adequately funded. And Mr. Speaker, I know your quest is to allow for 2% of GDP to go to the other co-equal organs of state. So Parliament, if your compensation is 350 million, CAPEX 350 million, goods and services 300, that gives you 1 billion, Mr. Speaker. But the Honourable Minister for Finance has only allocated 510 million for Parliament. Woefully inadequate, Mr. Speaker. It's part of the reason why we think that this budget should not be endorsed, and we will not shout yeah to endorse it. So, Mr. Speaker, on this don't tax momo, punishing the same known taxpayers yet again who use mobile money accounts. It is a blanket tax on everything electronic, from taxing a person who has already paid tax on his income for moving that same money from one account to the other when there is no spending except bank charges to pay for credit. What has happened to CST? So, Mr. Speaker, we on this side, Mr. Speaker, as I told you yesterday, I intend to invoke Article 104 of the Constitution. We want to stand united, collectively, that we are against the introduction of e-levy on electronic payments and electronic transactions. And we will not support this budget if that is not withdrawn for revision and for further discussion with stakeholders. We will not. We must be assured that the people of Keta who suffered the tidal waves, Ketu South and many other areas will be accounted for in the budget of the Ministry of Works and Housing. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I can only thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion and to urge my side to stand united collectively in rejecting this budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Don't tax Momo! Don't tax Momo! Don't tax Momo! Don't tax Momo! Honorable members, the minority leader has used 42 minutes 07 seconds. We will now give the opportunity to the Minister for Finance after hearing the position of the minority in response to his budget statement, whether he has any prayer as indicated by the majority leader. Then after that, I give opportunity to the majority leader. Yes, Minister for Finance. Yes, majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's the reason why I indicated at the very outset that given the sequencing of events, if the finances request could be acceded to, then the engagement could be had before the two of us came in. Now that we have listened to the minority leader, crystallize the position of the minority, I think it can only be fair if I came in with the position of the majority, and thereafter you will come in with its prayer. But to say that he should come in first is the reason why I was cautioning that either you allow him to come in with his prayer first, or if you allow the minority leader, then necessarily us will come after the minority leader. So, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't lie. The prayer is to the Speaker and not to Leland Vanderpump. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm listening to you.
The request of the majority leader is for us to vary the sequence as initially indicated by allowing him to also submit the position of the majority. Then after that, we listen to the prayer of the Minister for Finance. I have no problem with that. We can listen to the majority leader, then after that, allow the Minister for Finance. Majority leader, it's your turn.
Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity to conclude the debates on the budget statement and economic policy.
May we listen to the majority leader in silence.
Mr. Speaker, let me pray my colleagues to grant me space to make my contribution because of my physical constitution. Mr. Speaker said, thank you for the opportunity to conclude the debate on the budget statement and economic policy of government of Ghana for the 2022 financial year, which was presented to this House on Wednesday, November 17th, 2021, by the substantive minister responsible for finance.
Majority leader, just a minute. It looks like you are not audible.
we may have to look at your the speaker. Is it better now? Thank you very much. Please, Jethro, kindly assist the majority leader. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to relate to what you know. The minority leader, beginning his contribution, referred to a petition that he and I were to receive from the demonstrators under the auspices of Fix the Country. Mr. Speaker, we never received any petition. When we went there, we never received any petition. They said they were going to meet us and submit their petition. The leader said he was bringing 5 more of their leadership to present the petition for onward relay to you. The Speaker, we gave them the opportunity. When they retreated, there was confusion among themselves. They came back to indicate to us that they rather that we accepted 10 of them to present the petition to us. The Speaker, when we gave them the opportunity to come with 10 people, it ended up in confusion such that the petition they were holding, they shredded them into pieces. No petition was presented to us. And that is why I'm surprised that the minority leader is saying that the petition was about the e-levy withdrawal. Yes, that's what we said. So it would then appear to me that, Mr. Speaker, he was part of composing the petition that the Fix the Country people wanted to present to us. Other than that, a petition that was not presented to us, and you and I were together to receive it. It never came to us. It was shredded into pieces, and you came to Parliament, you are saying that it was about e-levy withdrawal. How did you know, Mr. Octopus Paul? You got to know this, Mr. Speaker. But the leader is telling us today that Kromoyeshi. Mr. Speaker, said Kromoyeshi, and yet and a Kromoyeshi. Mr. Speaker, they are telling us that Kromoyeshi, because of the proposal to introduce new taxes. And our new taxes of today. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, you introduced direct taxes, and I want to quote from your 2014 budget. Mr. Speaker, you increased the withholding tax rate on commercial rent from 8% to 15%. That was 2014, in your budget. Mr. Speaker, you undertook transfer pricing audits to reduce transfer pricing abuse. That was you. You increased the withholding tax rate on management and technical service fees from 15% to 20%. And then Mr. Speaker, they expanded the scope of capital gains tax to cover petroleum operations. 2014. You reintroduced the windfall tax bill here in Parliament. 2014. Government, Mr. Speaker, introduced a special import levy. Speaker, then in the indirect taxes, 2.5% increase in VAT rate to be allocated to infrastructure funds. That was under NDC, 2014. And in the commercial, Mr. Speaker, you introduced special electronic point of sale device key. You introduced tax stamps on selected excisable products. You changed the basis of petroleum excise duty from specific to ad valorem, and you increase the growth fund levy. The basic from 10% to 1 cedi, 900% increase overnight. And then the commercial. Mr. Speaker, people should be honest with themselves. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the direct taxes that you introduced. You increased the minimum income tax rate for free zones entities from 8% to 15%, 2015. Extension of 5% national fiscal stabilization levy beyond. Mr. Speaker, 2015. You increased the withholding tax rate on directors' remuneration from 10% to 20%, 2015. You increased excise duty on tobacco from 150 to 175%, 2015. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, reversal of excise tax on petroleum from volume to specific with intention of maximizing tax revenue from petroleum products regardless of shocks from the global environment. That's 2015. And VAT for free-based financial services was introduced in 2015. 5% VAT on commercial real estate, again under your watch in 2015. And then you are the deputy minister. Mr. Speaker, you extended special import levy of 1 to 2%. Mr. Speaker, you introduced indirect taxes. You introduced 5% flat rate on real tax, on real estate. You amended the National Health Insurance Act to fully align the schedules to the VAT Act 2013, Act 870. That was in 2015. Mr. Speaker, then you abolished VAT relief purchase order in granting of tax reliefs. That was 2015. Mr. Speaker, you imposed special petroleum tax of 17.5%. Mr. Speaker, 2015 for the people. What is being done is for foreigners. They are not for Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, people should be honest with themselves. Mr. Speaker, you continue the enforcement of the 1 to 2% special import levy up to 2017. That's just before you left. And you introduced taxes on cutlasses. Machetes, you introduced it under your watch. You introduced taxes on condoms. You did condoms to aid family planning. You did to prevent AIDS, which was going to impact on our health financing. You did. And then the commercial one. Mr. Speaker, 2016, you implemented Income Tax Act, the full rollout of excise tax stamp project. The maximum tax rate for free zones were increased from 8 to 25%, 2016. Mr. Speaker, then you implemented measures that we said were going to address revenue leakages. You ended up imposing additional taxes. Mr. Speaker, then there was the reimposition of excise duty on cider beer. And I know you are a fan of cider beer. Mr. Speaker, then you reviewed income tax and VAT threshold bans, all in 2016. And then, I don't go, I don't know, thou shalt not bear false witness. Thou shalt not bear false witness. Mr. Speaker, so 2017, the budget, we abolished the 1% special import levy that we introduced. We abolished the 17% VAT NHIL on financial services. That was under Akufo-Addo. We abolished the 17.5% VAT NHIL on selected imported medicines that are not produced locally. That was under Akufo-Addo. We initiated steps to remove import duties on raw materials and machinery for production within the context of ECOWAS common external tariff protocol. These were done under Akufo-Addo. At your time, they existed. Mr. Speaker, we abolished the 17% VAT NHIL on domestic airline tickets. We abolished the 5% VAT NHIL on real estate sales. We abolished excise duty on petroleum, reduced special petroleum tax rate from 17% to 15%. We abolished duty on importation of spare parts. Speaker, we abolished levies imposed on Kaya by local authorities We abolished levies imposed on religious institutions by local authorities. We exempted from taxation the gains from realization of securities listed on the Ghana Stock Exchange and publicly held securities approved by the Securities and Exchange Commission. Then we reduced the National Identification Scheme levy from 5% to 3%. Mr. Speaker, we replaced the 17.5% VAT NHR rate with a flat rate of 3% for traders, and we implemented tax credits and other incentives for businesses that hire young graduates. Mr. Speaker, these were the reliefs initiated and indeed passed into law under the Akufo-Addo regime. And I think that if we must be honest with ourselves, the promo issue, it began with your era. Mr. Speaker, on Friday, as I said, the minister came with a budget and he responded to the realities of the 2016 after 8 years of the NDC administration. Mr. Speaker, the minister did not mince words, because it is said that if you do not know where you came from, you will not be able to make progress moving ahead. It's the reason why the minister related to the situation that he met in 2016. And Mr. Speaker, he said, and I quote, when they inherited, the economy was in a very bad shape, suffocating under a misweight of debts, arrears, very high cost of living, high youth unemployment, and the worst growth rate since 1994. That is the worst growth rate in 26 years. The Speaker, that was in 2016. If we went back before the COVID, the most shambolic GDP growth rate was witnessed in 2014, 2.2%. It was the worst GDP growth rate in 32 years. And that was under President Mahama. You have courage to applaud that. Today, Mr. Speaker, this time around, the COVID situation, you all know, the COVID situation is unprecedented, and it's not only affected Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the facts of the matter is that it was not due to mismanagement, as happened. Mr. Speaker, we all know the realities. The rising global inflation occasioned by the COVID circumstances, disruption of supply chains, rising cost of shipment, the unstable financial markets, which is making borrowing high risk and borrowing coming at high cost. These realities are known by our colleagues, but conveniently, they avoided these home troops. Or is it the case that anybody from amongst them will rise to challenge these home troops? Mr. Speaker, these are some of the rampaging effects of COVID-19 that we all do know. That families in Ghana lost loved ones, private school teachers lost income for 12 months, business owners lost considerable income, many thousands of hospitality and tourism sector workers were laid off. Mr. Speaker, we all do know Kempinski is a flagship hotel in this country. Before COVID, they employed 360 people. In the COVID year, they had to lay out 300 of the 360 and retain only 60. That was the extent of the devastation of COVID. The Speaker, so for anybody to elect to gloss over these realities and come to criticize government for mismanagement, the person is not owning up to himself or herself. Is not owning up to realities. Mr. Speaker, we know food security was even threatened. There was great slump in businesses, especially those built around traditional and other social events, and unemployment worsened. Industry slumped, productivity generally downsized, and the economy got severely punched. My colleagues would admit to these hard facts. Yet, as I said, conveniently, they elected not to proceed from this angle. Mr. Speaker, in response to the battering of the economy, government took measures to protect life and property. Some 4.78 million were provided with hot meals. 470,000 families were given food packages. 36.8 million Ghana cedis in tax exemptions were granted to frontline staff. 10 million households were provided with free water. 38,000 nurses were employed to offer critical support. 4.78 million households were provided with free electricity. The Speaker, 11 million staff and students were supplied with PPEs. All these came at a cost. The Speaker, not a single worker in the public sector lost their job, and all of them who worked in the public sector were paid their full remunerations at the end of each month. The Speaker, 303,000 beneficiaries received financial assistance from the MBSSI amounting to over 523 million Ghana cedis. These are the hard realities. The Speaker, these are the hard realities of the COVID-19 economic environment. And it's important to flash back. It is important to flash back to avert our minds to the performance of the economy before the COVID-19 descended on Ghana. Growth in agriculture was declining. Under the watch of the MBSC, in 2016, agriculture grew by 2.9%. 2.9%. By 2019, it had increased to 4.6%. The Speaker, crops grew at 2.2% 2016. By 2019, it had grown to 5.3%. Cocoa, which grew at negative 7.0% in 2016, by 2019 had grown at 5.4%. Industry, the growth in industry was abysmal in 2016, 4.3%. Under the NPP, it grew in 2017 to 15.7%, 10.6% in 2018, and by 2019, 6.4%. These are the hard realities of life and of our national development. The Speaker, mining and quarry, that grew at only 0.2% in 2016, grew by 12.6% in 2019 before the COVID. Oil and gas, which grew at negative 15.6% in 2016, JJ, you agree with me, has grown to 15.1% in 2019. These are the hard realities. These are the hard realities. Mr. Speaker, electricity under your watch grew at negative 5.8%. By 2019, it had grown to 6.0%. Water and sewage, negative 11.8%. The Speaker, these are the hard realities. That is why you lost. Dr. Rashid, can you speak to the mic? That is why. Be bold and courageous. That's why you lost. Thank you for owning up. At least you are one sincere soul. Mr. Speaker, inflation, all the indices of economic growth under NDC, under President John Dramani Mahama and Akufo-Addo, there's a world of difference. There's a world of difference. Inflation, the banking sector, rising at 91-day treasury bills, fiscal deficit, and on the external front, every trade deficit, and the Speaker, gross international reserves. They all attest to what better job the Akufo-Addo government has been doing. And Mr. Speaker, even today, in spite of the COVID, the gross international reserves accumulated under this government is unprecedented in the. And the Speaker, the other day I heard one of my colleagues to the ECOWAS convergence. The Honorable Okujeto was referring to convergence criteria. Please check your facts. When we had criteria, that is 4 primary and 6 secondary, there was not an occasion that we scored 5 out of 10. Under Mills Mahama, the best was 4 out of 10. And when they synchronized under President Mahama, your best was 2 out of 6. Your best was 2 out of 6. You have the courage to talk about convergence criteria. The annus horribilis of this government is last year. And yet we met 3 out of 6 of the criteria. So our worst, our annus horribilis is better than your best performance. You should swallow the bitter pill and own up to truthfulness. Truthfulness will not kill you. I'm not going to do truthfulness will not kill you. Mr. Speaker, there is something called truthfulness. And you don't manufacture facts. We don't manufacture facts. Mr. Speaker, support for industry and entrepreneurship. 181 companies at the beginning of 2020 have benefited under the 1D1F. Mr. Speaker, as of now, as the minister recounted to us in July, 106 have started production and 81 are still in the works. Again, surprisingly, we had a member rise up to say that the figures that the Minister of Trade and Industry came to give were him. They were all proposed employment opportunities, and that by extension nobody is benefiting from the rollout of the 1D1F. How insincere can we be? How insincere can we be on that? Mr. Speaker, 20,000 students have by the beginning of 2020 been trained under the Student Entrepreneurship Initiative. 100 disabled women have been empowered to start their own businesses. And Mr. Speaker, 19,500 startup businesses have received training support under the Government Entrepreneurship Program. Mr. Speaker, IPEC programs. We do recollect that 307 ambulances to each constituency and all regional teaching hospitals were purchased. 200 dams have been completed and 560 additional dams were under construction at the beginning of 2020 before the advent of the COVID. The Speaker, 50 prefabricated grain warehouses have been constructed by the end of 2019 to reduce post-harvest losses. And yet people say that we are not seeing anything under the Akufo-Addo administration. These are matters. Christ Jesus it was who said in his parables that those who have eyes to see, let them see. Those who have ears to hear, let them hear. Come in. If you have eyes to see, you will see. If you have ears to hear, you will hear. Mr. Speaker, clearly the country was on the course of even greater achievement in 2020, predicated on 1, the expanded domestic revenue mobilization, the business regulatory reforms, intensified drive for foreign direct investment, enhanced financial support to local enterprises, the digitization program, the accelerated infrastructure development, especially roads, hospitals, and educational facilities, and science and technology drive. Mr. Speaker, all these were being undertaken. And then from nowhere, we had the COVID invasion. Mr. Speaker, the COVID invasion, in my view, can be likened to the force majeure that this country experienced in 1982-83, the drought and the wild bushfires. It is not the self-inflicted doomsday. It is not. And the growth out of this is phenomenal. Mr. Speaker, it is important to come to grips with the impact of the COVID-19 on ECOWAS countries. The Speaker, the ECOWAS region's average annual GDP growth in 2020 was negative 2.5%. Ghana, thankfully, did not register a sub-zero growth rate. Ghana kept its head above water at the time the world economy came under recession. Only 4 countries in the sub-region did better than Ghana 20. Nigeria registered negative 4.3% GDP. Liberia negative 3.0, Sierra Leone, negative 3.1, Gambia, negative 1.8, Cape Verde, negative 6.8%, Togo, 0.0%, Mali, negative 2.0%, Guinea-Bissau, negative 2.9%, Burkina Faso, negative 2.2%, Senegal, 0.7%. The countries that did better than Ghana are Cote d'Ivoire, 1.8%, Guinea, 1.4%, Benin, 2%, and Niger, 0.5%. These countries, the Speaker, these countries did better than Ghana in the 16-nation ECOWAS region. But none of these countries that did better than us, the Speaker, went to the extent Ghana did to mitigating the impact of COVID-19 on the economy and on the people, like providing hot meals. Some of them did that. Mr. Speaker, the uncooked meals that were provided, providing free water and electricity, providing business support as Ghana did. Not one of them did that. That is why they were able to do better than Ghana. Speak to the truth. The truth shall set you free. Mr. Speaker, it is important to state that all these West African countries were registering in the region real growth rates in the positive before the advent of the COVID. Whereas Ghana grew by 6.5% in 2019, Cote d'Ivoire grew by 6.5%, Senegal 5.3%, Guinea 5.6%, Burkina Faso 5.7%, Benin 6.9%, Guinea-Bissau 4.5%, Mali 5.1%, Niger 5.9%, Togo 5.3%, Cape Verde 5.7%, Ghana 6.1%, Sierra Leone 5.1%, Nigeria 2.2%. So Ghana, like all these, were on a very smooth trajectory until COVID-19 struck. And Mr. Speaker, that is what we must speak to, and not just look into the air and manufacture or engage in conjectures. It will not help us. Mr. Speaker, so we compare it to 2014, 2015, and 2016 period, and we realize that average growth rate in West Africa was 5%. 2014, 2015, 2016, it was 5%. And yet we were growing 2.2% in Ghana and 3.4% in Ghana under your watch. Under your watch. You must do serious introspection to realize that your management of the economy was most abysmal and most incompetent. Mr. Speaker, until the COVID, this administration was expanding the economy between 16% and 17% annually. The Speaker, resultantly, revenue available to government expanded by as much. In 2020, the GDP was targeted to grow about 420 billion. And for 2021, it was projected to expand further to 450 billion Ghana cedis. The Speaker, it shrunk. It did not reach there because of COVID. So, Mr. Speaker, you see, in that regard, if you expanded that much and borrowed, it meant both nominator and denominator expanded. So the debt to GDP was manageable. The Speaker, this is basic economics. The debt to GDP did not increase that much. That is at the time. When COVID struck, the economy, on the contrary, expenditure escalated to provide for the effect of the force majeure. And this should mean that the country's debt to GDP will balloon, as we are seeing, because the denominator shrank while the denominator expanded. Mr. Speaker, that is the reason. That is the reason. Mr. Speaker, and people are talking about a compare, that when you exited, the total debt stock was 120 billion Ghana cedis. Today, it's in the region of 341 billion Ghana cedis. That is so. But you see, Mr. Speaker, what they are not even relating to. When you inherited, the total debt stock was 9.6 billion. At the time you were leaving, that climbed up to 120. That's string out from all the years, because when you came, the CD to dollar exchange rate was 1.1 to 1. When you string out, according to the months and years, the total debt stock that you added in dollar terms was $47 billion. Today, check, the speaker, when you string out, it comes to about $33 billion. That is what you understand. Don't mislead Ghanaians. Do it in nominal dollar terms and come to the reality. So, Adonomics, you can be appealing to those people in the streets.
So, do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years?
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed, GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you. For me at Soccerbet, and for every other reader out there, I'm sure they'll be really pleased to know that you've been in existence for 22 years. We want to, from here at Soccerbet, what we want to say to you at GhanaWeb, to your management, to your staff, is congratulations for this particular feat. It's been an amazing journey, I'm sure, and I want to wish you all the best going forward for the years to come. Everything that you do, may it work well for you. May you go beyond your boundaries and continue to serve the entire populace.
Ghana is facing a serious shortage of housing for the increasing population demanding a place to lay their heads. The national housing deficit is in excess of 2 million housing units, with 60% of the population seeking help from the government to get houses. This was revealed by the Works and Housing Minister, Mr. Francis Asenso Boachi, in April this year. The scariest part of this revelation was that 35% of the 60 would not be able to access housing even with the government support. Experts say we need 170,000 housing units annually to make up the shortfall. 2 months ago, an online protest erupted with the hashtag Occupy Saglemi, which called on the government to give access to the over 1,000 completed housing units at the Saglemi Affordable Housing Project in Prampram. We will talk to one of the proponents of the Occupy Saglemi protest after this break. My name is Ni Akwe, and this is The Lowdown. Thank you for joining us on The Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe. Our guests ran for president in 2012 and 2020 respectively with the People's National Convention PNC and the All People's Congress APC. He is the founder of APC, an accountant by profession, entrepreneur and politician. Welcome, Hassan Ayarga. Welcome to The Lowdown.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well. So you said in your popular hashtag Occupy Saglemi video, and I quote, Ghanaians who are ready, I am giving the government 1 month to work on this. If not, Ghanaians should move and start living in these homes. Just come and occupy, come and occupy. It's past 1 month since you made the popular video. Do you still stand by this statement, or it was just a populist outburst as the government described it at the time?
Thank you very much. I think that listening to your earlier submission about the challenges in the deficits of housing in Ghana, You mentioned the minister said it was 2 million housing deficit.
Yes, the minister said that in a press conference after your video.
That is not true. The minister needs to come up with better figures. It was 5 million housing deficit. Now it's shot up to 7. So the minister should know that it's now 7 million housing deficit.
Can you share
and
your
that
source,
is, and that is, and that is even when you don't integrate all the people in the housing challenges to it, because there are many people who live in the north, western part and eastern part that we do not take into consideration the population census to add the difficulties they find with regards to housing to the research that we've made so far. So I want to put it on record. It's not 2 million and it's over 5 million. Now, going back to the Saglema issue.
But I think it will be important to share your source with us so that we'll know. And
statistics. Go and check from the statistical background that this information is there. It's there. It's there. It's not about, it's not a hidden figures. You read and you see it. Now, if going back to Saglema issue, the Saglema issue was not just by chance for me to go there to come out with the issues. I went there because myself, I bought 50 acres of land and I'm putting up a housing project there. And the community complained to me about military taking their lands and trying to use their powers to take more of the land from them. And even the issue of Saglema, when they gave to government, they have not gotten anything out of that. So I decided to go there to look at what, because as I was there, the noise was too much. You see glasses hitting one another as if there were some spirit in the building shaking those glasses. I gave government 30 days to do something. Immediately after the video, they sent military and policemen to go and occupy the place. Not occupying, but to go and guide the place so that nobody will get there. A week later, media houses were storming those places and they were prevented from going there. Now, I had some few calls, conversation with seat of government, and they promised that they were doing another costing on the amount of money needed to finish up the project for people to be able to occupy. And if you listen to the minister that day when he mentioned $32 million. And that government needed another $32 million to make the place a very conducive environment for people to be able to occupy.
They said they had problems with water
and electricity. But if you go there, you will see that the main type source of water just is right in front of there. And high tension and all those things, there's lies there. So I don't know why, with $32 million, I can build another property like that. $32 million is not 32 million Ghana cedis. Okay. So even before I came here, I had a conversation with them, and they were saying that they are getting a second opinion to see if they can cut down the cost from $32 million to come down. I said, but all these while, it's 1 month now. And they've engaged surveyors, government surveyors and other surveyors to do another estimate and costing on how. So, but, and another source I heard is that they want to give it to the military. And I told them that, look, there is no way you give that property to the military. It's not for the military. It's for the people of Ghana. It's affordable housing. When you give it out to the military, that means that you have abused the essence of that project. Make it affordable. It's supposed to be $40,000. Say, okay, any Ghanaian who wants to occupy the property, pay $10,000 deposit. And then we spread the rest of the $30,000. Maybe 10 years, 5 years for us to pay. Then you come, if you're an ordinary worker, you come with your pay slip and all that document that shows that you are not rich. You are just an ordinary worker who earns below or above certain amount of money that you can afford to pay. Yeah. This is how we do it in other jurisdictions.
Okay.
So that it becomes affordable to those who can afford. Not that we sell it, we give it back to the military. If we give it back to the military, it's not a military housing project. It's not a military housing project.
Okay, so soon we'll come to how best we could utilize these facilities for the poor. But let's go back to the events that happened and the events that brought this issue to the fore. Did you get phone calls after the video, or did you get any indication that you should back down and not continue with your protest?
I got phone calls. I had one-on-one meetings with others, telling me that they are taking on. There were some issues of corruption allegations from the previous government with regards to the awards of contract. It was supposed to be 5,000 homes and they built 1,003. They gave me details of what happened and the amount. And $200 million has been spent. Instead of building 5,000 homes, it was 1,300 homes that were built. And that has been the issue that they have been struggling to find a solution to it. And that is why that place has been the way it is.
Was it convincing enough?
Not at all. That's what I said. Look, as a businessman, I don't think I will spend money paying $6 million every 6 months. No, $12 million every 6 months to finance that loan. That's how much government is paying. And then you abandon it with the excuse that there's some corruption allegation on the matter. Deal with the corruption allegation and then allow the properties to be put into good use so that you can raise money to pay the loan or to pay the facility that you took from whatever country it is to build. Now you are not paying the loan, we are not making good use of it, and we are having what to compounded interest, and the loan is being increased on daily basis because you are not paying. When you don't pay accumulated interest, it comes with penalties. So what's the essence of what you are doing? Let the aspect of corruption allegations be dealt with the Office of the Attorney General. They should deal with that. And let the Office of Works and Housing handle the matter. Because when you took over government, you had money. You had places where you didn't have money. You didn't say because you have money, let's leave the money issue and deal with where we don't have money. Or you didn't say because we didn't have money in some certain jurisdiction, but you took the money and took challenges. So you deal with it. You fix all. That is why you say fix the country. Because you made a promise that you were coming to fix it. So fix it. You don't give us excuses that corruption allegations and whatever. Nobody cares about that. You've been given the power to fix the country. Whether some were corrupt or not, it is your duty to make sure that the country is fixed. So why do you think that we should accept such an excuse?
You had a lot of support in this.
I still have that support, even up to now.
And
people are registering.
There were some reports saying you had personal interest in this crusade that you were on. That because you're doing your own housing on the side, you would want to receive some form of contract or something around
No, not at all. I, as a businessman and a person who understands the value for money, I will not allow such property to go to waste. Don't forget, it's not a property of John Mahama or Nana Akufo-Addo. It's the property of you and I. Our taxpayers' money. So when people are not showing leadership, somebody must show leadership. That's the problem. They were not showing leadership. And that is what I'm presenting, leadership. That's the difference between they and I. So it wasn't about me thinking about taking that project. I have a bigger project than what they are doing. Mine is going to be state-of-the-art kind of project, even though it's not going to be that affordable like they are doing, but it's going to be an interesting housing project.
So you have no personal interest in
that? No, I don't even want. I don't do government contract. First of all, I've never executed government contract the whole of my life. I'm a businessman. I don't believe in government contracts. I believe in you creating your own jobs. Okay, being an innovative and a creative leader who creates jobs and creates businesses. That is what I do. So for me, even if the devil is president, I don't care. I only care because of Ghanaians, but it will not affect my business.
So what accounted for your silence? Since
I've been traveling. That is number one. Number two, when we had that discussion and then they said that these were the issues And I told them, do A, B, and C. I will have to give them time. I've been getting calls from various media houses, from individuals who wants me to lead the crusade for them to go and occupy. But I say, give them time. All we want is the property to be put into good use.
So how much time do you want?
Not the hula baloo.
Yeah. So how much time do you want?
Yeah, they've given me. I mean, by next month we should see
next month.
something. Yes, by next month we should see something.
So
I mean, we're not giving them all the time.
Okay.
We're not giving them all the time.
So you're not also looking at. I mean, is there any legal avenue to go on this issue?
Yes, we considered that, but we decided that let's back off small, allow that excuse from them to end, and then we can take up legal actions against misappropriation of funds and abuse of government resources.
Okay. We'll be coming soon to discuss Fix the Country and see how best we could fix this country. This is The Lowdown. My name is Nia Akwe. We'll be back.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back from the break. My name is Nia Akwe. This is The Lowdown, and our guest, Hassan Ayarga. So we're discussing the housing issue and how the crusade will continue from next month, where we'll be occupying Sagleme. And Fix the Country has also been very popular lately, and we've had issues, there's court cases, there's question of police intervention, and all these issues coming up. And we could see how protests are being attacked or are being dealt with in the country. So if you say next month they're occupying Sagleme, are you not afraid of these forces that could stop the people from doing anything like that?
Fix the Country came as a result of Sagleme. We brought up the Fix the Country. But the issue of Fix the Country, I've said on different platforms that it is not even about fix the country, it's about save the nation. There is no country to fix. We have to save the nation first. See, take every sector of this country, our economy, sector by sector, and you will see that Ghanaians do not have control of anything. We are 21st century slaves in our own country. So the country doesn't belong. The only aspect that belongs that we are managing, even that we are only the drivers, but there is a force behind is the presidency. Now, take the mining sector, foreigners. Take the banking sector, it's over by foreigners. Take the oil sector, taken over by foreigners. Take even retail trading, iron rods, cement factories and all that, all by foreigners. Show me one sector that is managed by Ghanaians. Recently, I put up another video about the increment of iron rods and cement without justification. 85% increment. That a company by name B5, after building the biggest plant in Africa, decided just to increase the prices of their product by 85. And I called the seat of government and I asked them, are you people serious? You are in this country, you are the president and you are the government of the day. And retailers have taken control of your country. You don't have what we call pricing guarantee system. I have said all this. in my manifesto, we need a price guarantee system to determine whatever commodities in the market, put in the market, there must be a pricing system. You don't just get up and increase prices of goods and services because you want, because you are paying taxes. There must be a tax component of whatever you are selling to know how much you should sell and how much you should not. But P5 got up one day, increased I rode from 3,000 to 5,000. And nobody said anything. Cement was 30 cities or 35 cities. Today it's 50 cities. Nobody is talking. And you're talking about fix the country. Which country do you have to fix? You need to say, because foreigners and, how do I call it, have taken over your country. And they make decisions. They quote prices. They run the country for you. You don't do anything. You have nothing, practically nothing.
But would it be fair to say foreigners have taken the country and
of
all
course.
the economy? Because
look,
these people are also contributing to
what are
the
they
economy
contributing? Hold on. Look at our lands. Yeah. Let me just take you to the normal way. Normal Ghanaians, where do they live? Agogoshi, Kaswa, Nima, Mamubi. Look at those environments.
Most of them are settlers. So.
Now look at the foreigners where they live. East Legon, Trazako, Manette, what do you call it? Rich, Laboni. This is our country, but look at where we live. Slums. And you think the country belongs to us? All these huge companies in this country, these big companies, MTN, name them, owned by country. Where are the indigents? Look at our farmlands. Chinese have taken over our farmlands today and farming and exporting products from here. What do? We are slaves, 21st century slaves in our own country.
Employed by the foreigners.
Employed by and beaten and killed by foreigners. Chinese at the mining side are using weapons, guns, to shoot your sisters and brothers. And we are teaching them how to evade taxes. Look at the MTN. Every day increasing tariffs. You buy credit, you make call, nothing. You buy, what do you call it, data. 1 month data, you only get to use 10 days. The rest of the 20 days, waste. Nobody is saying anything. Are we serious? Who is managing this? Who is running this country? So people can just do anything and get away with it.
Do we blame ourselves or we blame the foreigners?
Blame the leadership. Because we are not leading. We are not serious. We don't know where we are going. We are not competent enough to call ourselves leaders. We don't care. We don't just... Look at June 3rd disaster. What have we learned from it? I made a video yesterday. Go and see. All over, filled gutters. We are paying billions and billions of dollars to companies called waste management companies. Yet our streets and our gutters are so dirty to the extent that we don't even know what we are doing. President just launched 100 vehicles and had to do a whole setup of fanfare just to launch Chinese Zoomline vehicles. Come on. 100 vehicles. How much is 100 vehicles? $3 million.
So they're coming to augment the ones that are
$3 million. The amount of money they spent in doing that fanfare was more than the $3 million. If one car is $30,000, 1,000 Zoomline, what do you call it, waste management, Chinese motorbikes, I call them, or tricycles, I call them, that they brought to do waste. It's about $25,000. 100 of them is about $2.5 million. And they took at the president come and sit down to launch a $2.5 million waste management company. Oh, serious.
Think it was a waste of time?
I don't know. We have reduced this country to zero. When you don't have anything to do, everything becomes a job.
So where do we move from here?
Yeah, we have to change leadership.
And people are still voting for the same leaders.
Yeah, that is why that's a problem too. We are causing that. You see, when they are in opposition, they make good promises. When they come to power, those promises become excuses. So if they give you that excuse, you also give them excuse by voting them out. And look for those who are serious. The mere fact that the NDC and the MPP has very huge platform does not guarantee good leadership, quality leadership. That's what has, over the years, we've been.
So are your promises not good enough? Is it that you're not doing, working hard
it's not
enough?
My promise is not good. I am not giving money. I don't have money to waste on people to vote for me. And that is why our country is corrupt. we allow monetization to take over our conscience in terms of voting. The NDs and the MPP will come and bribe monies and give goodies, and we vote. And then we expect them to do things. How are they going to do when they've already sold what they are supposed to use to do in development to you by giving you 20 cities? I am not giving you 20 cities, I'm giving you leadership. It is money against leadership. You choose one. But Ghanaians prefer now. They don't think about the future. If we're thinking about the future, we will not be where we are. Because we don't have a future. So when you talk about fixed country, I don't know what is there to fix. The country is not even there, it's not in our hands. How do you fix something that is not with you? Because every day, whatever is happening, the dollar is determined not by us, the CD not by us, the market trends not by us, the indicators, we don't do anything, we don't export, we don't manufacture, we don't do anything, we only import and even toothpick we import. So how serious are we in the 21st century when countries are producing and manufacturing and sustaining their economy? We are importing, even rice. We spend over $1.2 billion every year to import rice. Over $800 million to import common tomatoes, ketchup. $700 million to import chicken. Fish, $750 million. We have the sea here, but we import fish. We have farmlands, yet we import poultry. So you see, we don't know what we are doing.
So is there any hope at all?
Where is the hope? The only hope available is to remove the NDs and the MPP. That's the only day that we have hope.
It's not happening.
It's going to happen.
How soon?
Very soon.
The next election?
Then we'll see. Let's keep praying that the Ghanaian people, you see, what they do to us is that it's just like you catch a guinea fowl or a hen and you remove all the feathers and then it's bleeding. Then you start to throw grains to it. It will start coming to you. That's what they do with you, the voters. They starve you until you cry, you can't stand anymore. When it's getting to election, they start throwing monies, and then you now start voting, shouting, NDC, MPP, Kukudu. How on earth will you see an elephant in somebody's house and it will work?
Yeah. Anyway, so
and if you have an umbrella, the only time you need an umbrella where it's raining, and when it's not raining, you'll be holding umbrella every day. These two things.
Well, we've been visited by coronavirus, which is making things difficult, and all the problems we've mentioned, coronavirus has made it worse, and people are screaming.
You think so?
Yes. Have you taken the vaccine already?
No.
You've not?
No.
Is it a personal choice or?
No. What is there to take? Where have you? You see, we Africans, we are dumb. A white man will never give you something first when it's too good before himself. Never. They've produced all those vaccines. Tell me how many of these white countries have started taking the vaccine?
They are taking the vaccine?
Yes. Is it the same like what you are taking? They are testing their own and they are killing you. Ghana is the first African country to take the vaccine, right? The president went and they gave him malaria vaccine, and you call it corona vaccine. That was not corona vaccine. I'm sure he took malaria vaccine.
Is that a fact or that's just an opinion?
Politics for you.
Politics.
But
I'm sure you don't. you can't really have any evidence to prove that you didn't take the coronavirus vaccine.
I hear you. I have not taken the vaccine till date. Let them take. We will stay alive.
Well, that's very dangerous because.
Oh no, I'm not.
There is nothing to take. People have died out of the coronavirus, and the vaccine is
the vaccine is not a cure. Don't you know that?
Yes, but at least it's saving people. It's giving you some chances.
What chances? It only boosts the immune system according to them.
Yeah.
According to them. But if you have a perfect immune system, what do you need a vaccine for?
And you think you have a perfect immune
system? You heard that there's issue of corruption with this vaccine thing? Billions of dollars have gone into somebody's pocket to buy a vaccine of $3 and they are now paying $30.
So it was a vaccine of $10.
Yeah, they're paying $30.
They are ready to pay $19, but the money hasn't been sent yet. So we are still working, and the government wants to buy.
If government is worried about us, vaccine is not the one that is killing us. Poverty is killing us. Hunger, strike is killing us. Water, we can't get good water to drink. We can't get 3 square meters. That is what is killing us. Not the vaccine, the money they spend in vaccine. They should build a strong economy, a sustainable one, that people can survive. We'll buy our own vaccines. You think government is helping you in buying the vaccine? When we went into lockdown, how many of the states, of the constituencies, regions did we support? 2 regions. We locked down only 2 regions, and we could not support the 2 regions. Even the 2 regions were struggling to give 500,000 Ghanaians food, and people have to come to the street. What have we learned from it? No food security till date. So if there's another disaster that is going to hit us, we are going to die. The first lesson we don't learn. We don't learn lessons in anything we do. We push it after it's gone, and then we keep moving. And we are not even moving, we are moving backward. Ghana has gone backward over the years. Sorry, but I tell you, if foreigners have even helped us, if they were not here, we would have killed each other.
I think you would have become a very controversial president if you had won the election.
Yeah, I would have become the best president if I won the best.
By not taking the vaccines.
I will lock down Ghana and Africa. And we have to begin to think and manufacture our own food, produce our own food, manufacture our own cars and everything that the white can do. That is the challenge. The challenge is that what makes them do things that we cannot do? Why do we keep copying? And who has ever copied to become number 1? Why do we keep copying every day in things? Why can't we be that creative and innovative to do our own thing? Let's assume that if I become president, I'm going to tell Ghanaians, first day, one thing, let's believe that there's no other country around us, only Ghana. What are we going to do to survive? No import, nothing, just lock down the borders. Just produce our food, manufacture everything in this country, give the young ones the best education, the best vision, the best policies. Change the educational curricula from reading and writing exams to pass into being more creative and innovative. Okay? And do things better. Look, if they lock all of us here, we are how many? 7? Okay. No, let's say we are 10. No, so that nobody knows the number of people in this room. And we are locked, and we know that nobody is coming out to help us to unlock this place. We'll find a way of getting out of here. But the moment we believe there's some people down there come up, we will sit here until somebody comes. That's how African people behave. Nkrumah said we are capable of managing our own affairs. No, it's not true. We are only capable of managing our own affairs if there are no other opportunities available to us. That's the only time we are capable. But the black man will never use his brain. He only begins to use his brain when he thinks that there's nobody, any other opportunity for him. But once he knows there's a way out, he will sit for that way to come.
So it's better to lock down the borders, keep the people in there, stop imports.
Yes,
stop Pan-Africanism. Stop
for some people to go to heaven, others must go to hell. Do you understand? For us to survive, we have to sacrifice a lot of things. For us to get to where we are, we need to do a whole lot of things. I will step on toes. It could be my brother's toe, it could be my sister's toe, it could be my friend's toe. But I will have to step on toe to build Ghana, irrespective of who I'm stepping on the toe. But we have to begin to understand that this is the only country we have. Look, in the next 10 years, your children will be slaves. Sorry, you and our children will be slaves in this country. Like I said, we don't have a country. The foreigners are taking over every sector, gradually. And I'm being serious about this thing. The next thing they are going to do, the only thing we have is the presidency. And even the presidency, go there and see that when there's an appointment for whites and blacks, the whites get to see the president before the black people. That is number one. Number two, they are sponsoring all the political parties now. If the whites are so smart, that is why I said that when I become president, I will change the passports. If they become so smart and they decide to finance one of theirs, to run for the presidency of the Republic of Ghana, the next person will be a white man. Very easy. Chinese have taken over gradually police stations. They are now becoming policemen in various countries. They are giving loans, taking over all the properties and mining companies, mining sectors of most African countries. It's a form of neocolonialism. They are taking over your country, giving you loans, $10 billion loans, $5 billion loans. They know you can't pay. So they are using your assets as collateral. Gradually going to grab them in the future to come, and you are going to be slaves in your own country.
That's quite interesting, and we're still on the lowdown. We'll be back after this break.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back to the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe. We've had an exciting conversation with Hassan Ayaga, two-time presidential candidate, and he's talking about fix the country. He says it's rather save the country because there's nothing to fix. And I'm sure a lot of people would also disagree with you because they think the country has grown from somewhere, a point, to where we are now. There's been development, no matter what you expect. And it's just little things that need to be fixed, from the economy, from leadership, from the laws and every other thing. But if you say there's nothing to fix but to save means something is dying.
Yeah.
And you need to take it back up.
Yeah, it's to save means something you don't have. You have to get it back. When you save it, then you can fix it. For instance, water is taking away your car and you are saying that the engine is not running, so you are inside the car trying to spark the car. You have to save the car first and bring it out of the water. Then you can now work on the engine. But if you are inside the car with the water, you say you want to start, the engine is not working, you want to fix the car inside the water. What have you done?
Yeah. But
so now let's go back to the fix.
So the fix the country, those who
are shouting fix the country after we came out with the fix the country. There are two groups of people who have taken over the fix the country. The first is the NDC group. That's it. Fix the country, shouting and shouting. I want to refresh my mind and think backwards. 4 years ago, which party was in power? NDC, right?
But I'll disagree with you if you say those who are shouting at NDC, because
I'm coming, I'll get out. There are two groups. I said there are two groups.
Okay, so the first one is the NDC.
The first one is the NDC group shouting fix the country, fix the country. And the second group is the ordinary Ghanaians. I'll come there.
Okay.
I want to deal with the NDC first, then I'll come to you, the ordinary ones who are also shouting, fix the country. And I'll tell you your problems too. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, NDC was in power. The roads that they are crying that they should fix it was still the same roads they took over, inherited, they didn't fix. The issue of water and sanitation, they had power 8 years, they could not fix it. The issue of 3 square meals for Ghanaian people, they could not fix it. The issue of housing project, they couldn't fix it. The issue of hospitals without beds, they didn't fix it. The issue of accommodation and the issue of production, manufacture, industrialization, they didn't fix it. Now, they stand somewhere and they start shouting, fix the country, fix the country. When you got the country, what did you fix? You didn't fix the country. So they are shouting because they want power. Not because they are better. No. They are not better. The people just took it from you. So you failed yourself. You couldn't fix the country. You messed up. So stop shouting, fix the country. Let other people shout. Now let me go back to the issue of ordinary people like you. 3 months, 5 months ago, we all came went to the polls. We were shouting, NDC and MPP cannot fix the country. We said it on several platforms. NDC and MPP are destroying this country. I, for instance, said it on various platforms. You kept quiet. You took your 2020 CDs and you voted for them. Now you are shouting, fix the country. 6 months ago, didn't you know they couldn't fix the country? You would give them the power 5 months ago. So who will be hypocritical here? The same rules you are shouting they should fix did not just started deteriorating like 6 months ago. They were never fixed 20 years ago. The issue of water and sanitation was never fixed 20 years ago. But you gave them power 5 years ago. Now we told you that they can't fix the country. You said, no, let's give it to them again. Now you gave it to them 5 months, then you come and shout, fix the country, fix the country. So you took the 20, put back the 20 Ghana cedi to them and tell them to fix the country.
So you think the ordinary Ghanaians are being hypocritical?
Yes. Yes. It was not only NDC and MPP that were running for the race of presidency. There were other political parties that were. APC was there, other political. And we told you, we actually exposed the leadership of the NDC and the MPP to you. And we told them, over the years, they've taken you people for granted. 65 years now, or is it 67 years? What have we gotten to?
So you're disappointed?
Very disappointed in all of you.
But you had said during your campaign period that people should waste their votes on you.
Exactly. Because you wasted on NDC and MPP and we are not getting any results.
Yeah.
Rather waste it on me and see the results that you get. It was some kind of a campaign strategy. If we have wasted our vote on NDC and MPP and we are not getting results, and NDC and MPP will tell you that if you waste your vote on Hassan Ayariga, he will not do anything. Waste that vote and let's see what will happen. Rather waste it on Hassan Ayariga, and better than wasting on NDC and MPP that have not achieved anything over the years. Nobody hates NDC and MPP, but we hate their leadership. Their leadership haven't taken us anywhere. When you see an NDC man shouting or MPP man shouting, you know why they're shouting? That we are in opposition and our pockets are dry. Come on. So you go to government to steal so that your pocket will be wet. They are not talking about policies or issues, programs or visions that they can manage, change. They can. No, they are talking about we are in opposition, our pockets are dry. Can you imagine? If somebody thinks like this, how is the person going to fix the country for you?
This means you are not going to be part of any protest if it starts.
What protest?
I mean, fix the country protest.
Is Sagleme. When I'm done with Sagleme, fix the country project. Me, I'm not talking about fix. I'm saying save the nation. From who? From NDC and MPP. And even from the foreigners. Look, you don't know where we are going there. If you don't know where you're going, you never know when you get there. And that's our problem. We sit in the comfort of our homes and we believe that we are living in luxury. Yes, you are living like it. But when the poor ones becomes very hot, the vulnerable ones becomes very, very hot, they will come to your house. And you run and leave the luxurious house. If we don't fix the country properly. One day there will be a political revolution, and that political revolution will not save anybody. So the politicians should be very, very careful. Very, very careful. We have taken these people for granted. We have taken Ghanaians for granted. We don't, oh God, Ghanaians. It's sad. Look, if you sit down with these so-called politicians that are running this country and you listen to their argument on fixing this country, you will be so sad for Mother Ghana.
You know, these issues have come down to other issues, including this Rastafarian issue in the education sector. We had these issues about
if not,
not allowing other people.
Not a country that doesn't have a country that you don't know where you are going. How can you be? How can somebody's hair be a topic of discussion the whole country are discussing when there are better things to discuss in the educational sector? The curriculum of education, the system of traffic light, red, yellow, blue, green. What kind of school is that? These are the things we should be, how we are going to improve the education, how we're going to change the curriculum of education to suit the 21st century. Looking into production, manufacturing, industrialization, looking at STEM as a topic of discussion. These are things we need. We're going to sit down. You have nothing to discuss about somebody's hair. Who the fuck does somebody have got to do with politics?
So do you think the hair issue, I mean, shouldn't have been even discussed because someone's rights were being trampled on?
I mean, the whole country discussing Rasta hair. Is the hair going to steady or the head?
So they shouldn't have even taken it up.
Masa, the boy has hair, Rasta. The Rasta didn't write the exams. It's the guy who wrote the exams. So if he's qualified and the system placed him, and he's going to Achimota. Achimota themselves are being hypocritical in one way. You allow whites to have their hair, their long hair, and they won't cut their hair. My daughters are in some of these schools. And then when they go to school, you tell them, I want children to cut their hair. But the whites who come with from Germany, from Japan, with their long hair, they don't cut hair. Because their hair is special. Okay, because they are white. You see what I'm talking about? Save the nation, we don't have a nation. Whites are allowed in Achimota with long hair. But you and I, our children goes to Achuma and they said you should cut their hair. So what is this? So there's a lot of us guy to go and study and give us once and stop this.
So you would have gone to court too if it was your situation?
I don't want to talk about it. It's not a topic for discussion. Don't bring it to me. I have better things to discuss, please. Let's do something else.
Yeah. So, culture of silence.
Yeah.
You think it's a better thing to discuss nationwide?
Culture of silence has been an issue. When you say culture of silence,
we've seen journalists having issues with national security.
What do you mean by culture of silence? Let me explain to you. Yes, government upon government, that's NDs and MPs have managed this country. But when people begin to have fear that when they voice out issues, they will be brutalized and they'll be beaten up and their lives will be in danger, that is what breeds culture of silence. When few groups of people think that their rights have been taken over and they cannot voice out what is happening in this country, it amounts to culture. So, and you see that all of them will be quiet, like you, the media. Yeah. Those days you used to make noise. You make a lot of noise. Today you are not making noise. So you see, you are part of the culture of silence. Politicians, some of them are there when they wet out their mouth and they keep quiet and things happen and nobody's talking. And when we see wrongdoings and we decide to keep quiet, this is part of culture of silence. But the worst part of culture of silence, when people are being brutalized, abused, because they voice out things that are necessary, and some people say that you have to shut up. It's happening in this government, that even when they criticize them, they don't take it in good faith. They turn it to war. And that is one aspect of their attitude I don't like. As a leader, you have to accept criticism in good faith. Because when people don't even criticize you, that means you're a fool. They don't regard you. When you are running a country and nobody is saying anything, it's very dangerous. You have to be careful. Because the people are preparing something different. But when the people begin to voice out, that means they want you to change. But when they are mute and nobody's talking, disaster is coming. Disaster is coming, I tell you. So if I was the MPP, I would rather encourage people to speak their mind, so that if I don't know where I'm going wrong, when people criticize me, I will see where I'm doing wrong and correct that places, and then come out and tell them, look, you said this, I have done it. You said this, I have done it. That is way of leadership. When people criticize you and you take it in good faith and work towards it, that's leadership. You see that people will be happy. They will praise you. Oh yes, we spoke about water in our community. We told government we didn't have water. Now government has put water. So even when you come to them, you are able to tell them what they don't want to, what you want them to know. You say, you criticized me of water. Didn't I put water? You say yes. You said there was no electricity. Didn't I give you electricity? You said no. You said there was no food. Didn't I provide you food? What is your problem? You see, you've gotten them there. Let them criticize you and you fix the country. But when you say don't, because you have Delta forces, don't forget, you have Delta invisible force. Some people, when they are coming, their own is not Delta invisible. Their own is visible. They are coming. You know, visible forces is more than invisible and Delta forces. Because the visible forces, when they are coming, they are facing you. Ghanaians are the visible forces. Make yourself invisible. Don't worry. When we are coming visible. If you become invisible, we'll pour water on you and bring you out.
Which means that you're going to lead the Sagleme protest. If indeed it's going to happen, the occupying of Sagleme affordable housing next month, you know, you'll be in the forefront.
It is not only Sagleme issues that I'm going to bring up. There are other issues that will come up very soon. And I like a government that listens, like I said. Criticize you and then you work on it. Criticize you and work. That is a government that is working. But criticize you and you fight people, you are a useless government. For instance, you as a presenter, then your people say, oh, Charlie, this is your shirt today, there. It's fine. Tomorrow you want to wear a nice, better one. Am I right? We are praising you. Good. Because we are praising you, are doing good things. Then we come and say, the woman sitting there say, hey, this your shoe there is called I swear God. It's like this. Tomorrow you look at the shoes and you say, hey, this woman, Maybe she's old school. She doesn't know what it is. But if you believe that it is called I swear God, it's waist like this and the mouth is up, it's called I swear God shoes. You want to change. You change tomorrow. When you come, she say, hey, today your shoes is beautiful. You see, because of her criticism, you have changed. Because of the praises, you have also changed. So these two things, we need it all the time. Government need to be praised and government need to be criticized in all circumstances. When government does something that is right, the Ghanaians will say, oh, government is doing well on this aspect. So government will be proud to do more. When government fails, have shortfalls in certain parts, Ghanaians must say, there's a shortfall here, and government can do more. So all these two things always make a good leader to prepare ahead. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand you. So do you have any final words for us? We've come to the end of the program. It was quite interesting, and you've given us a lot of insight and lowdown into some of these things you are protesting against and also some of the crusade you are on.
What I want Ghanaians to know is that we bought a new uniform, and that is the uniform we are wearing, the NDC uniform. It's not going to be easy, the MPP uniform, sorry. It's not going to be easy removing that uniform. And it's also not going to be easy changing that uniform. But we should sew many uniforms and put them down, different uniforms. And wait for the day that the MPP uniform will be removed. And we'll get the one that will fit us properly. That will fit Ghanaians properly. But if we keep voting because of money, we will die one day because of that same money. We need to change our voting pattern. We have seen NDC, we have seen MPP, we've seen NDC over the years. Why don't we change, at least for once in our lifetime, and bring a third force to see the difference? Because they have been playing like a football team. Every time 8 years. They believe there's an 8 years cycle. Whether they like it or not, every 8 years another government must come. Let's change that cycle of the 8 years and bring in a third force. Bring Hassan Ayarga and the other political parties. And then we'll see the way forward for this country. It's not going to be anything bad bringing in Hassan Ayarga. It's going to be the best. After all, we have seen the worst ones. We're not looking for the better one. And I want to say that I believe that you have what it takes to build this country. He or everybody has what it takes. The moment we begin to practice an inclusive governance, that is what I've been looking up to. An inclusive governance where we allow everybody to be given the opportunity to serve Ghana, not because you voted for me, Hassan Ayarga, or you voted against me, but because you qualified for that job. That is the Ghana I want to see. I want to see a Ghana that people are given jobs, not based on their partisan cards, not based on their affiliation with political leaders, but based on the qualifications and the experience and the vision and policies they have. When we begin to take this path, we will set a country that these challenges of you trying to steal and be corrupt for your grandfather, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren, will be the thing of the past, because you build the structure, the system, that everybody will be carried along. And your children and great-grandchildren will be better off. They don't need you. All they need is education. I don't give my children money. I give them education so that tomorrow will be better than, because we have to build a society that is supposed to be better than our society. But we're not building any society that is going to challenge our society. We're making it worse. The youth are on the street. The unborn children don't even know. Now we are drinking acid and cyanide water. So we are now going to produce kids without brains because of the chemicals. Countries are trying to take off our cocoa. They don't want to import our cocoa, our, what do you call it? Anything that we are producing, our food and even our fish, they don't want anymore because of the chemical component destroying everything of ours that we don't know. So who is leading Ghana? Who? I don't see anybody leading this country. I see people leading themselves. Everybody is a madman, doing mad things, and want mad results. You can never get that good results. So we need to change.
We need to change. That's the words of Hassan Ayarga, and he says it will take you and I to build a better Ghana. This is Slow Down. My name is Ni Akwe. Catch us again next week on GhanaWeb TV. You can also watch us on YouTube and all of our digital channels. Have a lovely week.
On behalf of the Chartered Institute of Marketing in Ghana, I would want to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22 solid years of existence. I know it's not easy for any organization to be 22 years and still counting, with the kind of reputation that you've enjoyed, even though there have been some flaws. I guess you've done very well. You've added value to advertisers, especially Chartered Institute of Marketing Ghana, in terms of visibility, whether eyes or ears. And we would want to congratulate you. We would want to see more enhanced, what they call it, benefits and products that you could churn out for your clients going forward in the next 22 years.
And thanks for joining us on BizTech on GhanaWeb TV with me, Ernestina Sewa Asante. For the final edition of BizTech in 2021, we take a look at some students of Academic City University College who are doing amazingly well in the world of technology. And my colleague Mauli Aholumega had an interaction with these students who have designed electronic wheelchairs, bicycles, and a unique ventilator. Let's take a look at the full report.
What an amazing way to end this year, and this is going to be our very final episode of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV for the entire year. In this special edition, I'll be speaking with some students here at the Academic City University College, and they'll be taking me through some of the projects that they've been undertaking. As you can see, I'm on an electric bike. Yes, I'm going to be speaking with the brains behind this bike and also another student who's also created an electric wheelchair. Before I introduce my guest, I'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. My name is Mauli Aholumega. Welcome up on that break. My guest on this week's edition of BizTech is Barnabas Nomo, and he's a student here at the Academic City University College, and he's also a computer science student here. Barnabas, welcome to BizTech. How are you?
I'm good, right?
Yeah, so you want to show me something. I see this is the ventilator.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what am I looking at right now?
Okay, so this is actually almost about to go out to Kolebu.
Okay.
Because, you know, during COVID, our school president, Dr. Fred, he started this call to action, and he was asking people if you had skills that you wanted to contribute to some like national development agenda, sign up, and he was going to recruit you. So
okay.
I think what happened was at that time, all places were locked down, and I asked him if I could join the project, but I live all the way in Koforidua. So,
okay.
And this is something that I never really expected he was going to do, but he literally went and got a government permission.
Okay.
And got a car and drove all the way to my dad's house in Koforidia. I was like, hey, I'm here, you know. And so that's how I joined the project.
Okay.
And on the project, I mean, I study computer engineering, so a lot of lessons you take in like logic gates. Maybe you should sit through one of our classes one day, but it's very practice oriented, where I know a lot of people like to say, oh, we have to move away from theory and shift to practical, but I have realized that, you know, you have to really integrate the theory into your practical learning, and that makes it more empowering. And so a lot of things that we learned, from building simple logic gates to embedded systems to memory management, power management, all those were very, very helpful. And I feel like it's gave us a great edge. And so we started this, and at that time sourcing parts were very difficult. Like we had a lot of suppliers trying to get us parts. Sometimes they'll get held at immigrations, you know. It was a big, a crazy mess. And finally the German Corporation for Partnerships gave us a grant. And so based on that grant, we were able to source materials. You know, the technicians out there are building like 4 more models of this right now.
So it's not just this one alone?
No, it's not just this one alone. This is going to, I think this will stay here. But the ones that are being made right now, we have the controllers here that, like, we've made them modular. So we'll plug all those controllers, and we'll take one to Kolebo, we'll take one to Ghana Standards Authority, and we'll have them working, just validating what we're building. Because I think there's a really big push for made in Ghana. And if Ghanaians can take charge of their own technological development, that would be extremely empowering, because that means we would be able to do a lot more as a nation that we otherwise couldn't have been able to do. You know? And there's still some way to go, like setting up manufacturing in Ghana, for example. It's something that we have to figure out. You know? And so I believe that we are getting there, and I'm really happy that my university is really championing this course, you know, of trying to draw in the community and, you know, create action. If you had come here maybe 2 weeks from now, we are building a small aluminium refinery, just because, like, finding parts to work with are hard, you know. And I think if a lot of individuals are doing a lot of these things, it will push them to try to automate certain processes, you know, and it's something that I find really empowering. But I also think I'm very privileged, because in academic city, like, I'm on full scholarship. You know, that means I don't pay for food, I don't pay for housing or anything.
You're really enjoying.
Exactly. So I know a lot of people may not have the kind of privilege that I have, and I think it would require more institutions like Academic City, you know, or Ashesi, like all the private institutions that's trying to do education right, you know, and unfortunately, good education is quite expensive. But I believe, you know, as time goes on, you know, we'll get into a position where the average person can also afford these kind of things. But all in all, I think it's been a really great experience for me. It's been like over maybe a year that we were working on this, just because of sourcing equipment.
Lots of things coming in place.
Sometimes you make an order and then they'll, like, the order gets cancelled because another company ordered for the same parts that you ordered. And I mean, you don't have that much money to.
All right. So I want to come now to the ventilator proper. So how did you begin to put all these parts out? I know you studied computer engineering, like you said. So how did you? And I also see a laptop here. So what's the correlation between this and then this?
Oh yeah. So that's actually interesting. You know, if you want to build any system, right? You can sit down and break it down as this is an electronics component, this is the mechanical component, right? So, for example, the previous version we had no logic at all. All it had was a motor. It just spins and delivers there, right? And so the thing that we've done differently is that we have a microcontroller, which is really a very small computer on a chip, right? And by having a small computer on a chip, some of the things it allows you to do is that you can now say, look, if there's some process going on, right? Or let's say if you are running and somebody hits this button, right? Stop it. I mean, we are still doing integrations. So There are lots of things.
There are lots of things.
But if I hit this, right?
Yeah, I realize it's stopped already.
You get me?
Okay.
So those are some of the things that we do. Like, for example, if you notice, this arm keeps coming back to the same position. No matter how many times we run it. It's because we have this magnet here, and then we have a Hall effect sensor.
Wow.
So what happens is, like, having a microcontroller allows you that kind of autonomy to do these kind of things. Else, you'd have to use a lot of wires, you know. And so over here on my computer, it's really, I write the code here, and then I upload it to the microcontroller.
So you use your computer engineering skills as well, fuse it into this, and then it works for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, that's quite amazing. Yeah. But so where do you want to see these items? Like you said, you're doing a couple more in addition. Where do you want to see this?
So I mean, most of the paperwork, administrative stuff, you know, it's Dr. Fred, Dr. Lucy, they are good at those things. You know? I think they made it really student-driven. So they usually do not even ask, hey, do this, do that, right? They usually just check for updates and check on deliverables. So for us, on our end, I mean, it would be nice to see that, let's say one day my uncle is sick or something, and I see something I made, right? Saving his life, you know.
For them to use it.
And for me, that's the most empowering thing about engineering. That there are certain things you may do that you may not get like a lot of gratification for instantly, by just knowing how it's going to impact somebody's
this
life.
Specifically for the health sector.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, and like just that alone, I think it's great. So where I want to see it, I think it really depends on how our evaluations with Ghana Standards Authority go.
You have to go through the standards.
But what they are doing, it's not like they are like trying to say this will work. We are not going to let this pass, or we'll let this pass. But what we do is that they are actually very keen. You know, they are. Boss comes around here sometimes. Even a Kolebu hospital doctors. So it's more like a very collaborative experience. And so it's more like we are going to give it to them. They give us feedback. This would work, this wouldn't work. Can you change this? So so that we can build a product that we know, you know, for example, with ventilation, if it's a closed loop, then what happens is, for example, if we are delivering too much air, we can burst the person's lungs, right? And so those are like actual legitimate concerns that we have to take care of, you know. And so when they give us a lot of the feedback, we would use that. And I'm hoping that based on, if we are able to meet their requirements, then these could be like mass produced, and they could be in hospitals. They could even be in ambulances, you know. Like we have a battery bank on top of it, and these batteries can last about 7 hours. Like when this thing is running fully, you know, we have emergency modes where, I mean, because today we are doing testing, I cannot show a lot of it.
That's fine.
But we have emergency modes where, let's say, if there was a power outage, we could put it in low power mode, so the screen would be off. Right? Like, and this thing will just keep running. You know?
Even without the power?
Yes, because we have batteries on board. Right? So if this is, like this green light is on right now because I have the AC power connected. If I unplug it, you realize that it goes off.
It's completely gone off.
Exactly. So it's stable, and you notice that it didn't have an effect on
any
the way this was running at all.
It was still working.
And so there's a lot of engineering that has gone into it. Usually when people say that, like, oh, this is just a box, they don't realize
there's a lot more that goes into it. All right.
You know?
Okay. All right, Barnabas. It's been a very interesting conversation. I know you have some other things to show us as well. So I'll take a quick break and then we'll be right back.
Sure.
Barnabas Nomo is my guest on this week's edition of BizTech, and he's a student here at Academic City University College. And he's also a computer engineering student. And he's created this ventilator, which is right here.
It's a team project.
So yes, which is a project he's undertaking as well. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome back from that break. Barnabas Nomo has been taking me through a team project, which is the ventilator that they have created. Now he's going to take me through an electric bike. Barnabas, what am I seeing here now?
This is actually an electric bike. I think this is one of the craziest projects that we've ever done because we're trying to build a bike that can give you like go about 50 kilometers per hour.
Wow.
You know, that's the top speed we can dish out. And we want to extend the range to about 60 kilometers.
So 10 kilometers more.
Yeah, so you can ride like for 60 kilometers before your battery dies.
Okay.
So that's what we've been doing. So what happened was that my friends and I mean, I grew up in a really interesting place. You know, all the boys had BMXs. Like when we were kids, BMXs were like the thing, right?
Yeah.
So what we did was we actually took the frame from a BMX and we modified it so that it could behave like a mountain bike. You know? And so we've kind of stretched this beyond its limits.
Yeah. I can see some springs and all that.
We had to like incorporate those extra afterwards. So we bought this from a crash, like someone's bike that had crashed.
Okay.
So we brought it in. You know, we have a lot of machinery here, so we're able to clean it up and straighten the poles.
So you recycled a very old bike?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we even widened the rear so that we could fit the motors and gears in it.
Okay.
You know, so currently where we are at, we just finished building the charge controller.
Yeah.
So you can see that it's charging. So in the past, what we used to do is we'll have to take the battery out and charge. We didn't even have a battery case, but now that we've built the charge controller, we are going to have it closed up.
Yeah.
Right?
So you made this yourself, or you had some help since it was a team project?
Yeah, it's a team project.
Okay.
So for me, I do computer engineering.
Okay.
Sometimes I lead the team, but most of my job ends where, right?
Exactly. Be on the computer.
So Angela, I think you talked to her as well. But a lot of the plastics that you see on here, she actually had it. She actually 3D printed it here. So, for example, this hydraulic shock absorber. You know, we have a tight cap that fits on it. We filled it with oil, so the tight cap sits on it so that it doesn't leak, and it's able to build pressure to keep you from having a bumpy ride. Right?
I see the two, one on the left and
one on the left, one on the right. You know, some of the holsters that hold these electronics in place, all of those we 3D printed it, and we actually designed this on our computer before we actually. I didn't actually mention that about the ventilator, but a lot of projects we do here. I mean, we have this saying: if you can't figure it out on paper, then you shouldn't be doing it, right?
So you have to conceptualize everything first before you bring it up.
Most like that. And the reason why you have to do that is because, you know, hardware is expensive, right? So you can't just be buy brick. You run out of money really fast. So you have to make sure all your models work. Then when your models work and you're satisfied, you know, like first, it will shock you that you start with some funny looking poles, and then you get the underlying concept working. And after the underlying concept is working, you can just add a lot of aesthetics and you beautify it. So that's what we've really done. In a week or two, you wouldn't see this host when you come by because we are printing covers all over it.
So you design it as well?
Yeah, exactly. But we usually make sure the functionality works before you do all that. Before you do all that. So we threw in some really subtle features. Like there's this speed sensor in the wheels. So if you are riding at night, the bike was really built for night riding. For daytime. If you are riding at night, like the whole wheel lights up because of this neon bulb there. And it's
I see another one, the second one also here as well.
So those are a few like subtle things we're putting in. Right now it's white because we are trying to prevent it from rusting. But there's like this really crazy graffiti guy. I don't know. He's on Instagram as Ekomofo. Like he wants to give us some really nice, you know, looks on it. But for now, we are just focusing on making sure that I can do what we want it to do. So
wow, that's really interesting. So how many of these do you want to create? Or for now, this is what you have?
Actually, we want to build a biking culture on campus. So one of my friends who I haven't mentioned yet, Jeremiah. Two of my friends actually. Like Jeremiah, Anthony. They are people that I really enjoy working with.
As well as Andrea as well.
So my team, Angela, Abdul, Jeremiah, Anthony, right? When you put us together, just know that, you know, crazy
like
things come out. So, Jeremiah and Anthony are actually building a charging station right now. So, where we can go in and plug your devices.
More like an electric
charging station. I think if you look at this campus, a lot of the projects are using electric economy.
Yeah.
You know, we are building an electric vehicle. We have electric bike. We're building electric
ventilator
wheelchairs,
as well.
You know, so it shows you the direction in which we are looking. And so having something like a solar charging station around is going to be helpful. If you look there, we actually have another bike in the corner.
Okay.
And then we have another bike all the way there. You know?
Okay.
So those are like a lot of e-bikes
that
coming
up.
to
Okay.
fix.
Yeah, so talk to me about the solar charging station that you and your team project mate are working on.
So for the charging station, I'm not on it at all. It's,
okay.
It's actually being conceptualized now. I know at a point I'll come in, right? But,
with your computer skills and all that.
Yeah, but usually the way we work, I think, here, like one fundamental course that everyone takes, if you're, even if you're an engineer, you do entrepreneurship, you do project management. So usually for some of these things, you know, the approach is from a project management perspective. So like if there's the work breakdown structure doesn't include you yet, you know, you just have to wait till
it's your turn.
It's your turn, and then you do some of these things. But we want to build a biking culture on campus actually. Like when I graduate, I might leave this behind, you know, and at that time there'll be a lot more, so anyone can just hop on. We are actually trying to throw a challenge to students where we would figure out other solutions they could provide for this. So some like maybe putting a tracker here, so if someone wants to go to Accra Mall, they can just hop on and they get there. Just being able to see other things, or even remotely locking your device, you know. That's something that we want to throw in there, but more or less, it's more like just reviving the whole biking culture that I knew as a kid, but this time throwing in a lot of tech to make it cool, you know. Just imagine if you're in traffic in a car and then a bicycle just speeds past you, right? It will look crazy, you know. So that's what we have been trying to do now.
All right, so finally, you are level 400. You're almost done with school at the tail end. I know, how has Academic City helped you shape all these things that you're creating and moving out there into the job field? What are the plans for Barnabas?
I see. I actually, I have some offers from companies. I don't want to name them now, right? But like, I have quite some offers that I am thinking about. You know, me and some of the guys are also thinking about trying a startup for a year just to see how it goes. You know, where we'll be still building accessible devices, like you know, the electric wheelchair. You'd see it. You'd see the like exoskeletons, more like things that help.
Yeah, very innovative stuff.
Yeah, but also it has to make profits, right?
Exactly.
That's the only way.
Yeah, money is very important.
Keep going at it. So I mean, right now that's what's it's looking like for me. I think for my experience here at Academic City, though, I always tell people that universities don't hold you to do anything for you. You know, it's like they provide the resources and the material and the facilities, and if you put in the work, you can do a lot of stuff with them. Because like if you look around, even this workshop alone, you know, I know the budget for this workshop was like $2.5 million, right? The electricity we use a month alone,
that's quite a lot.
If I was living at home and I was trying to do all this, you know, just imagine.
It will cost you more.
Exactly. Yeah. I remember sometimes I take equipment home and my parents just look at the label to see the power consumption, you know. And so I should tell you how when you have an institution like this that's making the investments, you know, if you're able to just put in a little, just try a little.
They're ready to give you that support as well.
Exactly. You know, it's something that I mean, it's not totally related to this, but like, even though I'm studying engineering, we started this gaming tournament, you know, like last month. It was called Squad Wipeout. It easily became the biggest Call of Duty mobile multiplayer tournament in West Africa. And it had a lot of support from my institution, you know. If I put myself in the shoes of, let's say, somebody who was outside this institution, trying to pull something like that off, you know, the partnerships, the amount of money we would spend. They had 48 players living here on campus, being fed, using Wi-Fi, you know, those kind of things.
Just to play a video game.
Just to play it, right? And the fact that I'm doing engineering and I was able to pull off such an entrepreneurship feat, it should tell you the kind of impact that we're putting into
Mm.
people. And so usually a lot of parents would ask me, hey, what is the assurance that my kids are in a good place here and all
Yeah.
that? I tell them, look at all that's coming up, right? Look at what's happening here, and just from your opinion, because I think that's really important for me. And so I do not really know. Honestly, I do not know exactly what I'll do right after school because I have some offers and I have other things that I feel like I want to try. So I'm still forming my opinion.
Okay.
But I'm not really scared or
All
anything because I feel like I have been well prepared to face the world.
That's great. Barnabas, thank you very much for your time. Yeah, so I've been speaking with Barnabas Nomo. He's one of the students here at the Academic City University, and they are creating very innovative stuff. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. I'll be speaking to another student. Her name is Andrela, and she'll be taking me through the electric chair that she has also created. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. Welcome up on that break. My next guest is Andrela Techi, and she is a mechanical engineering student here at the Academic City University College, and she has created an electric wheelchair. Andrela, welcome to BizTech. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, many thanks for your time. So what am I looking at right now?
So you are looking at our electric/hybrid wheelchair.
Okay.
So this is an interesting story. I'll talk about that later.
All right.
But this is basically a wheelchair that runs on electric motors, but without power, it can also be run manually.
Okay.
So that's the basic purpose of the the wheelchair. Now the interesting thing is that this project, I am leading this project with a team of engineering students.
All right.
This project is a bit closer to my heart because it's personal. So my grandmother, I mean the one who named me Andrela, had a stroke when about 1 year till she died.
Oh, sorry
and
about
then it was quite hectic because we had to go back and forth. People had to stay over, take care of her because she couldn't move and all that. So accessibility has been one major thing I really want to solve in the health sector. So that was what she was passing through. Fortunately, she got well before she passed away.
Oh.
So that is it. And then I went to, first year I went to an accessibility camp at Ashesi 2 weeks where we were making prosthetics and designing things for disabled people. So I kind of started getting my passion from that.
Okay.
And then we had a challenge in third year. So basically, we're supposed to go to Agbaboloshi, the biggest e-waste site, and then help them with their businesses. So my team and I were going through the place, and then we were looking at the scraps, and then we saw a wheelchair from the scrap, and we were like, I talked to Barnabas, and I was like, why don't we just take the scrap and then see what we can do out of it? So we bought it from the scrapsman, and then we took it out. And then one day he was also out in town. We were trying to note that it was very manual.
Okay.
The one we got from scraps, it didn't have any motor attached or something. So it was our mission to make it motorized. So Barnabas was also in town one time, and then he found some old hoverboards, and he called me and he was like, what if we harvest these motors to actually build a wheelchair?
Wow.
So we were like, yeah, let's just get the old hoverboards. So that is it. So he brought the hoverboards, and then we took this whole thing apart.
Wow.
So what we did was that we totally removed everything from the wheels, the spokes and everything.
So you actually dismantled the entire thing?
We dismantled the entire
wow.
thing. And then what we did was we redesigned the whole thing, because first it was running manually, and now it has to be run by electric motors. So we designed, with the team, we designed it in SolidWorks, where everything is supposed to go to. SolidWorks is like a software that we use to design the wheelchair.
Okay.
So after we designed everything, then it was time to fix everything back. So what you don't know is that these are the motors, actually.
Wow. I actually thought that was like some design or something.
Yeah. So these are the motors that are built in the wheelchair. So one thing we did was we had to drill several holes in the wheelchair, in the motors, just to make sure that the spokes will go inside. I mean, we got a craftsman, a bicycle repairer, to be able to fix the spokes for us. So that is what we did. And then we redesigned everything, the whole thing, everything holding the motor. And then we came back. I mean, when we designed this, we had the opportunity to present it at an IDEON conference, which was organized by the school.
Okay.
So that was the first time I talked about.
But wait, how long did it take for you to dismantle, reassemble it all over?
It took less than a month.
Wow.
Let me just see that.
Okay.
Yeah. When we got everything, because when we got the scrap, it took a while till we got the motors. But immediately we got the motors and we redesigned everything. I remember we were meeting here every night, or every Friday night. My team and I will come, and then we'll distribute rolls to everyone just here outside the workshop. And we can work till like 2 a.m.
Wow.
I remember the final thing, we even finished at 8 a.m., which means we didn't sleep.
Yeah, you didn't sleep at all.
So that is it. So what we did it in less than a month, the assembling and everything. And then we presented it at our first IDEON conference. And then with that, we got a lot of interest, where we had some lectures even push in money for buying some things like the batteries.
Okay.
And a student also donated some money for buying some of the electrical components.
Wow.
Because everything was out of our pockets. So our sole purpose is to sell these electric wheelchairs at very affordable prices, because currently the ones that are being sold are over $2,000.
That's quite expensive.
Yeah, which is quite expensive. And then we want a situation whereby middle class and low income families can just access the wheelchair by just moving around, and then not needing anyone to be pushing them in the manual wheelchair. So that is our sole purpose.
Wow.
And then with the budget and everything, we really didn't need a lot of money, so which meant that we were actually on course. We could actually sell a product for about $1,000 or even less.
Yeah.
Right now we are targeting about 2,500 Ghana cedis to about 3,000 Ghana cedis per product, which actually beats the market, right?
Yeah.
So we got a bit of people to put in money and then get some things, and then finally during the vacation we were able to purchase some of the controllers and then bring them on board. So that is it right now. And right now what we basically do is that it uses a joystick. We'll do the demo later.
Okay.
So it is basically controlled by a joystick. So the user will just have to
be moving it.
Just be moving the joystick.
And it moves automatically on its own.
And it moves automatically on its own.
Wow, this is so nice. It's a really great thing you guys are doing. I know you have it's personal for you, but aside this project, are there some other things that you're working on, if you can share with us?
Yes, so basically all the projects Barnabas talked about, I worked on it.
Wow.
I was also here during the lockdown for the ventilator.
You don't sleep, huh? Not really.
Not really.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. So one thing I'm really passionate about, apart from accessibility, one of the things I really like doing is designing and manufacturing.
Okay.
So right here in the school, I design things like the ventilator. I actually designed it in the software. I helped with the analysis of the whole structure and provide manufacturing some of the parts. So with some of the parts, I'll give the technicians the drawings and then they'll produce the parts. I also work with a 3D printer, which is at that place. So I work with a 3D printer. If they need something to be printed, just a minimal design, I can print it for them. If they want to also use the CNC machine to machine some features, I help them code it where the machine can automatically fabricate the metals or the materials used. So that is basically what I do. So I've helped in the ventilator, I've helped in the bicycle. There are other projects I've also helped in, like the autonomous car that is also on campus.
Okay.
I've helped other people work out their projects, and then also class projects. Basically, I'm the one designing and then prototyping.
So you're basically the engine. You're already an engineer, so yeah, that's great. Yeah, so finally, you've been at Academic City for 4 years.
Yes.
You're in your final year, right?
Yes.
How has the school shaped the person you are now and the things that you guys are doing here?
Okay, so when I came in here, I didn't really know which direction I was heading in. I know when I came here, I really wanted to be an aerospace engineer. I was so interested in space. Then I started doing mechanical. But working with people on certain projects, I think I've developed passion in robotics more. So it has actually developed my passion into what I really want to go in. And then one thing is that it has provided me with like a lot of people to work with. Like now I know the team I usually work with, they are really helpful. And then what I like about the friends I made here is that they are not afraid to take risks. One thing they usually tell me is that this is the best place to take a lot of risks because we are not going to actually lose a lot compared to outside the school. So one thing is that my team really helps me, comes up with a lot of projects. They are always here motivating you. We are always working on what we want to do. And then one thing is that the lecturers are also very supportive. They are always willing to help you one way or the other. You can always go to them with your model and be like, this is what I want, can you help me? And even with the wheelchair, we had the lecturers come in, oh, I want to help in the electronics part, can you really connect me?
So they're collaborative with you guys as well?
They are really collaborative and then very supportive. Yeah, so that is what they constantly check up on you. How is the wheelchair going? What do you need? Do you need any learning materials? So that's one thing Academic City has done. It has been very supportive. It's a very enabling environment. It has helped me in finding my passion and then pursuing my dreams.
That's cool. So what happens to aeronautics now?
Well, I haven't given up. I'm still interested in space. So on campus, there's also a team where we talk about satellites, design of satellites and all that. And I'm one of the executives.
Okay,
so
that's nice.
That's what we do. We help people participate in satellite competitions. We do some parachute challenges, which are really fun. And then sometimes too, we launch some weather balloons too. So I haven't really given up on it. I wanted to build a space station, but I really think I can do it.
Yeah, you can. I think you can. But don't give up on your dreams. You guys are doing very amazing here. Andrila, thank you very much. So I've been speaking with Andrila Techi and also Barnabas Nomo, and they've been showing me some of their very innovative projects that they've been creating, which is the electric wheelchair, the electric bike, and also the ventilator. And they've been very insightful conversation that they've been sharing me. They've also been sharing with me their journey right here at the Academic City University, and also the things that they want to do when they leave the school. As you draw down the curtains for this final episode of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV, we'd like to say a very big thank you to each and everyone that has watched us and also supported us. From the entire team, we say a very big thank you, and we'll see you next year. My name is Maoli Aholemega. Over to you, Ernestina, in studio.
Thank you, Maoli Aholumega, for that report. Let's take a word from the organizers of Bloggers Summit.
Avance Media is hosting the 3rd edition of the Ghana Bloggers Summit, which is a conference for bloggers, influencers, and journalists to come together and share ideas and learn more skills and try to build a career for themselves. Well, we know blogging is a growing community in Ghana. It's no longer a community, but it's becoming a profession. And it is something that we have to model so that the upcoming ones can be able to know what is right and what is wrong, and then how to actually make money from their craft or from their talent or whatever they're putting out there. So the summit is to teach people, also provide a platform for networking, and also provide a platform where people can share among themselves what they are doing to succeed in their businesses. So what we are doing is we are bringing very experienced and successful bloggers from Ghana and also other parts of the country, other part of the continent to come and share what they have, share what they've been doing, so that the upcoming ones can also learn from it. Well, it's a big platform for you to be able to discover what you want to do, discover the people in the community, to discover a lot of things around how you can make money, how you can build your blog to have the best SEO, the techniques that others are using to build their blogs to become international blogs. So if you come, you are definitely going to add on to your value. You gain more knowledge and also get to meet new people. And we are creating this to be the biggest new media conference in Africa. So if you come, you're going to be part of this community. We expect over 300 people, and then tickets are already sold out. So if you are still out there, I would encourage you to either maybe join us online, or also if you still want to pass through the event, so you can also come. This year, the keynote speaker is George Britton, who is a veteran blogger in Ghana who has, created his own other new media company just from blogging. So we are hoping that others will also come and learn from him. We have other speakers like Kobe Che from Kobe Che News. We have Rashad Emmanuel from ghpage.com. We have Entamoti from Entamoti Media. The speakers are a lot. And if you go to our Facebook page, you see that we are announcing speakers. And then we are also bridging the gap between just the blogging industry and the business community. So we are also inviting other business people to tell us how bloggers can also work with them in terms of brand influencing and what they actually need from bloggers to be able to, exchange their platforms for cash from those companies. So we are hosting the CMO of Trillium Industries, which is one of the biggest brands in Ghana, called Ali Ajami. So he's coming to talk about how they are able to involve bloggers to promote their stuffs across the country. So you go to egotickets.com, you just search for Ghana Bloggers Summit, and then you just register. Registration is free, so you don't have to pay for anything. All right, this year's summit is going to be hosted at Alisa Hotels North Reach on the 4th of December, which is a Saturday, from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. It's a tall list of activities, from speeches to presentations to panel discussions to networking experiences. So, and as part of the summit too, we are giving a free ticket to someone to go to Dubai, can see Ethiopian Airlines. We're also partnering with GhanaWeb to create the GhanaWeb Reporter Contest, which gives the platform for anybody to win 2,000 cedis to be able to start their own blog, and then also work with GhanaWeb. We also have a 20% discount from Narcotech on any blogger that wants to host their website or get inspired from the event to create their own blog. They have all those discounts. And then after the event, we also have an after party at Cloud9 in Osu. So it's a whole experienced event. If you come, you'll be able to meet new people, learn new things, and be able to get an opportunity to fly to Dubai if you stand a chance to win that lucky winner.
Up next is Biz Headlines. To our very first story, the issue of unemployment in Ghana remains one of the country's major problems. And to help curb this menace, the Director of Research at the Institute of Economic Affairs, Dr. John Kwachi, has advised government to support the private sector to grow. According to him, it is impossible for government to single-handedly employ the teeming unemployed youth in the country. Hence, the need to address the challenges in the private sector for them to support government with employment. Speaking at a press conference in Accra, Dr. John Kwachi said these youth, when enrolled into the private sector, will be equipped with entrepreneurial skills.
The problem with this country is that everybody that finishes university is looking for somebody to employ them. And that's a big problem. If you go to other countries, students emerge from the universities to be big entrepreneurs. If they tell the guys who introduce, Facebook and Google and Twitter and so, they all emerged from universities, to do that. So you don't have to always go looking for somebody to employ. In fact, me personally, if I look at my own life, I always tell myself, if I come back into this world, I'm not going to depend on anybody to employ me. And You wait for them to, first they will determine how much to pay you, and you wait on them every time at the end of the month for them to pay you and all that. If you were to find your own something to do, so it's good that government, has introduced this program they call U-Start. That's the biggest one, and so on. And then they have also said that additionally they are also going to support the private sector.
Deputy Director General of Operations and Benefits at the Social Security and National Insurance Trust, SNIT, Laurette Koko-Otri, has revealed that the trust withheld the pensions of about 24,333 pensioners, amounting to 186 million cedis as of November 2021. These are people who have not re-enrolled biometrically or not completed or renewed their pensioner certificates and thus have been deleted from the pension payroll since the exercise started in 2018. Speaking at a 3-day operations conference by the trust in Koforidua, Mrs. Otri said 41,508 names of pensioners who had not re-enrolled biometrically or had not completed or renewed their pensioner certificates have been deleted from the pension payroll since the exercise started in 2018. Out of the 41,508 names of pensioners whose pensions were withheld, a total of 17,175 have been reactivated. Per the trust, the deactivation exercise is a mechanism put in place to ensure that pension is paid to only retirees who are alive. However, in cases where an account is deactivated, the trust will reactivate such account when the pensioner renews their certificates. Moving on to our third story, the Director of Petroleum at the Energy Ministry, Benjamin Kwame Asante, has disclosed why Blocks 5 and 6 of Ghana's oil were reserved for direct negotiations and not open for licensing round. According to him, these blocks are in deep water, hence requires people who have experience in deep water exploration to negotiate for its bidding. He furthered that Blocks 5 and 6 bidding needs people who are financially mature to take over, as works on them is financially challenging.
3 blocks, Block 2, 3, 4, were available for licensing. At the same time, the ministry also made available 2 blocks, 5 and 6 for licensing round negotiation. And that is what he said. I mean, maybe the timing was too bad. But for us, it was for 2 different geological regimes and 2 different water depths. So we expected that people who don't have the deep water experience will not even bid for that point. But of course, I mean, the ones that were not even for bidding, like Block 1, people still put bids there. So you can expect that people might not necessarily want to go by the rules, but just to put in bids.
The Ghana Union of Traders Association has hinted on intense protest if government goes ahead with plans to reverse the benchmark value reduction policy. The finance minister, in his budget presentation last week, proposed the reversal of the benchmark reduction policy. Various stakeholders, including the AGI, have commended the move, while others have disagreed with it. Taxation has been one of the strategies government uses to rope in revenue to develop the country. The recent tax to be introduced in the 2022 budget is the 1.75% levy on all electronic transactions. Though this e-levy has received public backlash, the Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta has said government will find a way to win the cooperation of the minority in Parliament to accept the e-levy. Just as this matter on taxation is simmering down, the Dankwa Institute has called out government to implement a new policy to tax rent payment. According to the Executive Director of Dankwa Institute, Dr. Antoinette Chibodako, it's about time rent payment is taxed. She said the rate at which people build in Accra and Kumasi to rent for cash is unimaginable. She said renting out rooms or apartments has been a lucrative business in Accra and Kumasi. She said this at a press conference held in Accra. The Social Security and National Trust has said it is running at a loss and may be unable to pay remittances if its debtors do not pay them. As of the end of 2017, the total indebtedness to the Social Security and National Trust stood at 908 million cedis. Out of this amount, government's debt alone stood at 75% of the total debt of the trust. This almost doubled by the end of 2018.
Government indebtedness to the trust continues to hurt the scheme's compliance rates and its long-term sustainability. Delays in the payment of due contribution by government have been cited in the actuarial valuation report as hampering the scheme's level of investable funds. As at the end of 2017, the total indebtedness to the trust stood at 908 million, with over 75% of the indebtedness due by government. In addition, indebtedness to the trust has almost doubled in 2018. Delay in contribution payment has been assessed to have a tremendous impact on the long-term cost of the scheme. Recent reports in the media by the Social Security Administration estimated that the total indebtedness to the trust by private employers stood at 230 million Ghana cedis as of September 2021. Nothing was mentioned about the level of government indebtedness to the trust as at the same period. It is imperative that government settles its outstanding indebtedness to the trust and stick to the payment schedule as stipulated in Section 63 of the Act 766. As well, that will represent a good example for private sector employers to follow.
From the entire BizTech team, we say a very big thank you for staying with us throughout this year. But next year's production promises to be bigger and better. Do log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Do well to follow us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the Ghana Web. On YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. Enjoy the weekend.